Yeah, I get it. He asked you a question and you skirted it and came around and started talking about we have the data, we have all this. He asked you a question. What should we think when the leading expert?
You talk. Hey, let's go. Yeah.
He asked you a question. What should we think when the leading expert posts an example of what looming is, and then the go-to looming example that you guys have doesn't match?
I would like to see Andrew Thomas Young's example of
Yeah,
looming.
what are we talking about? Yeah.
This is called sidetracking. Okay.
But I would still like to see it because I keep getting told that he's posted an example and I haven't seen it yet.
I think I posted it last night.
I think Kosho posted it last night. He got it from her name is Mika Zillenkopf or something like that, but she shoots some fantastic footage up in San Francisco. As a matter of fact, she just put up an amazing sunset and Fata Morgana video just yesterday. But he has used a lot of her photography, and what you're going to see once Kosho posts it is an image of the Farallon Islands. And there are 3 inserts that don't match. Okay. Now, the very bottom insert is an inferior mirage. The middle image is as close as I would say what is towering. And then the top image. So you've got the same observation in 3 different stages. And Andrew Thomas Young just flippantly posts it and it's not even scientific. Like Mika wasn't even claiming that that's what this was. He just posted it. So it's just this random, obscure reference that has three photos for you to choose from. And he doesn't tell you which one's looming, unless they all are, but then they're not all the same.
Okay, so I wanted to cut you off to the beginning of what you said, right? And I didn't. Okay, and perhaps you're not going to.
Did I say anything wrong?
Well, regardless,
I didn't listen.
I don't need that much time. I'm just telling you, Jeremy. Who the fuck cares about this goddamn picture, dude? Okay, because it's in my whatever. Look at my history. It's going to be in my history. However, we have that day. The observation we have the observation taken that day, right? I fucking hate it when people interrupt you, so I got to fucking start over. We had the observation taken that day, the image of it. Okay, we have the fucking data from the atmosphere, what the atmosphere is doing that day. Okay, we also have the fucking so they got the observation, the data, and they have the actual position of the oil rigs, where they actually exist. Okay, it doesn't matter what you call what the phenomena is. We know what's happening because we see it happening, and we know the data. I don't know what else, what's missing.
Like whether we choose to label it looming or whatever else, I mean, it's refraction, and refraction is governed by changes in refractive index, which are governed by changes in temperature. So once you got the temperature data, doesn't matter what you want to call it, we know the behavior.
Travis, is this what you're talking about, what I posted?
All I'm asking you to do is verify the claim. If you don't want to call it looming, hold on, Doofus. If you don't want to call it looming, that's fine with me. I agree pretty much with what you just said, Emerald,
Sure.
about the conditions for refraction. Now, I do not believe myself that temperature is the primary variable. I have been out in every single kind of weather except for a downpour of rain. And I've seen more uniformity across the board and more disparity out in the distance, which tells me that there's something else out there that's going on that there isn't, that's not being taken into account. No, that's not it. Here, I'll get it, Doofus. I'll get it.
All right, and it's not our position or anybody who's done this, not Andrew Thomas Young's position or anybody else, that it's just the temperature. It's the temperature relative to altitude. So it's like it can happen on warm days and on cold days if the gradient is unstable or in some orientation that it isn't usually. That's when you get the conditions that are extremely odd. Because it can happen on any kind of day. It's just that the gradient is what's important.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Yes. Okay. I have a problem with this data when it talks about a visual corridor. When the Walter Bislin data is supposed to be the temperature for the whole corridor. If anybody lives in any location anywhere, temperatures can vary radically within a few miles. From where I live, I mean, it could be 5 degrees cooler within 3 miles of where I live. So to say that the temperature is consistent through the visual corridor over anywhere from 6 to 9 to 10 miles is fallacious. So unless you have all the data from all the temperature gradient between the observer and what you're looking at, you can't make any true observation and make any prediction. You're just assuming.
Would it surprise you that he has sets for both the observer and the target, and it interpolates between the two?
So you're okay. So you're saying we can't have wildly different temperatures between the observer, the target, and between radically different temperature gradients?
I would say on a steady, on just a calm day, that no, you wouldn't have radical changes.
It would be unlikely.
So okay, but you see to make any argument either way, you're going to have to show that okay, from here to where I'm looking at, the temperature is the same.
That's not what that says. In his calculations, he allows for the gradients at your position and the gradients at the target position to differ, and he interpolates between the two.
And what about say at the target and my location, that's 2. What about between? What about in the middle?
That's where the interpolation is occurring.
Interpolation. So you're just interpreting, assuming, making some.
I'm not interpreting. The word I used is not interpreting, it's interpolation.
What is interpolation? What do you mean by that then?
It is a mathematical model between the 2 points that causes you to have smooth gradient changes from one position to another.
Oh, you said smooth gradient changes, but see, I said you can have radical temperature changes, not smooth.
Right, on a calm day, you wouldn't expect that. It wouldn't be reasonable to expect.
He's saying that, if let's say that are wild, you have the 2 furthest points, the both observers' locations, or the observer and the target's location, and I guess the only thing being assumed is that in between the 2, it's it's combining in like a smooth way. It could be false, but those are going to be the most extreme differences, most likely, right?
What about
if you got what's going on at the observer and you got what's going on at the target, you have a reasonable expectation that what's going on in between is a smooth change between one to the other.
But see, I've actually experienced a radical change once and before. I was driving down the road. Had the windows up, kind of chilled, and had a little bit of heat on. Drove through, seemed like a barrier, and I was on the windows down, and it was hot. And that was within a short amount of time.
That's like a front.
So you're saying that can't happen over the ocean?
No, it can happen over the ocean, but you can tell when it happens. You're not going to have a 20-degree differential in temperature between your 2 locations unless there's a hell of a lot of movement of air.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
well, how do you know that? So wait, hang on a second. But on the day you're observing whatever you're looking at, do you have the temperature of the oil rig, and do you have the temperature location? And I would at least have something in the middle measuring that temperature so you can account for it.
Yeah, no, we don't. I don't think they have the oil rig, but they do have the temperature of the air and the temperature of the water.
Right.
I think there's a reasonable assumption that the air temperature over land being 100 degrees and the water temperature being 60 degrees would be a relatively continuous process out to the oil rig.
Well, here, let's talk about water temperature for a second. I was at the ocean just last week, and relatively the ambient temperature outside was relatively hot. But when I stepped my foot one day in the water, it was warm. Another day, I stepped my foot in the water, and it was cold. So, yeah. And can't you say air current or water currents can't do the same thing as air currents? So you're saying that the water temperature could be slightly cooler or warmer at the oil rigs than it is on land, closer to the shore. So do you have water temperature too at both locations?
I would say that you wouldn't see a huge temperature swing between those two locations, but if you can show
You're
me.
assuming that, but do you have the data? Or you're assuming that, but you have the data. Okay.
You only have land.
Yeah, I haven't seen a body of water in a small 10-mile span, relatively speaking, because this is an ocean, changed by that big of an amount. Because it would have to be, since the air is 100 degrees, it would have to be that the water would be 60 degrees somewhere and 100 degrees somewhere else, and that's not typical of a body of water.
The only point I'm trying to make in this, everything I hear so far is just assumption. You don't see it. I'm assuming that it shouldn't be that way. But I'm asking, do you have the data?
No, we said we don't. But they are pretty solid assumptions.
Now all we're talking about is assumptions. Okay, so that's continue.
Very, very solid, reasonable assumptions.
Right. We don't have data for effects that somebody else wants to claim is occurring. Thank you.
But all these things can make a difference, though, or they could make a difference potentially, though, Doofus. Even though we don't have this data, they could definitely influence something, even if slightly.
Yes.
Yep.
And honestly, I've played around with the Walter Bislin simulator. I've actually played around with it, and just 1 or 2 degrees different change in temperature, either the water or the air, can radically change what you see. I've seen it.
Radically change it to the level that we're seeing there. Would it make it flat?
We're seeing a 0.02 change, 0.02 degrees, Paul. So what we're seeing is pretty minute, but over a long distance, it becomes significantly visible. But one of the things that Extremis just posted out, I was interested in, that this massive temperature change in 24 hours was about, I don't know, almost 100 degree change, 24 hours. And it'd be interesting to see what the density difference of the air would be, the pressure difference. And you'd be surprised to see that there wouldn't be that much of a pressure difference. Even though we changed the temperature 100-fold, if we're looking at 1 degree, we're only looking at a very small change in pressure and therefore density, even though the temperature has changed 100 degrees. And density is what the fundamental element is with refraction, according to Snell's law, which we all vaguely understand, at least.
Sammy, what makes something magnetic?
Nice segue.
That is a huge off topic if we want to go there.
Is it huge, really? Is light not partially magnetic? I mean, okay. Whatever.
Well, we're not talking about magnetism.
Yeah, light's partially magnetic.
Light.
Light is electromagnetic, yes. But does light attract other light?
Density and elements and shit. What makes
density and elements and shit? Okay.
So,
just so we're clear.
It looks like we're changing.
I mean, y'all been talking about the same shit for 4 hours and 4 years. Like,
5 years. Yes, I agree.
I mean, it's like, and you got to win this part of it, them to give you a maybe, just for them to even start, right? You got to win this for them to even start. But anyway,
if you really wanted to know what's going on with refraction, all you have to do is get one location, you know how far it is away from you, and just do a radius observation. Get on top of it and arc to the surface where you're very near the surface, and you can actually then, at that point, using calculus, develop a curve and a rate of change and the values, the data that you could say, this is the refractive value for this environment at any altitude above or any height above the object.
I think you would have to have a forced line experimental contraption like box thing, right, for you to do this. You can't be assuming the stuff under you. The gravitational, right? And you got to have your.
All you need is the oil wells, which the oil rigs. All you need is those because you know how far away they are, and then you just basically change your elevation for the observer and measure the position.
Fine, but you don't know what the gravity.
talking over me. I'm trying to give you some.
I let you cut me off, first of all.
Okay.
Off.
Well, then let me finish cutting you off then. Now all you got to do is measure this position change in your field of view for every change in the observer's observation point. And through that test and measurement, you can then calculate with pretty amazing accuracy what the refractive value would be at any level above the sea level.
Yeah, I just want to compartmentalize the corridor a little bit more. Like, I want to know what I'm assuming the baseline of my view box is. You know what I mean? Like, whereas this is in contention now, what the ground is humped or straight. So you're going to have a little bit of conclusion variance. You know what I mean? But like, if you could take the situation like you have presented with the building that they say is like square flat, right? Like a situation like that. And then, you know, just recreate more situations like that in different environments and stuff where you know you have flat lines in it. That's what you need, in my opinion.
You're taking humidity into account, obviously.
Humidity is optically a lesser effect than a temperature gradient.
Wouldn't the amount of water particles in the atmosphere have a lensing effect?
Humidity is not like droplets of water or liquid water. It doesn't have nearly the same optical properties as liquid water. It's completely different.
It has the properties of density and gas, but gaseous form.
Yeah, water vapor is slightly less dense on average than typical composition of air at the same pressure. So it'll cause that'll be the lower density portion.
That's mind blowing for them right there in itself. Wait, water, air, and air makes it less dense, but water is like you can drink it. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's mind blowing, sure. When we the one that keep force feeding it down your throat.
That's my whole premise is that the fucking refraction is because of the water vapor and how it
No, it's not about water vapor at all. In fact, that's a very small element of refraction. Should I give you the refraction calculator again?
Anyway.
So how do you, what the actual index of refraction would be for any substance? We can start with air or water, vapor, or whatever you want to use, CO2.
Not changing medium.
It's a differential medium.
If you're not changing medium.
We don't care about what substance it is. We don't care about what substance it is.
Go ahead, Brian. He's been rudely interrupting and clipping you. He's muted. Go ahead.
Thanks, man. I base my my theory on the fact that air is pretty much it's pretty much a mixture of whatever gases. It's pretty consistent, and it's just a very slight gradient, but it's the same medium basically. So you're not going to be able to demonstrate air and nothing. You're not going to be able to, in my opinion, in the atmosphere, what it is, it's the only thing different is the humidity, the water vapor, and it actually cuts off completely at a certain elevation, and but it's predominant near the ground, near the or the water, near the water, the body of water's right at the top is where it's going to be predominant, and it's going to gradiate to pretty much nil or nothing or almost undetectable at a certain real high altitude, man. So I'm having trouble putting this in words, but basically, to conclude, it's a vapor gradient. So there's a change in medium from humidity to no humidity at all. at a certain height. So that's my idea of refraction, upward refraction.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
and what
upward
height-
refraction. You had to finish off with upward refraction. Brian, what do you think clouds are? And are they very high sometimes? Have you ever seen a thundercloud? It goes 30,000 feet. Are there any water vapor in a cloud?
Yeah, that is a cloud. That's why it's less dense. That's why it goes up. Everybody knows that.
Water vapor
Zanuck.
is near the source, near like the ocean, down where the water is.
No, it goes up. Okay, it's less dense than the air around it, so it goes up.
Well, you said the water vapor was near the ground. That's what your first statement was, that because it's near the water. It's where the water becomes vapor, near the
Right.
lake or the ocean.
Right.
So why
That's
you
my
said the water
point.
vapor?
So-
You said that most of the water vapor is there, near the source.
Right, and then it gradiates down to zero. So where it's less
Where does
dense,
it
where the
gradiate
water
to zero?
vapor is
Where does it-
predominant.
There you go.
Well, where the water vapor is predominant is right above the water. So you're going to have a less
Oh, okay.
dense
So
medium.
clouds don't exist.
So what?
So clouds at 30,000 feet don't exist.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about clouds, then you're talking about a mixture of the water vapor with dust particles and whatever shit. That's pretty much just a layer. So I'm not including the clouds.
Are we going to let Zanuck just make these illogical statements that are interruptions?
He's the one that's being illogical, not me.
No, you're drawing an incorrect inference. He didn't say that.
He said it gradiates to zero, his words, as it goes up.
Yeah, like you were talking like 10, 15 miles just for my best guess, but I don't think there's any water vapor past 10, 20 miles. What do you say?
Well, there's not any air up there either.
Well, and high altitude balloons, and pretty much looking out about 500-600 miles, the black is almost touching the ground. I mean, it's like a tiny little corridor.
Black is almost touching the ground. Brian, do you ever listen to yourself?
You know what I'm talking about, man? Where
this
the blue and the black meet.
This is not a healthy discussion right now. No.
Look, man, I need to
We're
ask
making
you
up
a serious
things. We're
question.
trying to have a
Odds.
scientific and physics
No.
type of discussion,
Then
and you're
keep-
just making
then
up
keep
words,
away from the
making
ad hocs.
assumptions, and giving us theories. And that's
Okay,
fine.
guess what?
You can do
Okay,
that.
hold on. Guess what? Brian is communicating on his level. If he's not using a word that you like, but you understand what he's saying, let it go.
Well, I do understand, and he thinks that the water is going
Let
to
it go.
accumulate near the source.
Let it go.
Then he said, "Is it
There's
great?"
no need.
Sure, I know what he's saying. You don't have to be his white knight.
Yeah,
know what
I
he's
do.
saying.
I want
Brian
to have
knows
a
what
healthy
he's saying.
conversation.
Well, I'll try to speak in his terms then. So this gradiating to zero up in the atmosphere. What does that actually mean? What relevance does that have, Brian?
Just what I said, man. Pretty much at ocean level or sea level and above, you got more water vapor, more humidity. So it's less dense in the air around it. So the fact that you're claiming that refraction is caused by just the density of the air, I think it's a medium change, medium gradient. So it's pretty much mediating from water vapor mixed in with the air to no water vapor at all at a certain elevation. So
Well, that's
it's
just
a
the opposite
gradient,
of what we see.
it's kind of a
It's
medium
like you can
change
prove
at
this
the
to
same
yourself,
time.
Brian.
Instead of
You
just
can
one
prove this to yourself.
element,
You
like
can prove this-
air, not one element, but one homogeneous freaking substance.
Okay, you
that's
can prove this to
moving
yourself by
causing
taking.
refraction.
You're not going to stop. You can prove this to yourself, Brian, by taking observation and see this refractive effect, and then all you have to do is raise your point of observation and do it successively, and you'll see that the refractive effect, this refractive looming or whatever the effect is, will change, showing that actually what happens is that, like you said, there is less density as you go up, but there's less of a change in density, and the angle of incidence is also changing. This angle of incidence is critical to the equation of refraction.
Zanuck, he's talking.
You're leaving out, even though you have a gradient, and there's a different reason why there's gradients, but we'll take yours. We can run with that if you'd like.
Yeah,
The angle of incidence is the most important element in refraction. And when you change your angle of observation, you change your elevation level, distance, you'll see the effects of the refraction change. And now back to your other statement about the air's makeup and water vapor. Water vapor only makes up 1% of the actual atmosphere. So when you have 100% humidity, that's saying that 1% of the air is water vapor. CO2
Okay,
is less than 0.03%, 0.04%. So one in 400, parts per million. 400 parts per million is CO2. So it's also very.
Can we talk about this, Zanuck? I appreciate that data, Brian. If you let me type, Brian. Okay, cool, Zanuck. So obviously he's trying to talk about there could be a different material, which you're gonna still put into some gradient or whatever, some gradient model. But I think he wanted to ask about like the zone of the water. Anyway, Zanuck, how stable is the materials in the atmosphere? How much are they mixing? Like the nitrogen and oxygen and whatever that's in the atmosphere, is that stuff like separate on its own? Is it mixed together? Is there different? How much has these different materials settled into layers in our
There's
atmosphere?
no such thing as an air molecule. So the air is made up of these different molecules, and they are constantly being mixed by the laws of diffusion.
So you think the air has molecules?
I know it does.
But it's almost the same mixture all the way up.
It's the same distribution of this makeup, this proportional makeup, as high as you can measure. 80% nitrogen, 30% oxygen, trace gases. Stays the same.
So what is the makeup of your average air molecule that you said there isn't no such thing as, but you know that there is one?
80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, and some trace stuff in between.
What type of molecule? What is that called when there's a piece of that and a piece? They're all stuck together. You're saying
No, that's what makes it mix. Except a gas, they're not stuck together. They're moving randomly.
So what is the air molecule that you're talking?
There is no air molecule. That's why I started out. There is no such thing as an air molecule.
And then you said that there is them.
Because the air is made up of many different molecules.
Holy shit! This is
oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, methane.
You said they move around randomly, don't they? Don't in your world? Don't they rotate in lockstep with the ground also?
Yeah, they do that too. But yo, they do that. Y'all know they do.
They diffuse. They mix.
Zanuck. Give me some examples.
They have momentum that's given to them. They retain that momentum.
What's an oxygen molecule made up of?
Oxygen.
O2. What type? Give me more specific. It's O2, just O2.
O2. It's 2 atoms of oxygen.
Okay, and then how many different versions of oxygen are floating around?
There's O3, and there's other forms of oxygen. Oxygen is part of other molecules as well. CO2. Oxygen is part of carbon dioxide.
How many different nitrogens? So let's say at least 3 different oxygens.
There's countless variations of what oxygen is a part of.
And then you have carbon dioxide. So that's one type of air molecule. O2, that's another type of air molecule. All right. How many of these?
Hydrogen.
It looks like we're going to be approaching, 20, 50, hundreds of different types of air molecules possibly, but definitely multiples, dozens.
There's even hydrogen and helium down.
No, there's not that many air molecules.
It sounds like we're.
You can look up in the periodic tables and see what all the gases are.
Jesus.
And most all of them are present in the atmosphere.
You call it a little, I call it a lot. Okay, we'll say we've talked about at least 5 already just now.
You said hundreds. There's not hundreds of molecules.
Okay. Anyway, there seems like there's dozens at least. So, So, how many of these have the exact same density?
None of them.
Probably not very many.
Right. So, in theory, they all should be layered on top of each other, right?
No,
I'd like to address this with you a little bit because think about in your house when you look at in your room and that sunbeam is coming into the room. You see dust floating in the air. There's enough energy in your air to keep that dust suspended in your air for hours, if not days.
Okay,
just
the
energy in the room. Now you take that and you take something that's much closer to density, oxygen, hydrogen, all these other things, and you have them mixed together. They will stay in suspension.
I get that they're going to be mixing. You got the sun, you got the wind, all these things, but like there could be some still, although there's going to be chaotic move or continuous movement, you could still maybe guess that there's going to be some layering. Like the densest layers are going to be at the bottom, and the lightest materials are going to be towards the top. Although, there's still going to be energies mixing them, but some
Not
would
at the
tend
energy
to
levels
want
we're
it.
talking about. I don't think you could perceive it.
Huh?
Not at the energy levels we're talking about. You couldn't get them to settle into their own bands.
I'm sorry, Moyak. It's a little bit of me not understanding, a little bit of me not hearing. None of the
Okay,
energy.
I just said not at the energy levels in question. The energy levels in question, the amount of temperature at ground level, the amount of wind, the amount of
Yes, sir.
radiation exciting the molecules, all of that is way higher than any method of keeping them from mixing.
I get it. Now, that's what I'm saying is like, I get that it's, yes, there's gonna still be overwhelming forces, but wouldn't there still be potential for some layering? You would see the denser ones tend towards the bottom and the lighter ones tending towards the top. I mean, some, right?
We do see that. When you get up high enough, you start to see elemental changes in your atmosphere.
Yeah, about 100 kilometers or so.
That's what I'm getting at right there, bruh. Because it's kind of extending from the water vapor stuff being at the bottom, and we're talking about gradient. We can talk about a different material. Okay. Thank you for you guys' time and information.
Right, but it's not enough for the water vapor to really cause anything drastic, because there has to be water vapor near the surface. Okay, we'll agree to that. That's obvious. There also has to be water vapor where the clouds are forming, because that's where it's going. So the gradient isn't going to be very steep. It's going to be basically a non-effective term in optics considerations.
Okay. Just something I want to keep on the top of my mind. I hope I wasn't being assertive on anything, except what was.
At least we are all on the same page. The horizon is not geometrical. We know that.
Okay, that's random.
Point was like
sideways.
Another point really is that, if you say that air that we breathe, that's all around us, mixed up of whatever, okay, you say that because there's more pressure, okay, I'm under the impression that Snell's law has to do with the different densities of the substance. I didn't know pressure. So if you're saying that that the air pressure is causing a direction for light air, then we should be able to demonstrate the same thing in water over way. You shouldn't need sugar. Water pressures are way more gradiated than air. It takes forever for air to gradiate, and for the same thing water to do in just about 100 meters. I mean, or even less than that maybe. So in like an Olympic swimming pool, 100 meters long, let's say, we should get way more effects of refraction the way y'all describe it, just from the pressure change. But I thought
Actually,
it
that's
was
not true. The
Hold
pressure
on,
changes.
Brian. Yeah, the ultimate consideration is density. The reason why pressure plays an important role in a gas is because the pressure and the density at the same temperature are directly related. They have this proportionality between them. So when we have the pressure gradient as being the biggest cause to the change in density in our atmosphere, above 20 feet above ground level, that just basically is telling you that because that density is in a gradient as well, due to the pressure gradient, that we expect the light to bend downward.
I think you're conflating terms, man. I
Brian,
don't think air.
Brian, you know
Let me finish,
the pressure.
man. Let me finish. I'm responding.
Well,
Okay?
I like to
I'll
kill
make it
something so you don't
I'll
get
make it
further
quick this time.
confused.
I want to say that the pressure, okay, in the air, I think you're conflating density with pressure. I think like oxygen, nitrogen, all these elements, I think they're the same. I think they have the same density.
No.
I think you're conflating pressure with density.
No, when you're a pilot, you heard of the term density altitude? Brian, you understand that the density of the atmosphere goes down exponentially as you go higher. Does it do that in water?
The pressure goes
Does
down.
the pressure go up and the density go up or down as you go higher in an airplane?
Gas is described as.
Does the density of the air go up or down as you go up in an airplane?
I'm not giving it density, so I'm not answering that.
Is it go pressure? Does pressure then go down as you go up?
the pressure goes down, but the pressure goes down the higher you go.
Right.
So
And at what rate does it go down?
Man, it's like oh man,
exponentially. Exponentially, I'll give you the answer.
It's like what every 1,000 feet. It's like
now what happens with the pressure in a swimming pool or the ocean as you go down? Does the pressure do the same thing?
Why are you asking me dumbass questions?
Dude, you're making dumb statements. I'm trying to help you get smarter by telling you the answer.
You're saying that the molecules are denser, and I'm telling you that gas law it measures pressure, not density of gas.
Gas law is mostly for closed containers, closed systems, like a jar of something.
So, because it's not closed in your world, then all of a sudden you can call it density instead of pressure.
I can have atmosphere that's at 100-degree different temperature that's the same pressure on the Earth.
Anyway, my point is this: whatever's causing it, I showed examples in a video of like 5 different lasers from side-on views, watching them refract upwards. Okay, so we know that the lasers are refracting upwards, and in your world, you're saying shit's refracting downward. You just can't demonstrate it in the atmosphere itself. You can assume that the Earth's curving.
How do you know they're going upward?
You can see them. Just the way you see the shit bend down in sugar water.
The perspective of that beam, are you above the light? If you're above the light and it goes in distance, would it come up to your eye level? If it starts below you?
I'm talking about an orthographic view. I'm ruling out the height aspect of the argument.
View?
What?
How do you have an orthographic view of a laser going away from you?
It doesn't have to be a complete orthographic, but just side on a little bit. Just not directly looking at
not quite
the same way you look at the listen. It's the same the laser and sugar water from an orthographic view. Okay.
In a side view.
It's the same style of view. Yeah.
So why does the laser always bend down toward the denser side?
It doesn't bend down in the air. In the atmosphere, we see it bend up.
How do you know it bends up?
Posted a picture. You can look right now.
We see it. Okay, I'll post a video.
Go back to my previous statement. If it's below you, wouldn't it go up to your eye level anyway?
We're not looking directly at it, Zanuck. Once again, we're looking at it from the side, like the sugar tank.
You said not quite the side. You said it was kind of sideways. You said kind of.
Hold on, Zanuck. I just got a question here. When you say that you see it move up, you're talking about in the distance. This is to you, Brian.
Yes.
You're saying in the distance that the object moves up. Light bending downward yields an object moving up in the distance. You understand that, right?
No, I'm just reflecting what he's saying.
I'm asking him because I think I hear a fundamental.
Say that again.
With what he's saying.
While I post examples.
You're going to post examples?
Yeah, several.
Okay.
Anyway, while I do that, can you show me examples of downward refraction in the atmosphere? Not in sugar water, not with butane or liquid nitrogen, with air. The air that we see to. I'm going to show you examples. Hold on, man. I'm almost done, bro. Fuck. I'm going to show you examples.
Question. I just wanted to clarify.
I'm going to show examples. I'm almost done, Zanuck. I'm going to show examples.
Sugar water is not about downward refraction.
Let him talk then.
I'm going to show examples of light in the atmosphere we see through and measure shit through. I'm going to show examples of light refracting upward that we could see in the form of lasers. Can you please show me your version of downward refraction in the atmosphere that we measure shit in, please, while I get my evidence?
Yeah, the black swan pictures are good examples of downward refraction.
I think he's asking specifically for a laser.
Yeah, the laser in the sugar water is downward refraction.
He wants to see in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Isn't your picture to the right there indicating kind of what could happen? It's that light might be reflecting up. Did I disconnect?
Nope, we hear you. Let's have that picture too.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's Old Glory's picture.
Brian's posting videos.
Oh, I was looking at photos. Okay, now we see light bending up there. What do you guys got to say about that?
We're gonna have some new concave earthers soon, baby. Ready for this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a refraction guy. I don't have an answer for this. The only thing I could think of is that if this is really low to the water, you have the intense increase in water vapor as you get right down to the surface.
Or it could be a warm night in the water. It could be a cool night and the water's still warm, like back east somewhere. Where
Right.
any temperature conditions? Do you have anything information on this at all?
Can you link me this laser video, please?
Me personally, I put it about 10 feet higher and then actually try and observe it. Maybe 20 feet.
All right, did you post any
hey, that.
pictures? Janet, I posted a few, and I posted a video that I made with a compilation of them. And
Yeah, I can watch the video.
Yeah, Brian, that one you just posted, we experienced a pretty incredible effect when we were that filming of that behind the curve thing. Well, I was there that day because Jaron had posted on his YouTube channel that anyone could come, for that day. And anyways, I'm not trying to tell the whole story of me being there, but my point is just that when I was there, we were doing the laser test. There was this one, we all experienced it. And granted, I know this is just anecdotal and so on, but we essentially, the moon was behind us and the laser was like bending up towards the moon. It was just, I mean, I know it was just an experiential thing and it was just an anecdotal thing that we saw. We didn't actually take measurements of that because we were actually trying to hit the target with it, which we were hitting, by the way, but that's a whole nother part of the story.
Dude, hey, it's funny you say that, bro.
It was interesting because it was like almost a full moon and the laser was literally bending up towards the moon. It was wild.
Bro, we need to do that, Gio, we need to do that experiment because I was thinking that light, like if it's etherical or whatever, like it'd be even less dense than hydrogen. But it's real fast, but it's going to want to tend to float up, and maybe the moon might even make it do more so. Like the full moon. I've heard people theorize that.
Okay, I have to interrupt that. Did he just say light is less dense than hydrogen?
I mean, I'm just saying, like a theory. Like I've heard people, say it's etherical. So yeah, in theory, if you want to give it substance, like y'all give it particles, right? You call it particles, okay, massless. So it would be less dense, right, than hydrogen, right? In your model too, right?
Certainly a lot less dense.
That would be infinitely
Well, maybe
less.
that's
It's
what's
massive.
making it refract upwards. Then
So we should fill up balloons with light.
just
Listen,
say something like I'm saying something that's just off the cuff and fucking even in your model, bro. In your model, it's even worse, fucking because that's your model calls it a fucking particle.
No
You ain't
Glober
gotta
would.
always be an asshole, bro.
No Glober would ever say light is less dense than hydrogen. Nobody on the globe side would ever say that.
What? I just said it.
Yeah, but you'd call it a particle, though, wouldn't you?
Well, but you did kind of interrupt him, Extremistus, to go on this. But I mean, the original point was interesting about light and the moon and sort of that effect.
In the concave Earth model, what they have is when you're seeing a sun setting, it's going down, but you're seeing an inverted image of what the sun's actually doing. They've got the sun orbiting the celestial sphere, and basically, I'm giving this info to maybe help you guys think or figure something out. Is that what we're seeing happening at the horizon? We're seeing it go down. In reality, according to this theory, we're seeing an inverted, a literally negatively refracted inverted image of what's actually happening.
But
so like in reality, like when we're looking in front of us at the horizon, the sky portion of that light, like where the sun's setting, that's not actually where it is. It's a reflect. It's. I have to visualize this like in a GIF.
But that gives me food for thought. But I was going to get back to the light refracting upward. You know, it's we're observing it over long distances, not short distances. But in your model, you want to give it momentum, like where it could push something. It could push a sail or push something and floating in water if you have enough of it, and you want to call it particles and all that. But when it comes to density, no matter what, you don't want to give it actual, characteristics that a particle would have or something with momentum would have. So no, we definitely don't want to give it density because then
it doesn't have mass.
Work. How can it have momentum if it doesn't have mass?
It has energy.
It's very weird like that. It has energy but no mass. It's a little bit of a mind bender. Yes.
It's a mind-bending, weird like that paradox. Maybe it's like you said, people suggest it might be empirical. Well, it's two things at once, or whatever. I mean, isn't that
you say whatever you want? If it's a particle, then it's going to fit in somewhere. If it's a particle and it takes up space, or it shares space, then it's going to be prone to maybe not as much because of its speed, but it's still going to be prone to characteristics of particles. You can't just call something a particle, and you can't just call something a particle and not realize the consequences of that claim.
What does massless particle mean to you?
It means they can't measure the mass, and it's probably not a particle. But if it is, okay, maybe it is, and if it is, then it's got some mass. To have momentum, I would think it would have to have mass. It has to fit in somewhere, man. That'd be my point. And it's possible that it's over long distances, it's tending upward, very slight.
Well, the formula for momentum. Ask him what the formula for momentum is, and then ask him if light has momentum, and then ask him if it's got the key ingredient of the momentum formula.
Right? Are you using the
what he said
momentum formula or not? Because relativity does apply here.
Now, relativity is bullshit. What's the formula for momentum?
Okay, so you can't use a relativistic concept, as in light has momentum, and then exclude relativity from the explanation that it has momentum. You can't do both at the same time.
Light's a real thing. It's not a concept.
Anyway,
Brian,
we posted a laser video. Brian, you posted a laser video, and I did want to point out that Slice Barkane had reproduced exactly how that occurred.
I just linked you a video, Jeremy. Momentum does not require mass.
Really? What's the formula for momentum?
I don't know. Watch the video.
I don't know what the
Mass.
formula for momentum is.
Mass
My
times
answer is watch
velocity.
the video.
What's the
Mass
momentum
times
formula?
velocity equals velocity.
Extremis, what's the momentum formula?
No idea. Watch the video.
Somebody just said it. You still don't know?
Don't care. Watch the video.
He'd rather put his fingers in his ears, close his eyes, and go la 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 la.
Yep, I would. Watch the video. Both of you.
They want to call air dense when we measure it in pressure in every fucking gas law. It's measured in pressure. They want to give it density when it comes to their little explanation of refraction. And then when we're talking about it, give them another real world possibility of why we see and demonstrate the fucking light bending upwards, and all of a sudden they want to give light mass. Almost done.
Do planes fly according to density?
I'm almost done, bro. Let me finish my sentence.
Okay,
man.
go ahead, finish up. I'll ask you then.
So y'all want to do that, and then y'all want to also call light a particle and give it momentum, but not have it obey the freaking definition of momentum, which is mass times velocity.
Let me ask you about if I'm
Are
flying
you
a plane.
okay with living in contradictions?
Are you going to stop?
Right, I posted momentum for you so you can figure out why light has momentum.
Yeah, it has no rest mass, but it does have momentum.
What other particle has no rest mass?
Is that a neutrino?
The graviton?
Electrons have very little rest mass.
Graviton?
Those are.
Nobody's talking about graviton.
So Brian, when we fly an airplane, do we fly in a pressure? Do we care what the pressure is? Do we care what the density is?
So it's
The pressure's in it. Show me a gas law with density in it, please.
Hello, Brian. Do we care about the density? Or do we care about the pressure?
I don't know. If
The
you could
ideal
show me
gas
a
law
gas
has
law with
Let me give you
density.
the answer. Let me give you the answer.
Show me a gas law with density. You ask me a question, and then you
Ideal
start
gas law.
blabbing. Okay,
The ideal
show me a
gas
gas law with density,
Ideal gas
please.
law. Yeah, ideal
Okay,
gas law.
I want to see it, and I'll answer the question. Can you post
So do we
it?
care about density or pressure?
Density.
Do planes care about the pressure?
Oh my God.
If I'm flying into Denver and the barometric pressure is 25 inches of mercury or 24 inches of mercury, would that matter more or less than the temperature being 100 degrees or the barometric pressure being 30 inches of mercury at sea level? What would I care more about, the density or the pressure or the temperature?
First
For
person.
one, ideal gas law does not have density. It's fucking pressure. Why would you even say that and have me look something up just to see its pressure? And another thing, you just hold on. Let me finish. Fuck.
Oh,
Hey,
you said
another
something
thing-
that was false. You get to respond, right?
No, he just asked me a question though. So he's saying.
But you said something that was
mercury.
false, and in this server, usually that means
He's
people can
comparing it
interrupt.
to mercury. He's comparing it to mercury, and he started to say pressure, intentionally changed it to density. So,
No, I didn't say density at all. I said pressure
what's
only.
causing the change in the mercury?
Mercury is the pressure. 30 inches of mercury.
Okay, so if there's more pressure, is it denser? If we have a column of mercury, is the mercury denser at the bottom, or is it just more pressure?
Dude, do you not understand what I'm asking? If you have a barometer, it has a barometric pressure will be 30 inches of mercury, right? Or 25 inches of mercury, or 20 inches of mercury. That is the pressure. You get that, right?
Okay, so is it denser at the bottom? Because you're saying that with air, you're saying the air is denser. When I'm telling you that
You're not getting
ideal
it.
gas
How you
law, all the gas
pressure.
laws measure pressure,
Okay,
not density.
let me change
It's
my
conflating terms.
If it's at 14 psi, your barometer says 14 psi, or it says 10 psi. Which is going to be denser?
We don't measure gas in density, Zanuck, for the last time. We measure it in pressure.
Well, we have to, because what if I have 20 inches of mercury, but it's 100 degrees out? Would the density be greater or less than another city with the same 10 psi that was 32 degrees?
Okay, show me the gas law with density.
It's not gas law.
Then quit talking about it.
No, it's relevant to your being confused on what planes fly, what they need to fly, how much thrust they can produce with the speed of the prop and the pitch of the prop. We know we need to have a density value. Otherwise, it doesn't matter what the pressure is.
We don't measure air in density. We measure it with
Yes,
pressure.
we do. We have a density altitude. That density altitude is based on a temperature and a pressure, both.
And the ideal gas law can give you moles per volume, which is density. So, I mean, it's not explicitly about density, but it indirectly gives you density.
Right.
It's
You have to know
it's
what
expressed.
substance
No,
you're
it's measured
speaking
in
about.
units. It's measured in pressure.
Right.
No,
Also,
we want to
and
fly planes
also,
based on
and
density.
also,
We call it density altitude.
right.
What the
and
altitude
also,
actually
Brian,
is based on temperature and the pressure.
right. And also, Brian, when you have an amount of a substance and you know the mass of each of those molecules, you do know how much mass you're dealing with, and you do know the volume given that formula. So those two things together, because volume and mass, Brian, because volume and mass have a relationship, and that's called density. That gas law does indeed include density within it.
Okay, well, then Zanuck should have no trouble answering my question. Is the bottom of the 25 inches of mercury denser than the top? Please answer. Don't obfuscate.
I have no idea what you're trying to ask. The mercury is just a measuring
the
tool.
25 inches of mercury you described is the
Yeah.
bottom of it. Okay, is the bottom of the mercury is it under more pressure? The bottom of it because of the mercury on top of it, or is it denser?
There's more pressure, but it's not denser.
It'd be it would be an immeasurable amount more dense.
Because mercury is a liquid metal,
Fluid.
and it is incompressible for all practical purposes.
Yeah, liquids will have that kind of property where the pressure can increase more than the density will ever increase.
Okay, I would say my point is whatever. I'm still waiting on demonstrations. Okay, I showed clearly a few demonstrations. There's more in the video that I posted. Okay, now I'm waiting on y'all to show me because y'all have all this rhetoric. You ain't demonstrated shit. We show you plain as day what's happening, and you,
Right.
you
Just
don't
like
like
a submarine
it.
cares more about
Hold on.
the density than it does about the pressure. It still flies the same way at 10,000 feet below or 2,000 feet below the surface as it does at the surface because the density of the water does not change. Pressure goes up dramatically, but the density doesn't.
Okay, I'll concede that just for the sake of you getting me demonstrations of light refracting downward over distance in atmosphere, like I did. Give me something that we can see.
Brian.
Okay, in the air that we
picture that.
Okay, hold on, Brian. The demonstration that you have, the laser video that you posted a screenshot of, I gave you Sly Sparkane's reproduction of that. He uses downward refraction in order to make that occur, and a convex surface.
He uses downward refraction to show light refracting upward over water. That's what
That's
you're
the
saying?
thing, is it's partially reflection. The reason why at the end of the video the laser does end up hitting the camera is partly due to that downward refraction.
Bro, I showed multiple fucking examples, okay? And I got it even watching it shine off to the side and in the distance, bro. You can try and make excuses, but it's plain as day, and any 5-year-old who sees it can tell you what's happening.
Okay, so what's going on in this image that I've just posted?
Okay, I told you my theories. Whatever it is, I see light curving upwards over water.
All right, but he's using downward refraction to do that.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, that was random.
It's dude, we're talking to fucking retarded donkeys. I'm sorry, man. I got
Can you explain that? How he's doing? He's using downward refraction to bend something up. I'm not getting it.
Yeah, he's got a convex surface that he's shining the laser over the top of. And then he introduces a compressed gas, so it makes the air around it cold, which causes the light to bend downward, it grazes the top of that convex surface, and it gives the appearance that the light is bending upward. Now, the reason why at the end of the source laser test video, the laser ends up hitting the camera is due to the rest of that downward refraction.
I did not give any examples with the light hitting the camera as far as head on, like you're thinking or trying to describe. The examples I gave are from side on views. Okay, I posted a couple out of the video. Okay, that's not light refracting downward. You could say whatever, bro, but you're basically fucking living in a fantasy, bro. If
do you want me to post what you posted, Brian?
Dude, if you're telling me that we're not witnessing light curving upwards, whatever's causing it, whatever the shape of the fucking earth, at this point, I don't give a fuck. If you're telling me that we're not looking at light bending upward, then you're a fucking retard. I'm sorry.
All right. So what you posted, the video that this thing that I'm posting right now came from, is exactly as I described it, Brian. You're going to tell me that you posted this screenshot without watching that video then?
Brian,
that's my video. What are you talking about? That's my video. That's actually a video. I mean, whoever went out there and did the lasers, okay, at the time, I have it in real time. Okay, I just took a couple screenshots of them shining the laser around, and I caught them shining it off to the side a couple times. They're moving it around, okay, and that's the screenshots that I gave you to show you from the side, not hitting the camera dead on, but from the side, light bending up. Call it whatever you want. Give me any kind of wizardry you want. That's light bending up, pal.
Right, and eventually in that video from which this screenshot was taken, the light does eventually hit the camera because of the rest of that downward refraction.
Can you please
Brian,
show me that downward refraction? Show me that downward refraction, please, over distance. Okay, like I showed you. Don't show me some bullshit trick. Show me what I showed you. Show me it bending down. It should be no trouble.
Not a trick. I'm just using the video that you posted, Brian. It's typically all I have to do is just use whatever everybody else posts.
You got one of them out of my video and was able to mock it. And then what about all the other examples in my video? But what I'm saying is I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for long distance lasers, okay, bending down. Should be no problem at all. If light's always refracting downward, then show me.
All right. So now here's where the fun part comes in. If we get out of the unstable area and we get into the stable area, 20 feet above ground level or higher, if the laser is going outward and it's bending downward ever so slightly, it would be bending at a lesser rate than the curvature of the Earth. It would appear to the person on the other side as though the laser had bent upward if they assumed the Earth was flat. So what you're asking me to present is essentially that.
Except it's bending up way faster than the Earth curve rate. I knew you were going to try that, though, but nice try.
Of course
I knew you were
it
going to
does,
say, well,
Brian.
no, you're going to say that the curved line is
upward,
flat.
Brian.
You're going to call that curved line that we're looking at flat, dude. That's because you're not honest. That line
of course
is not
they're considering
straight.
that the light would bend upward faster than curvature because, as I mentioned, the downward bend would be very slight and the curvature would be much faster. It would appear to you, if you assumed the Earth was flat, that it was curving upward at a faster rate, like 6.5 inches per mile squared.
I'm looking at the Earth, bro. I'm looking at light bend, bro. You say whatever you want, but dude, it's not me you're being dishonest with and everybody else. You kind of are, but you're being dishonest to yourself, bro. If you're telling me that light ain't refracting upwards, then just show me a video in the air that we see in over long distances, exactly the opposite of what I showed you. Don't give me some tricks or some little short range freaking ways we can mimic it. Show me light bending down over long distances. Don't even show the ground. The ground don't matter. Either the laser's straight or it's bent. Not even saying that you can't produce that, man. I just haven't seen it yet. And if you do produce it, then we can look at, if you can show me. I mean, all I've ever seen is straight and upward bent light. If you can show me the laser bending downward, then we can go out and do some experiments. But until then, I'm not going to waste my time doing experiments if it never bends downward. Okay, if the light never refracts downward, why am I going to do experiments when all I could do is see it refracting upward or going or not refracting at all. But so I ain't saying it doesn't exist, but I need to see it, and then we could start testing conditions. But until you produce it, it's pointless. Because to me, downward light refraction doesn't even exist except on a rarity, and then it'd be probably easy to prove if you could produce it. It'd probably be extreme conditions. But that's just I could be proven wrong, but I need to see it.
So any induced gradient such that the highest density is below the light always bends downward. I know that you've seen short range examples of this, but you want to ignore those because you want to use only long range examples. The short range is there to demonstrate what conditions are necessary to cause it to bend downward. Then we measure the conditions of the atmosphere and tell you that's what's going to happen. But you don't like that.
No, I don't like artificial conditions when you have a whole natural world to deal with, bro. I don't want to see these artificial conditions over short ranges. I showed you natural conditions with light. I showed you what's happening with light. You don't like it. You can't deal with it, but you still see it. Your brain won't accept it, but it's there and everybody can see the shit bending up. You can throw in whatever trick you want, bro, but your eyes are seeing the light bending up. Like it or not, pal.
And as I had demonstrated, Slice Barcane, actually as Slice Barcane demonstrated, you can reproduce what appears to you as light bending upward through downward refraction. That's entirely possible.
So it refracts down. We just can't show you or demonstrate it without some trickery and it looking like it bends up. Yeah, that's nice. If you had any dignity right now, you'd be searching for, examples in reality, like I asked for, to match my observations, not just some little trick. If you had any dignity at all, you'd know when you're not being honest with yourself, man.
If you want to talk about dignity, when we talk about light passing through any gradient, any induced gradient by any means, either by temperature, by pressure, by changing the materials, any possible way to induce a gradient, when the highest density is below, the light always bends downward. Now, when we go to the atmosphere and we measure the conditions of the atmosphere, the highest density is below at 20 feet above ground level or higher. The only possible explanation for what light would do through such a gradient is bend downward. You want to go to some other explanation instead of what's actually measurable.
No, I'm going with what I'm showing you. And you know what? You can give me all the rhetoric you want. Because, yeah, in your world, it has to be doing that. Okay? But your world is a fantasy, pal. Or else you'd be showing me demonstrations.
Okay. Don't make me bite your thumb. What? That's how you like to do that.
Sorry for the name calling regardless, man. I get frustrated, man. And I do apologize, man. I just get frustrated when, I accept things y'all show me, man. What you show me, most of the time, it just gets frustrating sometimes when I show you. And it gets obfuscated or I ask for something, gets ignored. But I got no right to call names. Apologize. even though I'm kind of using a technicality, like if you believe this, then you're fucking blah, blah, blah. It's still kind of backhanded, not right. Despite the bullshittery method. Like, bro, I feel like sometimes, I mean, I could show you something falling up, you know, and this is totally hypothetical. I know things don't fall up, but I could show you something falling up, and if it doesn't fit your model, you're like, no, that's not falling up. You see, that's like a space-time looping around in a circle or some shit. I mean, it's for goddamn ridiculous, man. It's no matter what we show you, you know, you won't see it. This whole thing about gravity, man. You know, the Einstein had a point. Okay, y'all are calling it a downward force. If it's a downward force, then any force, okay, like even centrifugal force is not a real force. It's the centripetal. Okay, so it's the reverse. So in other words, if I'm in a car, okay, describing gravity, if I'm in a car and I accelerate forward, I'm going to get pinned to the back of my seat. If I level out in speed, then I'm going to quit putting pressure on the back of that seat. So every way y'all describe gravity, you describe it as a force, an upward force, like I'm saying with the and another thing, y'all use it, y'all describe it as the cause and the effect, and that's not fair. If we're trying to debate and ask questions, you know, pick one. Is it the cause? Is it the unequal distribution of mass? You know, or is it the acceleration itself? You know, you can't call it an acceleration. And then I asked what causes that acceleration of gravity. Okay, you're saying gravity is an acceleration. Okay, well, what causes that? Well, gravity causes that. So you're basically telling me gravity causes gravity. I don't think that's fair.
Hey Brian, I just posted a link to a video by a physicist. It's a very recent video of a physicist explaining how gravity and space-time is actually, now they found out that it's redundant.
Yeah, they've been leaning toward that. They just didn't know it. But yeah, I'll watch that.
It's a really good video. The guy that does the interviews, I forget what's his name, Lex Fridman. He recently interviewed people like Musk, and you know, he does pretty good. What's that guy that some reporter that what's that the guy that makes movies? What's his name? He does all sorts of really good interviews, but this one is just telling us how it is in the scientific world, is that they've come to a point where they're basically saying that space time has come to the end of its day because they don't have anywhere else to go, and there's too many unexplained questions. You know, yeah, it's a good video if you have time to watch it.
Hello.
What's the fucking formula for momentum?
I don't want to answer that question. There you go. He put it in there.
I know you know the answer to this.
Doofus put it in the text chat.
The speed of light is not constant, right?
The thing is, I know you know it. Why are you scared to say it?
I mean, I could, but he put it in the text chat. What's the problem?
Or do you think I'm asking because I don't know?
Do you know that there's a relativistic version of it?
No, we're not using your bullshit relativistic special relativity bullshit to
You
try to
have
prove
to.
something else.
You have
Absolutely
to.
not. That is ridiculous.
You have to when light is involved. I mean, I could give you there's a simplified version if massless particles are not involved, but the full answer when you do massless particles is more complicated. Here, I'll even sort of simplify it for you. The momentum of a photon is equal to the Planck constant multiplied by the frequency divided by the speed of light. Considering everybody was talking nonstop for the last 2 hours, it's been kind of quiet. Witsit leaves and Xanac leaves, and nobody wants to talk anymore.
Kind of quiet, huh?
Everybody's watching the latest video from physicist that he talks about how space-time and gravity are now redundant. So they've had their heyday, and they've been useful equations. First, the equations have been useful, but the mechanism, the underlying, I guess you could say the root cause of the equations are still to be explained.
Yeah, the cause is a problem for globalists because a lot of them claim atheism, but Newton specifically said God did it. So if they're looking for their cause as something other than God, like because there's no God on their point of view, but they're also invoking Newtonian physics as their proof that there's no God. You just look at what Newton said. Newton said the model is so full of glory, so splendorous, that a God had to have done it. And this cannot be denied. Not exact word for word quote, but pretty much what he said. He said he looks into space, sees glory beyond human comprehension. Therefore, only a God did that.
And these dudes, these famous dudes, they want to avoid the topic of the ether at any cost. I forget who said that famous statement. It's one of those top dudes. I think there was the guy who was having conflict with Tesla. Got his name now.
Edison.
And that they have to avoid this ether at any cost. This is the thing, they use these equations, but they still don't know how they're derived, like what the foundation is. That's what's in question. They work, they're a useful tool, but at the end of the day, that's all they are, just useful tools. It doesn't actually show what's inside the Swiss watch. The watch is a tool. You can tell the time with it, but not everybody understands what's under the hood.
So if the world was a car, you'd only find me in the hood parts.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Jeremy, are you there?
How do I get into Upland?
Are you saying something?
Yeah, how do I get into Upland?
Oh, hold on.
You hear me? What kind of currency did what chain is Upland on? Binance, Ethereum, what's going on? Phantom? Did they make up their own chain? What's Upland on? Come on, bro.
Hey, Coach, are you watching the Dave Weiss and Jaron, and then this, what's her name, Jenny Rose? Are you watching them? They're doing like a live thing right now where they're like talking about flat Earth with people on Omegle.
Oh, shit, was I talking over anybody a second ago?
No, you've been quiet.
Oh, okay, my speak. Yeah, I moved my speakers so they're actually turned off. But anyways, who were you talking about just now, Gio? What?
I said on Jaronism's channel, they're doing like David Weiss and Jaron, and then that girl, Jenny.
What?
They're doing like a live flat smacking thing on Omegle.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm going to that right now.
I'm
gonna start watching Jaronism show every time now, dude. If he's gonna have that chick on there.
Yo, did you see that badass flat Earth chick that they posted on TikTok? And I go, who's that flat Earth girl? And then I said underneath, I said asking for Kosho.
Yeah, that's about that. Did you see the gift I posted in Brandon's? You didn't see that yet? What the fuck?
No, you were like, oh, I can't post it in Geo's room. I posted it in Brandon's, and I told you post it here, you maniac, in our DMs, and you didn't.
I couldn't, dude. It said the same thing for you that it said when I posted in Geo's. I figured you have to it has to be a room that has allowed for not safe for work, possibly. It's not even that bad, dude. Guys, let me go watch Jared's Michelle. But that's that chick. That's the chick that was on Jared's Michelle. if you just found out about it or whatever, why would you already be making like so much content? You know what I mean? It's kind of but you never know.
Well, I mean, she may be trying to get some viewers.
But after, well, I guess you're right, yeah, because if 2 months is, it's kind of a long time. If yeah,
She was saying that she thinks she's shadow banned on TikTok. But that's what she was saying. Yeah,
it could be for several reasons. Like I said, that GIF that I posted in Brandon's, that was one of her TikToks, and I can't even post it in here, dude. I don't know what the rules on TikTok are, but. Wasn't Branch saying something about TikTok and Face and YouTube? Like YouTube would take down your video if it has TikTok on it.
I don't know. He was saying that. I don't know if that's the case or not. I mean, I don't think so because if you watch YouTube Shorts, a lot of them have the TikTok logo and stuff. So.
Well, yeah, last I saw, yeah, but I haven't seen one in a couple weeks though. But, yeah.
Yeah, as I think about it, it kind of seems like as I watch, like, because I will pop on YouTube Shorts once in a while, and it actually kind of seems like the TikTok logo's not on there. So yeah, maybe they have kind of tried to separate themselves from TikTok. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't know, like it kind of would be like I'm imagining if like TikTok was getting like I don't know because they're probably losing views or whatever if people are watching it just watch it on YouTube. They could just like keep it to TikTok. Sometimes it would just be like dudes in their fucking junk.
Right. They're kind of doing a thing where they're putting like an AE map over the Omegle screen before the new person comes on, in case it's you know what, naked dudes.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I've never heard this. It probably is the same thing then.
Well, Omegle and chat roulette are pretty similar. Yeah, I think it's basically the same thing. It just hooks you up with some new person. Yeah.
You can do it in a group with 4 people. But they're probably not.
Oh no, I think that.
Yeah.
No, the 3 of them are hooked in through Skype or whatever, and then they're just somehow sharing it with the person.
I wouldn't mind if I was doing something like this, and then like you end up in somebody's show. You're like, oh, that's so weird. I wonder what the point of doing that in the first place anyways is that.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, have they done this on this show before?
You mean this style of thing?
Yeah, like what they're doing, like what Hoary Shoot would do. Yeah.
Has Jaren done this before? You mean?
Yeah. Has it? Or wait, whose show is this? Is this Jarenism or? I guess it's both their shows. Yeah. Have either of them ever done this?
I think so. I'm trying to think.
Guys, can I get a mic check?
If it's on issues, yeah. If this is the first time they're doing it, like right now, because they have this hot chick with them, they're so fucking like they're taking advantage. They're like, dude, we gotta have her on the show again. This time, let's just fucking go onto fucking whatever it's called, chat roulette, and they'll see this hot chick and they'll fucking stay and talk with us. Who was that thing? That was just a chick. There was a chick who. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you about that one chick. The
You know why? It's because the dudes like Kosho.
Yeah, you're not wrong, man.
Yeah, Kosho just said, "Oh, dude, I'm tuning in. I'm gonna watch all of his shows now."
I've never DM'd anybody.
It's actually not Kosho. It's actually guys like Anthony Riley.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that.
To go after these females.
100%. Oh my god, dude. Never mind, I'm not gonna say anything.
I don't get what the purpose of creeping on women on the internet is. I mean, if you have a girlfriend in real life or a wife, okay, you have your real life thing going on. And then whatever you want to like gawk online, but like why creep up on them? Like, are you going to try to meet them in real life? I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, some people do.
So easy to observe, right? Watch when any female comes to the server, any one of them broads, whatever their names are, immediately the men focus on them, and it becomes a female show as soon as they step into the room.
Yeah, I remember times on the 24/7 Flat Earth server, the 1.01. I remember back then there were times where like one woman would come in and start talking. And it's like she'd be like pulled down into another room with like 3 guys. Like they would just pull her down there and be talking to her. And I'm just rolling my eyes like, oh my gosh, these girls are just getting hit on beyond what's normal.
Yeah, and you guys do, what's it called? Ladies' Night. Or they did.
Oh, no, that came way later.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
I don't know. Do they still do that?
Yeah. It's kind of like makes me uncomfortable, to be honest with you. I just feel like it's I don't know, it's like they treat ladies' night like it's like they're kids or something.
Actually, if you notice, cultural, actually, a lot of men, they tend to treat women like if they're children. I don't understand why they tend to do that, because that definitely doesn't serve anyone any good.
Yeah, some women though subvertly, unconsciously, all women, they want to be taken care of, So, but yeah, at the same time.
Did you get some sleep, Kosha? You were saying yesterday you were so tired.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You do sound a bit refreshed.
Yeah, I was. I wish I didn't though, because I was supposed to do something earlier.
It's still puzzling why you're so into discussing this topic when you really just think it's a globe.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's
Dude, he's in it for the flat Earth chicks.
That's actually actually it is it's a group of reasons. That's one of the perks or something like that. But
like if I was as convinced as you sound that the Earth is a globe to the point where you'll defend it like a defense lawyer, to that point to where you'll be in here just going like, if I was that into it, I would just. I mean, I might want to find other people that are into that, like space webs, servers or something. But like, why just put bash your head against the wall around a bunch of people that are literally just denying everything you're saying?
Or do you know what's the funniest thing? I was in the room with Johnny B, with Johnny earlier. We were talking, and of course, nobody agreed with what I was saying, even though I said one of the most obvious things. Anyways, that's not the point. What did you say? What did you say before that? Oh yeah, right. I'm sorry, I was totally thinking about earlier, but yeah.
Well, whatever. It's the same topic. Like if somebody had if somebody had a Discord server called Pigs Can Fly, and I absolutely am convinced that pigs don't fly, which I don't think pigs can fly, at least not pigs that we have in this area, maybe on some other lands or something. But anyways, I'm just saying if somebody had that server, I would spend a total of 0 minutes. I mean, maybe I would click on it, look at it, go in there for a minute and see, oh my gosh, these people really think pigs fly. But I'm just saying, like, the idea of like dedicating like all kinds of time and energy and debates and like being all up on all the YouTube channels and all this stuff, like it's just.
One thing makes sense, right? There's only one thing that makes sense. Maybe Kosho accepts the globe rhetoric because it makes sense numerically, right? Because these people have had thousands of fucking years to prepare that fucking that story and perfect it, and the numbers make sense because they do make sense because they was designed that way. Maybe he accepts it as true, but that little voice in the back of his head is telling him, "Bro, this is bullshit. Figure it out." Maybe that's why he's here.
No, and that's like the most noble. I don't know what the right word is. Yeah, maybe noble, but that's like the most like positive thing is that he's actually on a search for truth. There's some part of his being, whether it's intuitive, gut feeling, something that's like he's wrong, and then the cog dis is kicking in to where it's like, okay, I'm not willing to admit that he's not willing to kind of see that he's wrong, and then he's got the belief, and then he wants to defend the belief out of the cog dis, but he's actually on a search for truth.
I think maybe he doesn't want to seem foolish by saying his flat. So he's reserved, and he's already gathered all the information so he could defend his position. But the mere fact that these people that are convinced that it's a globe are recurring guests on these type of shows. I mean, like you could literally close down the server, and somebody else could bring up another server, and they'll more than likely go onto that server. I mean, it's like an addiction. There has to be something logical behind that addiction.
Yeah, it is like an addiction, dude. It's
we heard about
my
like
greatest vice, to be honest with you. I keep saying that.
I'm not necessarily relating this to being gay. However, in a similar way, you heard about like
wow, man.
You heard about like people that are in the closet, meaning they really like are gay, but they're denying it, and but then they're like going to like gay bars, or they're like hanging out with gay friends, meaning that like they claim like, oh, I'm not gay, but then they're like doing all the gay stuff. It's like some part of them is like wanting to come out of the closet, but then they can't admit it.
Joe wants to come out.
Gay
He's hanging out in gay bars.
Just to meet women.
Got a good one. Got a good one. You guys talking about that gay shit. Yo, have you guys heard what's been going on with Jesse Lee Peterson lately?
I don't know who that is.
It's man. So for some of you that know who he is, right? It's that the black guy that keeps saying amazing. That's always talking about you gotta forgive your mother and shit. Bro, they did to him what they do to everybody that speaks up against the mainstream, right? They're calling him gay, man. Some people are coming out and saying that he's like secretly gay or whatever. So it's real crazy fucked up shit, bro. It's real scary. It makes me think that nobody can come out with the truth, because as soon as you do whatever fucked up shit you did 15, 30 years ago, they'll fucking bring it back up just to demonize you.
Hey, what if he's gay though?
No, he's shit. He could be gay. I mean, there's no problem with that, but it's still like it can't be that somebody that speaks up against the mainstream media. It can't be that everyone that speaks up against them has some sort of fucking shit that they did, or you know what I'm saying? Like, it makes it seem like only people with bad character can speak up against the mainstream because the mainstream is so righteous.
Yeah.
You spent a lot of time at gay bars, Kosho?
Not anymore.
You were in the Navy, right?
I was in the Navy. I would have been foolish to have gone to a gay bar in the Navy, dude. Although I did.
That's a big red flag. Of all the military branches, if you're like Navy, that's the one for me.
Actually, you're not wrong. But for probably 40 plus years ago, maybe 50 plus years ago. You know, pirates, like regular pirates, they had a different sort of society pact thing. Like they used to be marriages between just two male pirates for the purposes, like for almost the reasons why you would get the benefits of being married. You know what I mean? Like someone can claim your stuff and all this kind of type of shit. But you would think it's strange that it was so prevalent amongst the sailors that it was like it's common for the pirates to marry each other.
I think the whole gay shit, bro, is more prevalent than we can fathom.
Now you saying?
Yeah, that gay shit. Being gay, I think it's more mainstream than we care to admit. Because I've heard rumors about hip hop artists since the 90s, bro. And according to the fucking internet, most of them niggas are gay. Fucking P. Diddy, fucking all these motherfuckers have.
I've heard the ones about Drake and Lil Wayne, so.
Yeah. So all of them have like transsexual people talking up against them and saying that, yeah, I slept with these. I mean, people like LL Cool J, what's this one? Eddie Murphy got caught with a tranny once. So this shit. I mean, some people even say that there's like a gay mafia that runs Hollywood secretly.
Yeah, I've heard that. Although I think, I mean, I don't know if it. I think in history, I'm just speculating. I think it could have been more prevalent, but not as apparent.
Actually, a few historical figures, including King David, I think, that was reported that had supposedly a gay lover.
Who?
I think King David, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, most probably. I would imagine, like in the olden days, like royalty and kind of just richer families. You know, when I lived in
stigma, once you get past the stigma of being labeled gay, I think it's pretty maybe not normal, but anyone could accept it. Plus, once they get over the stigma of being ridiculed.
Well, the reason why I know it's prevalent in the past is because even in the Middle East, like, and there's most of the Middle East, it's more common for, you know, how, like girls will hold hands and stuff like that here. Over there, it's more common for dudes to be like holding hands and stuff like that. It's just something it's like a normal thing to see. But
Matrix. If you were stranded on a desert island with P. Diddy, do you think you'd fall in love?
What the fuck?
Probably.
You serious, man?
Nah, man. Of course I'm not serious,
No,
dude.
dude.
I got
I'm
kids and
just
a
kidding.
wife.
You didn't hear Matrix bringing that up before, though. You saying if you were didn't matter if it was a man or a woman. I know you didn't mean it that way, but people were acting like you were meaning it, like you were in love rather than just loving someone and being in love with someone. Different thing.
Slightly.
Yeah, there's actually for real. There's a gay mafia.
That's exactly what I heard. The exact word phrase. That what I heard about Drake and Lil Wayne. I mean, I heard they had to do real shit.
Think about this, man. We are regular men. At least most of us that hang around these servers. We're regular people, right? At most, we could get what, 4 or 5 bitches a year? These motherfuckers are fucking 4 or 5 bitches a day, right? That's every day, out of every week, out of every month. Wouldn't you think or assume that eventually they'll want to try some weird shit, right? So that could possibly explain the stories of them being called with like trannies and shit.
My record's 5 girls in one day, man. Back in my whoring days before I was married. But I tried to break it a few times. I only could ever tie it, man. But I had a couple bisexual girlfriends that worked at strip clubs, and they bring girls home and shit, man. So I kind of went through all that shit when I was younger, all the excitement bullshit. So I'm happy to be settled down, man, with a good woman
Lucky.
now.
Brian, is that your wife in your profile pic, bro?
Yeah, that's not her, right? That's her, that's her, 8 years ago, though, bro. To be honest, you know.
So 8 years still, though, dude. It's not bad.
Yep.
I have to make myself
personality's
not.
awesome.
I have to make myself not look at Brian's profile picture.
I always thought that was you, but yeah, I thought maybe you looked like a woman.
For the transition.
Yeah, Sam, it's pretty. It's it's fucking crazy.
Travis, are you still in Jacksonville, man?
Oh my God. Yeah, I am. I'm here until 4 tomorrow afternoon. Well, 3 because I've got to get over to some other place over the Beltway. But yeah, I got stuck here on my reset hour, so I had to be here for 34 fucking hours, locked in my truck.
Well, man, that invite stands tonight, man. But it's fucking dude. There's no AC in the living room and shit. But you're more than welcome, man. I talked to Tabby. I worked late as fuck last night.
You gotta come. You gotta come pick me up, man. I'm in a truck.
That might be a problem, man. That might be a problem. Give me a minute. I'll get back to you on that one. Yeah, man. You got your rig. Where exactly? Where are you at, man?
I'll send you my location.
Send me your exact GPS location.
I don't even have a ride right this second. Neither one of my vehicles are here, but I'll probably have one in a little bit. But yeah, send me the location, bro.
I've been watching this with the volume down. I'm gonna turn it up. We're watching that Jenna Rose on
So I had this strategy, right? If I get a new girl, like every now and then, kind of get with a new girl and then every time to time, it'll happen. Whether you're looking for it or not, this shit's bound to happen.
We just missed out on whatever advice you gave us, dude. I feel like
Okay, I never even got to the advice. Can you hear me now?
yeah, now I can.
Okay, so every now and then you're gonna get with two girls in a day. You know, two girls you never fuck. You know, it's bound to happen from time to time. You know, especially if you're looking for it, right? So then once you get a couple that you never had, then you start thinking record, right? So then you call a couple exes that you go to that you know you could get. You know, call a couple of them. And then you start thinking, how much time do I have left, man, for the record? It's hard to get past 5, man. I'm telling you, man, it's fucking hard. But unless you got them all at once, that don't count though. That's a
doesn't
different
count? Why wouldn't that count?
that don't count, man. Because you could just be in an orgy and fucking count that
Yeah,
as
that's
a record.
you don't. I mean, I guess you're right. It would be kind of cheating.
I mean, it does count. It's like a different record.
It's probably a different count. It's a different different competition.
Yeah, there you go. Different competition.
Because technically, I mean, it's whatever. But yeah, because if each one of them like separately or whatever, that is actually pretty impressive.
But wait, does quality count? Does quality come into play with that at all, or is it just anybody?
I mean, slightly.
Well, they gotta be fuckable, right? They gotta be fuckable.
Well, I hope so.
I'm not saying that I have high school, I don't have high school standards, but I have standards,
high school standards.
3 out of 5.
The last time I was at a hotel room, man, and I've met this one girl and brought her there, right? So she slept there, and I fucked her in the morning, right? And then there was a maid who had been flirting with me and shit, man. And I was younger, like I said, man, and I got with her like not long after, and it's still in the morning, right? And then I fucking got, and then an ex came by later on, and then I was like, dude, it's like 3, and it's early, and it's still like after lunch and shit, right? So I start calling, I get hold of another ex, and then I mean that's how it unfolded. That's how it unfolded the last time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want to hear the details to the maid. How'd the maid end up? Like, what'd you say to the maid? Like, why don't you come in and clean the room up right now? Something like that, or what?
Was it like in the pornos where, like?
How did it work? How did it happen, Brian? What are the details there? Like your girl went out. She went out to the store, and you let the maid come in and do like.
She wanted to pass on those details.
She wanted to fuck, man. She wanted to fuck. She made it obvious.
That's funny.
I'm the type of guy.
How do you let her know that you know?
What's that?
How'd you let her know that you know that she wants to fuck? I mean, what's the move?
Just fucking throw her down, man. I mean, kiss her, whatever, man.
Really? Just go for it.
Whatever, man. If a girl wants it, man, and she's got her ways of letting you know, man. You just gotta make.
Well, I'm terrible at reading that. That's all I'm saying. I always think they're just being nice.
The best bet is just to always try. Just don't be offensive, man. Just kiss them, dude. Just kiss them. The worst they can do is slap. The worst they can do is slap you.
No, yeah, no, but he's right though. It's like you have a better chance for going for it, and then just knowing how to read signals. So if it's not, if you read something wrong, then just obviously don't progress.
You can't be scared of rejection, man. If you want to get laid a lot, then you're gonna get rejected.
Yeah, it's just I'm scared of disease, and if any girl's ready to throw down with some stranger, I kind of feel like she's kind of dangerous to sleep with, don't you think?
Like I said, man, I'm not talking about high school standards. Shit was different back in the day, man. Girls, it's not. Older women are way fucking easier, dude, than young women.
Yeah, he's right about that. I probably should.
How many diseases do these young girls be having? Chlamydia, the clamp, all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, knock on wood, but I wore rubbers, sometimes, but then I didn't sometimes, man.
Rubbers are terrible. That's the other thing about it. If you're gonna wear a rubber, it just I hate it. That's why getting a girl you be with for a long time is way better.
Yeah, so yeah.
Just getting laid for props from friends. That's the high school standards, basically.
Yeah, you're probably pretty young though, right, Brian?
Brian, how old are you?
I'm saying when you were talking, like whenever that happened.
I'd say Brian's getting over 30, right? You're over 30, right, Brian?
Yeah, I'm over 30. I'm in my 40s, man.
Yeah,
I said my quick 39, dude. I just been saying that the last few years. You know, I say every year on my birthday I'm 39. To where now my kids don't even, you know, they're like happy 39, Dad. You know.
39.99.
When I turned 43, I pretended that day was opposite day, and I was actually 34. So from then on, just been counting.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm like 40. I'm like 39 to the 8th power, man. Something like that.
Well, how long ago was that? What you were talking about with the record?
Bro, I think I was like 28, maybe 29.
Oh yeah.
That it was quite a while ago. I mean, dude, my girlfriends,
Florida girls are easy, right?
The ones I was describing earlier, man, they were. That's back when I was like 19, 18, 19, 20. When I had the stripper girlfriends, shit, that shit gets old real fast, dude. Trust me.
Oh, did you get jealous?
Yeah, with one girl I did, man, and I fucking that shit that gets old too. You learn, you learn a lot. You learn from every relationship, man. You learn, man, you got to trust a bitch. If you can't trust her, you just leave her. Don't be all jealous and shit. That shit, you know, they're gonna do whatever they want to fucking do, man. They're gonna do whatever they want to do. If you want to catch them, go all in and catch them, or don't.
And then you can't just assume.
Let's not be naive. We all know their nature. Mic check. Is it any better?
It's better now.
All right. So we all know their nature, right? It isn't that they're like this now. God designed them a certain way. They have a certain nature. So we all know they're going to do whatever they do. They're just very secretive about it because they have to be. Because, you know, they know we'll kill them. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't kill him. I'd leave him. What use in killing him would it do?
Not me. Me, like the general. You know, they know men would if they find out
men
what
in general, right?
Doing. Yeah.
Hoes. Talking about some hoes, huh?
See, the older you get, the more you tend to realize that there aren't such thing as hoes and sluts. They're just all that way.
Everybody's a slut, yeah. If they could be, they would be.
Well, you know something that a lot of people. Sorry, go ahead, man. You're saying something new, perspective?
No, I understand.
There are girls who will fuck anybody, bro. There are girls who will fuck anybody who wants to fuck them, as long as they'll try.
But no, dude.
There are girls who don't like sex, and there are girls who don't like sex. There are girls who don't like giving head. There's every kind of fucking girl. They ain't all hoes. That's bullshit.
But the girls that have the girls that are more selective are the girls you want to be with, right?
Yeah, but dude, there's one rule that a lot of people don't.
When a girl doesn't give you head, Brian, she doesn't really like you, bro. When a girl likes you, bro, you could do whatever you want with that female.
You sound like Donald Trump, dude. It's like you grab him by the pussy.
My wife will do anything I want.
There should be a locker room channel on this. We should be talking.
Well, it just sounds like that's exactly what Donald Trump said. He's like, yeah, dude, when you're a star, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, you know, but that's the thing. You know that was given to us on purpose.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it wasn't even that, dude. It wasn't even that bad. All he said was, when you're a celebrity, you can do anything you want.
That video was like from the 90s, bro. Like, look how far they had to go to try to destroy this man's credibility. They had to go back to the 90s. Yo, bro, come on. That was an old recording.
What? That clip wasn't old. It didn't look old. No, it couldn't have been old, dude.
But here's the real truth. He was on trial for raping a 13-year-old girl that had been gone to 7 different courts that was still pending when he became president. So throwing us the little bone of grabbing by the pussy was all for the media attention, and because they knew he was going to be elected. It wasn't about destroying him. The media loves Trump. The media loves Trump. They love to hate him.
Hold on. I got to think about what you said a second ago. Because that can't be true. He's not going to let somebody who's being charged with statutory rape not make that known.
When he was president, when he became president, he had still a court trial pending for a 13-year-old girl. No. Look it up. Yes. So all that grabbing by the pussy stuff was just a little bone to make the controversy, so that him, you know, walking up behind Hillary, he was just a gaslighter from the start. He was cast as the gaslighter, and he was cast to be president. He was never elected. He was selected, and he was never there was no cheating on the votes. The vote cheating is all fake too. It's a fake.
Yo, imagine if
It's
any
a
other
script. It's all a
candidate.
script. It's the only way it could work.
Imagine if any candidate ever in history, like George W. Bush, Barack Obama, anybody, if when they were running for president, they were literally wanted for statutory rape of a 13-year-old.
Yeah, that's bullcrap.
Yeah, that's literally. There's no way that somebody. That's such an egregious crime.
Yeah, you would think that would be. You're right. That's the craziest part about it. But if you look it up, you find out I'm right. You'll find out
You're
that I'm
thinking
right.
about
You
it
look
in
it
a
up.
logical, not criminal way. But if we're right, that is all is all the show. Then it'll
I
make
mean,
perfect sense.
if you think that you can look it up, do you not think that that his opponents could look it up and hold it against him, and you don't think they would?
Exactly.
Or any
And that's
news
why
or any
this is
news
why I'm
source.
bringing it up. The reason I'm bringing it up is that's how much the media is controlled. Every part of every media, even if it's sub-mainstream, those things are controlled too. Everything that comes through the TV is controlled, and if they don't want something out, they don't want something out. They'll put something out on purpose, like grab them by the pussy, but they'll hide the thing about the rape.
Did Witsit post it, or Joe Rogan, or who else was who else would have been able to get the word out? Because nobody reported it. You know what I mean? Like if I would have known that, I'd be like, what?
That's the point. That's the point. Nobody reported it. Joe Rogan's not bringing you the truth. He's bringing you only the truth he's allowed to bring you, just like anybody else that's of his stature.
Dude, even one of the clerks at the fucking he works at that fucking courthouse. He's like, dude, he's running for president. He's here for statutory rape.
He
Like,
was just being accused. He was just being accused. So it doesn't matter. He's just being accused. He could say it didn't happen. You know.
Oh, you're saying okay? So you're saying somebody's accusing him?
Yeah, but it went through 7 different courts.
Right.
Still pending. So if he's being accused of that, then it's one thing. But I mean, if he was being charged, that'd be different.
No, yeah, okay, for sure, yeah. I'm like, I'll look into that then. Okay, I was about to bet you
But
money,
still,
dude.
even if he was being accused, you'd think we would hear about it, right? We would think we'd hear all the details. We'd have the girl on TV. She'd be interviewed. She'd be given details. If it was all real, it was all about really giving us the truth about these people, then we would have heard all the details, regardless of it was
So how did you find out about it?
internet.
How did you find out about it?
The internet.
Okay.
I've
never heard this before. I've never ever heard this.
All right, okay. So the first thing that came up was Snopes. That shouldn't be the first thing I pull up, but sometimes if it's the first thing on there, I'll look at it just to see if it's fair or whatever. Sometimes that's suspicious in itself, though. You know what I mean? Because like you cover anything up just by putting Snopes right there.
Hey, it was an Epstein Island. It was
the accusation. Anybody can make an accusation. So just because he has an accusation on there doesn't really mean that he actually did it.
True, but it was an Epstein Island type thing. I think that was directly tied to Epstein Island. And we see all the pictures of Trump with Epstein, right? So I don't
know. Epstein thing. I don't buy that shit one bit, bro. I think Epstein was a patsy, bro.
I agree, and I think he was also let out of jail, and he's still alive. I don't think that he was. I think the Epstein Island shit probably happened for sure. I don't think that was just a fake thing like that. It was, I mean, obviously, it's going down still. In fact, what's his name? The guy that went to space, the Virgin Records guy. He's got an island of his own that's like the A-list. Same thing, Epstein Island. So you think it was just a coincidence that grab him by the pussy was given to us and made a big controversy of it, and then he was elected, and then we had women flooding the streets of New York with pussy hats on? You don't think they were being set up to be wearing pussy hats? You think it was really just about owning your body rather than actually a psyop?
Yeah, it was a direct response to Donald Trump. Basically, that quote.
Yeah, that's what we're told. Donald Trump's up in his hotel there, looking down at all the pussy hats, laughing his ass off.
Yeah, I'm sure I would have been. Yeah. Actually, that happened to me, dude. When I was doing a hackathon in Austin, and I went down to the car to, like I was in the middle of Congress, like in the middle of the city. And I went down to my car to put some money in the meter or whatever, and when I went back down there, the whole street was flooded with women wearing those hats, and there's kids in there too. But like in Austin, I guess there's a law where you don't have to. It's not illegal for a woman to wear to be topless. So there's like a bunch of topless women too. I'm like, what the fuck's going on, dude?
Yeah, it was all psyop. It was all psyop to get women to act out as if they're standing up for themselves, but really they're just owning their bodies, which got conflated with being overly sexualized, which is what our country's trying to promote rather than actually fix in any way. And you have Madonna standing up as the spokeswoman for them all, talking about blowing up the White House.
What she said
on national TV. Yeah, she said that.
What was this?
She was baiting those people to act out the same way, but she has the pass and they don't.
Oh, you talking about during that like the pussy hat thing of the Women's March?
Yeah, during the whole
who's that? What was that? The redheaded lady. I forget what her name is. But anyways, yeah, she like had like a like his head like cut off or whatever, like an effigy or whatever. It's kind of weird.
Yeah,
I was always weird to do that to like the president. You know what I mean? To
oh yeah,
not to sort of open threats or whatever.
Right, exactly. You can't do that. You threaten the president, you go to jail, supposedly, right? Like LSC supposedly went to jail for threatening Obama and Trump.
No, I mean
supposedly he died in jail. That's what they say. And there's actually reports of it actually happening, supposedly.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying that they used to burn politicians in effigy. You know what I mean? So it's like there's a history during campaigns for
in other countries.
Huh?
Not usually within the same country. But didn't it become a federal crime to threaten the president?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. I don't think that she got in trouble though. I don't know if she got in trouble.
Madonna? No, of course she didn't get in trouble. She was supposed to.
Didn't Lord Stephen Christ get in trouble for that?
That's what I said. LSC went to jail for that, supposedly for Obama and Trump, and died in jail. Supposedly, but there's actually reports. You thought I was talking about Madonna? No, I was talking about LSC. He threatened the life, supposedly, of the president.
Didn't you say Madonna?
No, I said Madonna threatened to blow up the White House in that speech that she gave.
Oh yeah, right.
Nothing happened to her, of course, because she's part of the world stage.
Wait, what did exactly the LSC say though?
I don't know. There's extra. Just look it up. I don't know exactly what he said, but
I'm just wondering because it must have been bad enough to warrant the.
I thought that was fake, but I guess there's real reports. I thought that was a fake thing. I don't know why. It didn't make any sense. Like, why would he threaten the life of a president if he's worried about the shape of the earth? Like, he should see through the whole act of the president being an actor.
Yeah, but he must have said something serious, dude. If he really got taken away.
Exactly. It just makes no sense. He doesn't come off as like the radical, like, just gonna go kill people type person.
Well, didn't he have
he's trying to be like a cult leader, right? It's weird.
Didn't he have a mini cult?
Yeah, supposedly.
And usually,
I only saw a few of his followers online, but they didn't seem like very smart or very many. But yeah, that whole thing was weird. He died recently too, supposedly. I don't know. It's weird. That guy was weird. He was weird for sure. He was smart though. That didn't make any sense that he would just go like threaten the president and then get put back in jail for the same thing again. It's just stupid.
How long was he in jail for?
Like for the last 10 years. Most of the last 10 years, it seems like.
10 years? No way.
Well, yeah, he was on and off for the last 10 years. He got out and then it was like 3 years. I don't know. I wasn't keeping track of the dude really, but it seems like he was in jail for a lot of the time I knew about him for the same exact thing. For the same exact stupid thing, like threatening the president is the worst. It's stupid to begin with because, like, you're gonna do it, and like to make a threat is stupid, especially if you're not gonna do it. And if you're gonna do it, like, even if you were to kill him, you know he's just a puppet, so it doesn't really change anything. Especially if you're smart enough to realize they're lying to us about the shape of the Earth. So none of that made any sense.
Well, I don't. Yeah, typically. Okay,
The last part kind of went off rails. Yeah.
So I typically wouldn't want to be around. Like if somebody was doing that, I wouldn't even be associated that somebody was making those sorts of threats because I don't want to mix up with them. But at the same time, at the same time though, what are the odds that like? I think that the only if that is true that he actually got picked up, I think it's because he was like a cult leader. You know, I think it's different for somebody who's got like some sort of influence like that. That the government already has an eye on you. You know what I mean? So if you make a kind of threat like that, I think they're already, you know, observing you or whatever.
Maybe, but he didn't really have that big a following, I don't think.
I mean, he called himself.
I think a lot of these cult leaders shit. I think a lot of the cult leader stuff's fake too. Like, I don't know about all of them, but like a lot of them are just a way of criminalizing and making the idea of having a off-grid community seem like a criminal thing, or to make people like very weary or scared of that idea, because that's like you're not participating in the system. They want to make it seem like all cults and all communes are bad things. There was even with the drinking the Kool-Aid, the Jones massacre.
Oh, yeah,
there was some weird CIA shit going on in there too.
Yeah, but you know,
agent provocateurs.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. I've actually never heard about that. But I never heard of agent provocateur. Because then they all took the cyanide stuff. But what was I to say? Oh yeah, I think the Ruby Ridge and Waco thing in the '90s was kind of like a big shift in you know, that sort of authority, where you're not basically there's not going to be anyone who's going to be allowed to live off the grid. You know what I mean? Like not in a meaningful way.
Yeah, they really it definitely, whether any of them were real or all of them were fake, doesn't matter. They demonized the idea, made people scared of it.
Like, you think it might not have been real, like Waco or whatever?
I think a lot of them might have been not real, or just at least agent provocateurs creating it, so that would be you know, the effect it has on the public's mindset is more important than anything, right? I mean, if people were like commune friendly, and we had like, you never see a report about a good commune where people were actually getting along and doing a good thing and being sustainable and not dependent on the government. If that ever happened, they wouldn't report that, because they would give people that idea that to do the same thing. There's no love your neighbor stories really in the news. It's all about one neighbor killing another for some racial thing.
Yeah, but that's what I mean is like David Koresh. I mean, you could say what you want, like what they like with the guns, and I think there was also rumors if he was with an underage wife or whatever. But
sure. Well, that happens. That happens. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, because
I'm saying that I don't know why the government like. That basically was like a peaceful commune, other than if, you know, if unless those things were true, like that could have honestly worried the government. But even still, if they're selling guns or something like that, you know, you just check them out and see if they're, you know, to a family or whatever. I feel like no one's allowed to live like that anymore.
Right. See the effect it had?
Not in America, at least. There's a dude who lives like that in Australia. And they call him like the Jesus. Wait, is that Australia? I think it's in Russia. I think they call him like the Russian Jesus or something. Hey, are you still there, Jeremy? If you are still there, dude, the reason I was trying to get your attention earlier, I know you wanted some tips about upland or whatever. Actually, right now, as a new person, there's land in Las Vegas. I would definitely fucking purchase some. You don't have to purchase it. It's basically free if you're new. But that land's gonna be worth that property's gonna be worth loads here pretty soon when they open up the casinos and stuff. Like people will pay huge money for some of those properties. Going gems.
You in the world of playing artists.
Nothing's driven you, is it? Yo, why stay quiet?
What up?
Nothing.
Fucking slow night tonight, huh, guys? It's amazing. It goes from being absolutely insane, uncontrollable mayhem, bedlam, and then fucking nothing. Crickets. Everyone always wants to all talk at the same time. Extremistus, what's the formula for momentum?
It's all kinds of complicated.
Light is a weird thing, I give you that.
Where's everybody been?
I don't know.
It's weird. There's usually people around.
It goes through that ebbs and flows or something. What do they call it?
And yes, light is weird. But we still have a pretty good idea of how it works.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, we have a lot of practical applications that rely on our principles and understanding and engineering.
Yeah. That's how we're communicating right now, right? Aren't they sending light packets of information through light or something? Through the undersea cables?
I mean, that's what fiber optics are. That's actually kind of what I do, a little bit.
Yeah, when are they going to get faster internet? Why is there still lag? Why does lag even exist still?
Because the speed of light has a maximum.
Yeah, but bro, it's like fucking 100 million miles a second or some shit. There should be no lag.
Actually, the biggest contributor to lag is actually the equipment, the processing of the signal. When you're converting, you send the signal, but you got to have routers and switches on each end that actually translate the signal into something the computer can recognize.
So it could be a go-between, like Discord's routers or whatever. It could be the thing causing lag, or my router, or your router, or your internet service provider's equipment and shit. Is that where it's from?
Yes, that's a possibility. Yes.
No doubt. Heads better fucking upgrade. I'm sick of this lag bullshit. Even though I came up off a 56K modem, I shouldn't be complaining.
I never use a wireless connection. Everything that I do is hardwired, unless I'm moving around. But in my house, besides my cell phone, every computer, every laptop is hardwired.
Yeah, that's the way to go. Those Ethernet wires are fucking dope. It always works better on the Ethernet cable.
The hardwired connection is always faster and less susceptible to interference. It doesn't drop as often. For a little while, I had my work computer on the wireless, and I mean, it works fine. But some of the work applications that I use are constant connections. So even if the connection drops even for half a second, then the application drops, and I have to re-sign in.
That split second, yeah.
You know, and most of, I mean, normal stuff, you know, a little short lag spike here or there doesn't make any difference. I mean, gaming it might, but web browsing, email, Discord, even phone calls, if you're calling on the internet, you know, little short things don't matter that much.
I can't remember what game we were playing. I think it was SOCOM for the PlayStation 2. It might have been Call of Duty. I'm not sure. It was one of them. It might have been Halo. I don't know. It was one of those shooter games. But my friend had a lag switch, right? It was this thing you could step on, and it would lag you out just enough.
Hate that guy.
To where the I hate that guy too, right? Just enough, and he was nasty too. He was like almost as good as I am. I'm like, dude, why are you doing this? He's like, it just gives me that, like, it makes me like it made him unstoppable pretty much, because you know he'd be fucking. He'd see someone, and if he got hit once, he would just hit the lag switch, and then you could find the person and unhit it before they even knew what happened.
Yeah, you have to throw a grenade ahead of his ass and then shoot him once, let him lag, and then try to get away and run into the grenade.
Bro, I got banned in one game, Half-Life, Team Fortress Classic, TFC. I got banned for throwing grenades. I was so nasty with at the game, period. They were like, stop spamming grenades. I'm like, dude, grenades are in the game. Do you want me to not use grenades? I'm like, that's not even fair. They're like, yeah, but you can't throw it if you don't see someone. I'm like, yeah,
I know where you're
gonna be though.
Yeah, I know where you're gonna be.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's all fair, dude. I don't understand that shit. It's not like I'm tubing.
Yeah, I don't. They were.
I mean,
dude, they were
I don't
bugging
tube
because I
on.
would just.
I don't tube on little maps anymore. You know.
Oh, those tubes were ridiculous. The game would start and half their team would die instantly, if not more. I used to roll with a 6 squad in Call of Duty, and dude, these people were just filthy. Like, as soon as the map started on a small map, they had no chance. All you would see is just tubers flying through the air.
Yep.
Like, people didn't even have a chance. It got hard for us to even fight. Like, they would see a clan tag on the same side, and just people like wouldn't want anything to do with us. I'm like, guys, we got to switch our tag. I'm like, who cares about the tag? We all know we're rolling together. Fuck this clan tag shit.
Yeah, because that was like scaring the shit out of people. I remember that.
Yeah, before, like, no one wants to go into a room with just random fucking dudes that suck against fucking a team of people that are just filthy.
And you don't hear them talking.
Yeah, they're not communicating or nothing. Our guys are like, yo, he's over there. He's on the ramp on the other side of this wall. You know, we're like communicating hardcore. And other teams, like, just.
Well, that's why you die. You don't talk, you die. I remember I used to run Ninja, so I wasn't talking much. I still break out the Call of Duty every once in a while. I mean, for 10 minutes, though. I can't even do more than 10, 15 minutes. One round.
Bro, it's so repetitive. I used to play that shit all the fucking time, dude, and it's just the same thing over and over. Sniper in the window, cook the grenade, blow the sniper up. The guy's coming around a corner, shoot him. Like, it's just the same thing over and over again.
It is. I test my reflexes, though, still.
Like, yo, if you could level your guy up, I'm like, you got to be able to level your guy up. Let me run faster. Let me take more damage. Let my bullets do more damage. Like, let me level something up so that I'm, like, working towards something. Because when the game resets, you're just back to square one, basically. You know what I mean?
Everybody, like, they got these kids hooked on trying to buy fucking fake outfits for the. I'm like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, who cares what color skin your fucking gun is? Go ahead, buy the neon green fucking and orange fucking gun skin so I could spot you dumb easy from across the whole map.
I know.
There are some first person games that actually have skill trees and level up and, different levels of experience. Borderlands comes to mind.
Yeah, that's what you need is a fucking skill tree. I need to be able to run faster, jump higher, do more damage, take more damage, something.
You ever play Borderlands?
No.
It's like that. I mean, it's kind of like it's a first person version of Diablo. Where you have the little bosses, and then you kill them, and then you kind of get different, equipment from the bosses that's kind of color coded according to how good it is, and then you have your skill trees, and you have your different abilities and things, and you have your kind of you can shoot, but you have kind of a secondary ability that you can. Each class has their own secondary skill.
Bro, Diablo 3. I used to play Diablo 3. It felt like it didn't even feel like it was like an RPG. It felt like I was racing my own team.
I did not get into Diablo 3. I did the first two. I did the third one, and then I'm like, I mean, you were mentioning about how it's so repetitive. The third one is more of the same. It doesn't do anything different, better graphics.
Yeah, it was crazy repetitive. I don't mind the grind. I don't mind the grind and the repetitive shit if I'm building towards something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna just sit there and do repetitive shit all day if I'm not like actually building or, my guy is getting stronger or some shit.
Well, that's how Borderlands is like that. I mean, you have your different abilities, and then you can get your different guns, and some of the classes are better with snipers, some of them are better with machine guns. Some are better at melee combat. I mean, it's kind of customizable that way. It's a good game. I played World of Warcraft for probably, I don't know, 6 or 7 years. I spent a lot of time on that game.
I never once played that game.
Well, that one got to the point where it felt like it was a second job, because there's, you have these different skills and stuff, and some of them would reset every, 8 hours. There was a lot of them that would basically 24 hours was pretty typical on a lot of things. So you would log in once a day, and you would do all of your different things that would reset. You could craft different items.
It sounds so destructive, man, for your real life.
It was terrible. I mean, I didn't, the first few years. First of all, I was, I didn't have much of a job, and I kind of one of those living at home things, and so it was really the only way I had to pass the time. And then once I got a real job, I kind of trimmed down on the game, didn't play it as much, and then it turned into a second job, and it just wasn't any fun anymore.
Yeah. Growing up sucks.
I hate responsibility. It sucks when life gets in the way of fun.
The delicate balance.
We had a lot of the people that were in my guild and clan or whatever for World of Warcraft were from kind of the Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana area, kind of South Central. And so we had this get together of like, 20 or 25 people at one guy's house in Dallas. And people from all over Houston and Oklahoma City and Tulsa. There was a few people from Dallas. And so we would run this raid, There's like 10 of us, and we're all in the same house. And of course, normally you run it, you're on Discord or whatever, and you got your voice chat and you're kind of coordinating. And you would think that 10 people in the same house could coordinate pretty good. Nope, not at all. It was a complete disaster. I mean, there was always somebody up and, getting something to eat or drink or, turned around talking to somebody behind them and not paying attention I mean, it was, normally we would do this dungeon or whatever in like 3 hours. And I mean, it took like 5. It was awful.
What did you do, Bandy? Cleared him out again.
What's going on? Boom. Hello. Oh, what the fuck is going on?
Bandsaw robot. What's up?
Oh man. Hello. Am I coming through? What the?
You're breaking up, mate. Sort of cutting off the end of your words.
Oh. Am I still roboting? Hold on. Boom. Test.
Yeah, we'll run with that. Blame the weather.
Am I back?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn. Whoa, what happened there?
Where?
Here. There. It's
Well,
quiet
I
as.
don't know. You destroyed it. You come in and everyone cleared out.
Really? Damn.
Oh, I
I
think
came
so.
in and there was no one here. I'm here now and there's at least 4, so
I think they heard you coming.
I think there's something I think there's something big over in 24/7 at the moment, apparently going on.
Do you know what it is?
Something don't know, I left that server bloody years ago, so I can't even go there if I wanted to, but Whitset and QE are over there taking on someone apparently. Yeah. But who it is, I've got no idea. Absolutely no idea. But it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what? A very interesting proposal has been proposed, right? And it actually, well, kind of like makes a little bit of sense. How you would go about demonstrating it on a larger scale. Well, that's the $64,000 question, I suppose. But if you were to get a box, 2 boxes, or just 1 box, and you set it up perfectly plumb, all right? So the top of that box is perfectly horizontal and plumb. Okay.
Yep. I'm with you so far.
Cool. Now,
Hang on. We should probably clarify. Is that in the center? We're talking in the center point.
Yes, in the center
Yeah,
point,
cool.
right? So anyway, it doesn't matter how big this box is. It could be, I don't know, a square kilometer or a square inch, but we can go with whatever size box that we want, as long as it's perfectly plumb and horizontal on the top of it. Right? Now you move away from that box, okay, and on a horizontal surface. Now, on a horizontal surface, if you move away and you raise yourself up in elevation, right, what you can do is see the top of the box. All right. So, whether that's an inch away, a mile away, 3 miles away, you go up perfectly plumb, you can see the top of that box. Okay. Do this same thing, right, on a curve, right? You set up your box exactly the same way. It's perfectly plumb and horizontal, and you move a distance away, and from your vantage point, right, you also are going up perfectly plumb. Okay, that box is always tilting away from you. You're tilting away from it, and you can't see the top of the box or the top of the building, for argument's sake, because it's always tilting away from you.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think you're right. I just have to think, like, try and visualize it a bit more for a bit, because I think it would be based a bit on scale as well. Surely.
Well, you can. Well, the beauty thing about it, right? You can demonstrate it on a smaller scale. Okay, you can demonstrate this on a smaller
Sure.
scale. Okay,
Definitely.
demonstrating it on a demonstrating it on a larger scale. Well, I suppose yes, I can see your concerns. Where how do you demonstrate this on a larger scale? But the beauty thing about anything that is plumb and horizontal, we can demonstrate all these things on a smaller scale without question, repeatably, measurably, quite easily. We can do all these things on a smaller scale. Now, you do it on a smaller scale in a globe scenario, boom, it's debunked straight away. Debunked straight away on a smaller scale. Can't do it. It is absolutely impossible. So, and that's the first part of the equation right out there. They can't even demonstrate it on a smaller scale, let alone a larger scale. Whereas the horizontal plumb smaller scale version can be demonstrated. You are unmuted, Brenda. Hopefully you're in a... If that's what you've just DM'd me. Yeah, you are unmuted, Brenda. So hopefully you're in a good mood today. Already done. If you can hear me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Brenda. You're welcome. So yeah, that's the beauty about it. Why, like, this can be demonstrated on a small scale, right? So we know the globe can't demonstrate this particular, or replicate this particular experiment on a small scale. Bang, it's debunked straight away, instantaneously. Actually, very, very, very easily debunked. Now
But the
scaling
thing-
this up on.
I was just going to say, the thing that the ball always has on their side is that the size of the ball is just, the nature of it is such that these things can't be tested and only calculated. And then when they calculate them, it works in their favor, of course. So
can't be tested.
Well, their calculations would also fail trying to calculate this particular idea, right? It would also, like, the calculations would
run through it again for me. I reckon I've got a slightly wrong vision in my head of it. Just run through it again for me so I can visualize it.
Okay, you have a perfectly square box, right? Perfectly square in every single dimension, absolutely perfect, right? And you put it in place. A cube, yep, a cube. Sorry, not a square, a cube. Yep. Or it could be a rectangular cube, whichever way. But we'll just go with a cube, okay? Now, that cube is set perfectly plumb and horizontal. So plumb from the center, but horizontal across the level surface in spot.
Yep.
Okay. Right where it is. It is perfectly plumb. It is perfectly horizontal. Right. Now, you walk away, drive away, fly away, whatever it is, you get some distance between you and that cube. Now you, from wherever you are, right, move up perfectly plumb. So you go up vertically, perfectly plumb, right?
Yep.
So to your location. So you have the box that is plumb in its location, and you are plumb in your location. Okay. And then
just
from
quickly,
your
is the box my eye height?
Well, the box can be your eye height. Yes, we can have it at your eye height. All right.
Does it go up with me as I go up? Or does it stay at my height while I go up?
Yeah, no, it stays exactly where it is. It does not move. All right.
Okay.
Now, as you go up, right, you can look at this box, right, and you will see the top of the box. All right. You will see you will see the top of it. Okay. Now, this can be demonstrated on a horizontal plane, right? Quite easily, right? It's quite easily done. Now, if you do the same thing, okay, on a curved plane or a spherical plane, but we'll use curved, right? So you set, or on Earth, as they say, but their plumb, right, is plumb, and it goes straight up, right, which is to the center of the Earth. Okay. Now you go up plumb from where you are, right? So now those two plumbs are diverging. All right. So you are going away from each other. You are leaning away from each other. But what you can't do, right, as you go up, because the box is leaning away from you, you can't see the top of the box because it is leaning away from you. And the further you go up, the further away you get from the box, and you can't see the top of the box.
Yeah, that's wrong.
No, it's not. Why is it wrong, Brenda?
Yeah, because you can get high enough to see the top of the box.
Mm.
Yeah, you can. It would just be
No.
angled, it would just be angled away from you.
The higher up you go, the further away you get from the box. So the angle gets greater and greater the higher up you go.
No, you would be able to see the top of the box. There are some positions where you would never be able to see the top of the box. For instance, if you were antipodal to the box, right, you would never be able to see the top of it.
No, you don't have to be antipodal for this. This has been done.
Yeah, but
I would drop the video, but I can't drop the video because it has some language in it that's not suitable for people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
So if it's
So
only
is the observer restricted from looking down?
No.
I shall hold on. What I'll do, White, I shall
You just gave me an idea, Bandsaw.
Yeah, yep.
So now what we do is we make a straight box. We make it 500 feet long, right?
Uh-huh.
And we put every 10 feet, or let's say every 20 feet, we nail like a cross tie, like a railroad, right? We do it perfectly straight and horizontal, okay? And then we go away straight and horizontal, and we make it like 20 foot off the ground, right? We back away from it about 3 miles, right? or 4 miles or whatever, and we raise up, and if we can see every fucking cross beam at once, we're on a globe. If we can only see the first, because this is a flat box, so if we only see the first cross ties until we go higher, then that's showing perspective on a flat plane. So in other words, in their world, once you get high enough, you see every one of them. Okay. In a flat world, we would see just the first couple because of perspective, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, something like that.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Perspective,
So what I've
perspective works flat and global.
Just 2 secs, Brenda. White and Brian, I've shared both with you a video that kind of shows this. So it only goes for about a minute.
I perfectly understand what you're saying, man. But are you talking about doing that on a small scale, like or on a regular scale?
Well, it's already been done on a small scale, right? Which is the video that I've just sent you. Okay, so now
Roger
doing
that.
this on a large. So then how do you then do it on a larger scale is probably the question to upscale this. But doing it on a small scale can definitely be demonstrated. Now it's just upscaling this slightly.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to do it on any scale. It's just a simple thought experiment. So if the box was at the north,
Stop, Brenda.
If the box was at the North Pole and you moved away from it all the way to the equator, then there's no height that you would get at where you could see on a globe Earth. There's no height that you would get to that you could see the top of the box. But if it's less than that, then I think that there is a height at which you could see the top of the box.
See, this is the problem with the globe. Everything is just a thought experiment and nothing in reality. Whereas this can be demonstrated in reality, Brenda. It can be demonstrated.
Yeah,
all right, and this is what we need to be doing.
It's a really simple thought experiment. You have the top of the box, and if you move away from it, even on a globe Earth, you're going to be moving away from it at an angle. But there's going to be a height or a distance at which you'll be able to look down and see the top of that box. You might be in orbit. You might be beyond the moon or even, but you'll be able to see the top of that box.
No.
If you're going back away from it, he just demonstrated it in the video. Yeah, I've seen that before. I heard him describe it before. And that's they don't understand that, man. It's the weirdest thing that they don't understand that. If you're far enough away, going up is going away.
That's what I was talking about.
You never change your angle. Just from going high, you don't change angle, right?
No, the scale's all wrong.
I did mention the scale. Right. I did mention that.
Can you give me a link, Bandy?
It's 110 kilometers for 1 degree on the ball. So for starters, at that distance, 1 degree, you're certainly going to see it. And you're not even going to see the box, are you? So to try and do it so close where you can actually see the box and whatever, like it's going to be so much less than a degree.
Yeah. If I do give it to you, Terry, you can't share it with anyone, okay?
No, that'd be right.
Yeah. Cool, man.
I'm allowed to take screenshots of things that are in it, though.
No.
You can't do that?
No, you can't.
For personal use later on?
So, do I have your word, Terry?
Well, what is it? Doxing someone, or is it someone else's video?
Well, it's someone else's video, so I don't. And yeah, so yeah, you know the person.
It's somebody else's personal video. It ain't like a YouTube video.
Yeah, it's not it's not a YouTube video, Terry. Is all.
Okay then. Okay. So we can discuss what we see in it, but we can't show it. Okay.
Oh, now we can. Yeah. He said it's okay to discuss
Looks to
it.
be on a personal drive, so yeah, certainly don't share it.
Yeah, exactly right. So, got your word, Terry?
Yeah, we can discuss it, but we can't We can't show it.
Yeah, you can't show anyone. You can't take any screenshots. All right. Then.
Right.
Cool. There you go, buddy. All right.
So if the cube is at the North Pole, and I go to Australia, no matter how high I go, I will never be able to see the top of that cube. But if I'm relatively closer, like say 100 miles away, then there is a height at which I will be able to see the top face of that cube.
Jim Panda thinks it matters how high you go. Object. Fucking ball. Beer.
You hot micing, Terry.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it's just common sense, right? So if the box is at the North Pole and I move 100 miles away, right, then there's a point at which once I get high enough, I can see the top of the box. I look down and I can see it because I'm way, 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 way up in the air.
You have to be at a wide enough viewing angle to make out the plane of the box. If you're at too narrow of a viewing angle or not high enough off of the box, you're not going to see the top of the box. You need to be at a certain threshold to make out a 2D image of the plane of the top of the box. You need to be at a wide enough viewing angle.
We're just assuming that I have a perfect telescope that would enable me to see it no matter how far away I am. We're not worried about like atmospheric conditions or whether or not my eyes can see it or not. It's just a geometric relationship. If I'm above the plane of the top of the box, then I can see it.
But you need to be at a wide enough viewing angle. And as we know from realistic drawing being a thing, Brenda, the eye basically sees in 2D planes. So just like logically, you need to be at a wide enough angle above the top of that box to make out the top plane of that box. You need to have a wide enough viewing angle on any 3D object to make out a 2D image up and off of the surface that doesn't look like a line or something that's just simply merged with the surface.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if I'm above the plane of the top face of the box, then I can see it. And viewing angle is irrelevant. Wide angle is irrelevant. If it's far away, that's irrelevant.
To make an angle, you need to be above the object and have an angle down to the object that is wide enough or up to the object that's wide enough to make out a 2D image. Otherwise, nothing is resolved. All you see is an unresolvable line or nothing at all that's just merged with the surroundings.
Well, if I see just a line, then I am level with the top face of the box. But I'm assuming that I am not level with the top face of the box. I am above that level line. So therefore I can see it. I don't know why you push back on this because it's just fairly simple. It's really simple. It's not at all profound or anything.
I agree, Brenda.
Right. And if I'm in Australia and it's on the North Pole, then there's no way that I could ever see the top of it if I'm just going in a straight line away from the plumb.
Eventually, the box gets far enough away from you to the point where it just merges with the surroundings and you can't tell what you're looking at.
Yeah, I'm just assuming, for the sake of argument, that isn't an obstacle. I have an infinite telescope. I have infinite binoculars.
Well, with the limit of the resolving power of the binoculars, there's going to be a limit past which you can't resolve anything anyway, even though it's right there. Eventually, you're just going to see unresolvable lines and unresolvable images.
So practical considerations are not relevant. This is purely a thought experiment. And the question is, can I get above the plane of the top face of the box? If I'm below the equator, then no, right? But if I'm not, if I'm only, say, 100 miles away on the curve of the Earth, right? It's gone below the curvature of the Earth. It's obstructed by the curve of the Earth. Nevertheless, as I gain altitude, right, going plumb in a straight line, that box will come into view. And then as I gain further altitude, then I will be able to see the top face of that box.
It's obstructed by what's going on in the foreground, not the curvature of the Earth, Brenda. If you look at a bunch of columns, the columns in the foreground that go away in series, one after the other, the ones in the foreground will appear to obstruct the ones in the background, even though really there's physically no real obstruction beyond that. And the stuff that's really close to those columns, say 2 inches away from the columns that are lined up, will appear to fade behind or go behind the columns in the foreground, even though there's physically no real obstruction. So the stuff in the foreground, the flat surface, is just being processed first beyond the unobstructed stuff in the background, but it's not going above or below Earth curve. It's just the stuff in the foreground is taking over what the eye interprets, and you're just not making out what's in the background, even though there's no physical hump of Earth curve obstructing anything. It's just perspective.
Right. So there is nothing in the foreground. There's just the box and me and the globe. And that's it. All of these that you're just being a contrarian, Lemon.
There's the surface. The surface that's closer to you will tend to be processed first and preferentially above the stuff in the background, even if it's not obstructed. And if that box goes far enough
that's
away,
not what
it
this
will
is
tend to
about.
merge into the surroundings.
You're just being a
This
contrarian.
is just about the plane. Yeah, seeing the top plane of that box. And the example given in that video, it was probably, 10 degrees or 20, I don't know, maybe not 20 degrees, but it was a much more degree angle than less than 1 degree like you get on the ball. What would we agree on? In the example, what do we think the angle was?
It looked more like 90 degrees at the equator with the box's angle.
It's a fair bit.
90? Shit. Okay, there you go.
It's a fair bit.
Because when he
that's the only thing I was
when he peered over the curve with the angle of the box, you could see on the side angle that it was a bit fairly vertical, so it looked more like nearly 90 degrees.
Yep.
Once you go beyond a certain angle of angular resolution, the stuff in the foreground and the surroundings tends to be processed preferentially compared to the object itself. The object itself is no longer visible, it's lost, and or it just fades into the surroundings, the background, or just isn't resolved as an image.
I would say it would be close to 90 degrees, I would say, probably. I'd have to re-watch it. It probably is close to 90, Terry.
Well, that's what we were saying. If it's at the equator and the box was at the North Pole, and you go vertically up from the equator straight up, you're still not going to see the top of the box. If it was at the North Pole.
He needs to do it on a.
Yeah, it looked like about a quarter of the globe, about a quarter of the globe, which kind of begs the question. It's interesting. Why I thought we'd see the top as you lift it up at that angle. It begs the question of what we're seeing on a globe. Kind of it kind of puts it in a fucked up perspective in my head.
Yeah, he needs to do it on a much lesser curve, like a lesser incline, so to speak. Say it. I don't know how you do it.
Well, he was bringing the camera over the curve to hide the box initially, but if he'd have brought the box around to him a bit further, as in 45 degrees angle, then it might have been different.
Yeah. But what he tried to do is lift the camera straight up plumb to where the camera was on the curve, so like towards him, round about. But to do it like to do it on a small scale, you'd have to do it on a small scale that is more representative of the scale that you can do it.
Well, you could just geometrically, you could just draw this in orthographic view on a piece of paper.
Well, yeah, do it like a blend. You could do it like a blender thing, I suppose, couldn't you? That's something for one of those blender people to do.
Yeah, well, orthographic's just 2D representation of what we're explaining.
maybe that's something for someone like Kosho when he's around.
We can break out the crayons.
Yep. Crayons in Blender. Way you go.
Did you hear Eggshells has confirmed the glow on the travel spandy?
He hasn't confirmed anything except scrambled eggs. That's all he's confirmed is scrambled eggs.
Scrambled eggs? I thought it was weighing stuff. Apparently things weigh more at different places, and that's because of glow.
Yeah, what a load of absolute cod's wallop.
You guys don't believe things weigh more? And then Egg got all upset about it.
Sorry, he got upset.
Yeah. Brian just wanted to see the proof. Where is it?
So you guys don't think
maybe
things weigh
filing a video?
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, Nate.
I was just asking if you guys think things don't have different weights in different places.
Due to gravity, 100% not.
I didn't say due to anything. I just asked if you think.
Yeah. The fact that things may weigh more at different places, yeah, that's a distinct possibility, Nate. I don't.
What do you think causes that?
Well, one could
buoyancy
be
density, mate.
Yeah, the one could be the medium in which they are being weighed. That could be one.
I go to you, player.
So, and that is the most logical conclusion, the medium at which they're being weighed in.
But what if the medium's the same? What if I weigh something on the ground at the North Pole and then I weigh it on the ground at the equator? It's in the same medium. Why would the weights be different?
Are they?
How would be verified what's underneath
Yeah.
it, Nate? How do you know there could be an iron body underneath one and not under the other? You can't verify any of these things you claim and believe.
Could you say that again? Wait, there could be a what?
There could be like an iron ore body or something underneath one and not the other that you don't know about. That's just throwing the scales off oh so slightly.
Well, why would the iron ore throw the scales off? What would the iron ore have to do with relative density? I would just say.
You would have an electrostatic component, firstly, number one, in there. So
what does electrostatics have to do with weight?
I could have everything to do with weight.
Really? How so?
I don't know. I'd have to do an electrostatic weight course at university to come to any conclusions.
It's like you guys just throw stuff out there and you hope something sticks, you know.
Really?
Oh, we hear all kinds of shit, bro. We hear that shit weighs different fucking everywhere, depending on the fucking minerals. That gravimeters or whatever show us different weights, fucking all kinds of random different places. Then we hear another bullshit argument that shit starts weighing less at the fucking equator. Mr. Drive and Survive did an experiment and showed it in fucking from same latitudes across the United States. Where shit weighed, where it varied, man. And with a good digital scale, man. Did it a few times in like Chicago. He went down south. He did it in Colorado. I forgot all the places, but he showed that it's shit varies a little bit from place to place. Period.
I don't know
If
what
you
you're
could weigh something in an evacuated Faraday cage, that'd rule out a couple of possibilities.
What? In a Faraday cage?
In
That's a good
an
idea.
evacuated Faraday cage.
Yeah.
So there's
Still doesn't take care of electrostatics.
and no, yeah. But you got to get rid of all the air and everything as well.
But if you are adding something to something and that Faraday cage being made up of metal itself, like you are adding electrostatics to the situation.
Well, yes, you are, Andy. You're right. I was just shooting some shit. That's all. Seeing if anything stuck, you know.
Yes, well, we just unstuck that one. They've got.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. I'll just go back off you.
All right. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. There we go, Terry. Terry got the crayons out. Boom.
What did Terry
Globe
do?
Globe debunked right there. Thanks, Terry.
What's that? What's Terry drawing? Tangents and
He's just debunked the globe. Right
but
there.
that looks like a globe though.
Yeah, yep. That looks like the globe debunked. Right there. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm showing the different. I'm showing that there's a line on top of the box, tangent to the box, and how far past that line you'd have to be, given the curvature of the Earth back to the equator, which is the line at the top. How far? Well, I couldn't draw the top line up where it's about 10 degrees off the equator. I run out of room. I should have drew a smaller circle.
Don't worry. Chad will get hold of that drawing and make it way more accurate, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I wanted to
I'm
continue
looking
that
at
arrow.
it right now, studying it.
Yeah, I wanted to continue that where that arrow's pointing up on the sideline, on top of the box going up. I wanted to continue that further out, so that the degrees of the lines coming off the equator, say.
Yeah.
Because the boxes say at North Pole, doesn't matter equator, North Pole either. It's at 90 degrees tangent to each other. So.
Yeah. So what happens if you made it at, say, a 45-degree tangent?
Well, that'd be the one in the middle, or near enough to the one in the middle line.
Yeah. So would you get a similar result? Not being
Well,
able
you'd
to
have
see
to be past. You'd have to be past that line where the arrow's on that line pointing up. You'd have to be past that line in height or in elevation to actually see the top of the box.
Yeah, which are you ever going to get there?
Well, that's pretty high up. You'd be past orbit, that's for sure.
You're near.
You'd be out near where Himawari is, nearly, or even closer.
Exactly. So.
But anyway, I don't even know what the conversation was all about, Bendy. So I just picking up on half of what you were talking about.
Oh, fair enough.
Himawari, that's in Gondor, isn't it? Or somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know how far that out is.
I don't know. It seems pretty damn conclusive to me. Pretty damn conclusive. Oh yeah, do another one at 45, Terry. See, it'll be the same. Let's not kid ourselves. What about at 10 degrees? Like really close at that first line. You're still not going to see. See what it works out there at the first line. I liked your little meme, FE, that you posted. Was it this morning or last night? In regards to America's immigration policy to NASA.
Oh, yes, the 1945 immigration visa issuing. Yes,
Yes, exactly.
the first time everyone's heard about Operation Paperclip, but that's the first kind of meaningful. Putting names to faces or numbers anyway. But pretty extensive program they were running, wasn't it?
Wasn't it, eh? And actually, when you see the way they actually put that meme together, it's just like, I don't know, because if the thought has been suggested to you, but like when you see, the paperclip, the snake tongue, all that sort of stuff as well, on top of everything else, it's just like, oh wow, like this seems pretty damn obvious.
Picture speaks 1,000 words, doesn't it?
Exactly, it does, mate. It does. Yeah.
We'll just brush over that because NASA's reliable and trustworthy. They wouldn't do anything untoward, I'm sure.
Yeah. I was going to make a comment under it. Someone commented underneath it in regards to what you in what you posted.
Oh, did they? I haven't even gone back. I didn't even have a look at it.
Yeah. He said, firstly, these people weren't this. Firstly, they didn't do that. Firstly, this would have happened to them if they hadn't have done this, that, and the other. And I felt like making a comment underneath it, like, you knew all these people personally. Like, you're not making many assumptions yourself, are you, with the comment that you've just posted? Like, you're assuming this, that, and the other with exactly what you've suggested with your comment to the pic.
Yeah, mate. You know what they say about leading a horse to water.
Oh, exactly right.
But some people should start a PR company. They can represent people like, Idi Amin and Pol Pot. Is that Chinese fellow? Mao Zedong, I think he was another good one, wasn't he? Stalin.
Mm-hmm. What's interesting actually is Germany's interest in Antarctica. Like, they have a lot of interest down there. They really, really do.
Penguins, mate.
Oh, of course. Yep. With all their search for the vril and all this sort of stuff.
I know. I watched some Hollow Earth stuff maybe 12 months ago, and that went right into the vril and the Nazis looking for entrances to Hollow Earth. Supposedly one in Antarctica, supposedly another one in Tibet or somewhere. Apparently Hitler and the Nazis went across the Himalayas into Tibet looking for the entrance to Hollow Earth.
Yep.
North Pole was another one. Like it just like someone's either made all this shit up in their imagination or something's going on. I don't know.
Well, I don't know because I've seen a couple of things and I've read a few articles in regards to the vril, and there seems to be a little bit out there. Like, it doesn't seem to be hidden at all. And
I know.
All the reports that I've read indicate that the Germans spent more on the quest for the search for the vril than they did on World War II in its entirety. Like, these sort of things, you just go, damn. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know, obviously, if it's true or not. But they're definitely.
I don't know if you. Sorry, man. I don't know if you know. Like, they had the Germans had what effectively looked like the stealth bomber back in the 40s, I think. With some weird anti-gravity machine. Apparently. It looks like a Dalek almost. Looks like a bloody Doctor Who Dalek that spins around.
Yes.
There's There's more of interest than people bother to look into.
Exactly. And what I found interesting about the quest for the vril and the secret societies surrounding it, the secret societies are the only secret societies recorded that were actually headed up by women, which I thought that was very interesting as well.
Yeah, I was going to mention to you there was some Sheila, I used to know her name, I can't remember it now, who was right up the top of this vril hunt, and the vril thing was also linked in with Hitler's Aryan, the so-called Aryan race was something to do with.
Yep. Like the brightest, the strongest, the purest of them all, type of thing.
Type of thing, yeah.
Yep. So it is
And
definitely
it got caricatured as the blue-eyed blonde hair. That's what everyone knows it as. But I think there's a bit more to it than that.
Oh no! I think I don't think the whole blue-eyed blonde hair really was the crux of it. What I think is probably more realistic.
It was a blood thing as well. I think something to do with the bloodline,
And I just think they were in search of making like the perfect human being in every way, shape, and form. I think that's.
And mate, if they just waited, Bandy, in 1965, I came along. So
exactly.
they'd only waited 20 more years, they could have found them.
That's right. And me myself, mate, done
Years
my
later,
bit too. Yeah, bred my perfect little race as well.
They have this technology though, man. Think about this though. Think about if you take a piece of paper that weighs about 1.5 grams maybe, and you fold it into an airplane for aerodynamics, and you throw it about as hard as you can, it's going to go, fly whatever certain distance. Okay. Now take a fucking Frisbee that weighs probably about 5 or 6 ounces, like a big beach Frisbee, and put the same amount of force into throwing it, and it fucking weighs probably about 2,000 or 3,000 times more, and it just floats, and it just hovers. It's going to stay up in the air longer, and it's like now I think most of us have seen the primer field videos where they have he figured out the damn monopole magnets with the arrangement in the ceramics, and where dude, they if we can think of shit like that, they've got it. Anything we could think of, they've got teams of motherfuckers actually putting that into action, and they just got to figure out a way to keep the middle from spinning. And like I said, the primer fields pretty much solve that problem. So there's got to be something to the saucer shape, I think the Germans might have had figured that out. Who knows? But I think that's why they, that's why they're keeping us in this old ass paradigm of, over 100-year bullshit gravity that nobody could even agree on, and because they've got the real shit figured out, man. They're hogging the fucking technology.
Of course, Brian. It's just fancy Van de Graaff generators with a unique power source, and they just change their electric potential, and off they go. It's all very simple and been known about for a long time. They've just been hiding that ultimate fuel source that enables these things to occur. That's all. That shape, when you think about it, is perfect.
Yeah, look at that.
The pizza shape Frisbee.
Yeah, the Frisbee or the saucer, like the slightly coned top and bottom. Because chargers definitely like sharp edges. So you can certainly manipulate where you focus your charge and move that thing around.
So do you not think that they are hiding anything, Nate, from us? I notice your sarcastic kind of response there in the not everything, no, but just the important things.
Dude, we find out about shit 30 to 40 years after it's already been out, you know. And some of the shit we find out, you know, just only 10 or 20 years behind. But then other things we find out way late, you know. So, of course, I mean, there's no argument on whether they have technology that we don't know about. It's what is it, and how long have they had it, right?
So Nate, you don't think they're hiding secret technologies, secret arms, secret weapons, power sources, anything along these lines? You don't think they're hiding anything like that? 100% they're hiding secret weapons. Yep, most definitely. How can I show them to you? They're fucking secret. Jesus Christ. Show me these secret weapons. You absolute donkey.
Just use your imagination. Just use your imagination, and they've probably got it. That's the secret stuff.
Show me these secrets. Oh, that's gold. That is gold. That's all we use. Yeah, no, that's exactly what you'd want to reveal to the world. You know, a clean, easily made power source that is pretty much free. Yeah, that's exactly what you'd want to reveal to the world. I suppose that'd be my very first thing I'd want to do if I was Rothschild or Rockefeller or Blackmores or any one of these other people. That's the first thing that I'd want to do, reveal all these things to the world. Because I'm a philanthropist, right? I'm for the betterment of mankind. That's what I do.
Yeah, I wouldn't start with burning down the Wardenclyffe Tower. That would go against my philanthropic bone. So, don't know what happened.
Well, it's very interesting. Well, I was talking about some stuff, I think last week, Nate. I don't know if you were here, mate, but I was talking about a paint that a couple of Australian guys had invented. So once again, another Australian invention, which are obviously the best
Aussie.
in the world by far, exactly. And he invented a solar paint, and you paint this paint onto a surface, and it generates solar power. Right?
The graphene shit, that's right.
Yeah, remember that? And this was out there. This was out there, right? And this was going to revolutionize the world. It was a jaw-dropping moment on the program. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, right? Where's this paint gone? It's not out there. Like every single surface of every building, every rooftop, every car, every boat.
You know where it went?
I'll
tell you where it went.
Yeah, shelved.
It interfered with the 5G future and microwave shortwaves. That's what it did. They can't have everything covered in that because then the waves won't penetrate everything and they won't see shit.
Oh.
That would create a Faraday cage over everything, in essence. A very, very, very small millimeter, probably nanometer Faraday cage.
Yep. Yep. So there is the perfect example, Nate, where this technology isn't necessarily secret, right? Because it was out there, but it's definitely been held back and retarded, so it can't be.
Well, number one, we don't know if this technology was held back. You know, this paint does sound pretty cool, but why it's not out in the mainstream, you don't know. Number two, that isn't the claim you guys were making. You know, now you're going from, even though it's not a secret, it's being held back. You guys 5 minutes ago were talking about how things are secret, and my question is, if all of this hidden technology is a secret, how do you guys know about it? If you know about it, it's not a secret.
Because it's a
That's
secret.
that's the point.
Right?
That's the point I'm trying to make. You guys can't say there's all this hidden secret technology. If you know about it, then it's not a secret and it's not hidden.
It's common
That's the
sense.
only point I'm making. You know, that's what I find silly. I'm not saying that there's technology that they don't allow in the mainstream. I think we can all agree that there are certain types of technology they're not going to let you have at home. You know,
Yeah, but there's a difference between knowing the actual secret details versus picking up within the ether, picking up that it exists, that there is that secret there.
Yeah, and there's plenty of examples
You think
of
Bandsaw used the ether to pick up that there's secret hidden paint technology? Come on, Gio.
I'm not speaking for Bandsaw. That's an assumption. I was just speaking my words that I wanted to speak.
All right, so Bandsaw, how do you know about the secret hidden technology? Did you detect it in the ether?
No.
Or did you
I
read
didn't
it somewhere?
detect it. No. I didn't. No, it's common sense. It's common sense that things like weaponry, for argument's sakes, if we only want to talk weapons,
Exactly. Yeah,
right?
it's
So
common sense.
weapons.
It's a given. They're
So
not going to let you have dangerous weapons at home. That doesn't mean it's secret and hidden. It's just common sense.
most definitely, they are secret, and what they are developing now, right, is kept secret, right? And
All
released
right,
when
what
they
are they developing now?
when they want to release it. Things like computers or phones, for argument's sake, toasters, microwaves,
Secret
anything
hidden toaster?
fires. 100%. 100%. Do you think? Do you think that the computers that they release today, Nate, right, are the technology that they haven't already? It's already obsolete. The technology that they release to sell, that technology is already obsolete, right? So now that they've developed it, right, they've perfected it, they've put it in mass production. Now they have to sell it. They're already working on the next generation and the generation after it and the generation after that. But it's not out there in the public forum whatsoever. These things are worked on, right? We know this. This is just
But
common
Bansal,
sense.
that
It's
I totally
common.
agree with you on.
Yeah,
I
exactly
totally
right.
agree with you on that.
Exactly.
We don't
It
have
is
an argument on that. What
exactly.
I disagree with is the point you guys are making that these things are secret and hidden, but somehow you guys know about them. That's my argument. You know, this other stuff you were saying, I don't have an issue with that. I don't have
Okay.
an issue
All right.
with advanced technology they don't allow into the mainstream. We all know that these technologies exist. You know, we all know that, you know, at NASA and DARPA and whatnot, they're using, you know, things that we're only going to get in the mainstream 10 years from now. We all know that. But these things
Okay.
aren't secret and hidden. You know,
Most definitely. It is
that's the
common.
issue I have.
So you know what they're
It
You
is.
know,
working on,
you
It
Nate?
guys
is.
Do you
keep
know
on
what
It
they're
is.
saying
working on, Nate?
secret
It
and
is
hidden,
Or are they
but we know
secret?
about these things. Like that's the worst kept secret. Then you know
No.
that's all.
No.
That's all.
It is
That's
common
retarded.
sense capitalism. It is common sense capitalism 101. If they ain't going to make money out of you, if they're going to make less money, they're not going to release it. That's common sense capitalism
But
101.
I don't disagree with that, Bansal. You were right in
Okay.
saying that, but that
Of
is
course
not
I
the
am.
claim you guys were making 10 minutes ago. All
The
right,
claim,
will you
yeah,
acknowledge that? that what you were
claim.
saying now is
Same claim.
not what you were saying 10 minutes ago, Pencil.
The claim I made is that they have secret technology that they're keeping from us. Yes, 100%. That's the claim that I made, and I don't back down
But,
from that.
And you
one
agree
little
with
bit.
it,
but what
mate.
you're talking about now
100%.
isn't that secret
Right?
technology.
So now,
What you're talking about now is advanced technology they're keeping from us. We know
advanced
what the
Do you know about it?
we know what it
exactly
is.
right.
It's not secret.
So
It's
What
not
is it,
hidden.
Nate?
We just
What
don't
is it?
have it.
so
What is it, Nate?
so
Then tell us all about it. Come
For
on.
example,
If it's
the
just
computers they
advanced
use
and it's not
at
secretive,
NASA and DARPA, which is what Bansal brought up, those kind of computers we're not going to have in the mainstream for 10 to 15 years. And
no,
that
no, no.
Bansal and I
Hold on.
agree on. But Bansal and I know
he
about
changed
the
his words.
existence of these computers. We know they exist. They're not secret and hidden. They're just not accessible to the general public at large. But we know they exist.
I never brought up NASA or DARPA myself. I never brought these things up.
Yeah,
Didn't bring
I
them up.
brought up NASA, and
Okay.
DARPA. That was in response to you talking about advanced computers that they are using. I don't know who they is, but I'm assuming when you say they, you talking about NASA and DARPA type of organization. right?
I'm
All right, who is they?
I'm talking about anyone that has access to this advanced technology, not just NASA and
NASA and
DARPA,
DARPA
right?
would be part of anyone, though, right?
any okay, but I'm quite happy to include NASA and DARPA, but any
Okay,
capitalist
that's why I
organization,
included NASA
period,
and DARPA.
right?
That's why we
Right?
agree then. We agree, Benson,
And
that NASA and DARPA are part
yep,
of the anybody that would have advanced technology. We agree.
yep, and
So why are you
Apple
looking
do,
for a claim? We literally
Samsung
agree,
do,
Benson.
all these companies
Yes,
have advanced
Samsung,
technology
Google,
that is
Microsoft.
secret, that isn't being revealed, and we are kept from it until a particular time, right? That they can capitalize on it and use it in whatever form that they want to use it, right?
Exactly,
Whatever
Nate.
form.
Don't deny it. R&D
It's
is secretive.
100%. Exactly. We're not making an argument that you can actually dispute. You'd have to agree with our argument.
Please dispute it.
You can't.
Well, I want him to because it'll show how
You guys don't even know what your
intellectual
argument is.
dishonest he's being.
Because what you guys are saying now is not what you were saying 10 minutes ago. I've written down everything you said 10
Go
minutes
on.
ago. It's there in
Repeat it.
text
Repeat
chat.
it.
It's there in text
Repeat
chat.
it.
You can read it. I was
Okay.
quoting the stuff you guys were saying in text chat. It's there.
Okay. They're hiding
Yeah.
everything. No, not everything, no. And you guys think they are hiding secret weapons. Show
No,
me
no,
the
no. Read the stuff in quotation marks, man. So come on. That's the stuff you guys were saying.
okay. Secret
Yeah,
weapons.
they're hiding everything. They're hiding secret
course.
weapons.
Of course.
And I should just use my imagination to figure out what
Exactly.
the weapons are.
Well, exactly, right? If they're
Yes,
if they're
absolutely.
hiding secret weapons, so do you actually think that the US government ain't working on weapons that no one knows about? They haven't revealed them just yet, right? So you know that they are. They might not have perfected them, right? They might not be able to roll them out, but they are working on them, right? But they can't roll them out until they have perfected them, right? What they are, well, of course, you have to use your imagination to work out what they are. Everything I'm saying is actually fact. Can't be disputed. What I'm saying.
Yeah, but he's
No, no,
going to dispute it, which is fucking bullshit. That's really annoying, Nate.
I don't know why you're disputing it,
And
and
you guys just
make
being
out. Use your imagination like it's some sort of retort or rebuttal.
I was
Like,
very clear with what I said and what it is I'm disputing. You guys are
yeah.
just being silly now. You guys just want to start an argument for no reason.
Nate, come on.
Yeah.
Like,
I was
you
very
say,
clear on what my point and my stance is. You guys are just being silly now.
show me these weapons. How am I going to show you weapons that the US
It's all right, baby. He's trolling now.
military
He's
are
trolling.
working on? Like,
All
you
right, now
really don't
I'm
expect
trolling.
me. Yeah, come
Yeah,
on.
now I'm
Come
trolling.
on, mate.
Yeah.
You expect me to show you secret weapons, my friend? Come on, come on.
Now I'm trolling and being silly. Typical Australian type.
I never said that. I just said you expect me to show you
Yeah,
secret
your
weapons.
fellow countrymen over there did. That's what Australians always be doing. Just accuse people of trolling. Mm.
Oh, no.
Oh, you
But
got me
yeah,
breathing in
guys,
stag
these things
over
are not
here.
secret or
Oh
hidden. We
shit!
know about these technologies. They're just not available to the general public at large. The fact you guys know about these things proves they're not secret and hidden. That's all I'm
We
No,
don't
saying.
know about them.
we don't
We
know
don't
about
know
them.
about them. No one said we know about them.
Exactly.
Bansol
We're
is just
just
talking about this secret solar paint. What do you mean you don't know about it?
No, he didn't say it was secret at all. He said it was made
Then why
public.
did
It
he
was
bring
going
up
to
the
be
solar paint?
released.
No, I used it
What
as
was the
an
purpose of it?
example, right?
Of
How
secret technology?
that no technology that is out there that is somehow patents are bought and then shelved and kept a secret. So now it's no
What?
longer out there.
But
Exactly.
that's my point exactly. That is not the point you guys were making 10 minutes ago. The things that I have in quotation marks, that isn't what you guys were saying. You know, to
Alright.
bring up that paint is very different from the type of technology you and White were talking about earlier. You guys are talking
Well,
about super secret technology that's hidden from everyone. That paint,
well,
according to you, doesn't fall within that category.
well,
So
obviously
I
it's not
don't know
secret.
how that
I will
paint
agree
is an
with
example
you,
of what you
right?
guys were talking about. Thank
Hey,
you. Then I'm right. Then I'm right, Vansel, if you
no,
agree
no,
with me.
no, you're not right. I gave it as an example how technology is hidden, right? Now we might know about it, but the technology is hidden, right? It is filed away in a little manila folder in the back corner of a warehouse because a patent is bought and never to be seen the light of day again. But obviously, when you say, "Show me some secret technology," right, that they are hiding, the only answer I can give is use your imagination, right? Because if I actually knew about it, right, the secret, if I actually knew about it, right, well then obviously I can share the secret. It wouldn't be so secret, right? That goes without saying, doesn't it? Right? But to even
So
think to even think that there aren't things that are being worked on that are kept top secret and hidden from everyone at large, which you already agreed on in regards to weapons and stuff, mind you, right? In regards to computers and stuff like that, or phones and whatnot. You've already agreed to these premises anyway. So I think the victory once again is in our corner, and you're in your corner with your little spit bucket, feeling a little bit sorry for yourself, knowing that.
okay, Vansel, but somehow you're the one agreeing with me. All right, man. I'll be right back, though. Just
All
give me
right,
5
buddy.
minutes.
All right, man.
Go and cry in the corner, quick. No worries. Yeah. Poor night.
Damn.
Yeah.
In terms of that idea with the box, I was listening to parts of that. So maybe I didn't catch it all because I was in and out. I was driving and stuff. But is the idea there to build a massive box, like a square box building of some sort, or box in general, and then go very, very far away? And if you can see the top of it, then obviously it's not tilted away. So you're seeing it over a plane versus a globe. You wouldn't be able to see the top of it at a certain
Pretty
distance.
much. Sort of, Geo. Yeah. So on a globe, if you set that box at plumb and horizontal, the top of the box, and you get away from it, and you also too go up plumb on a horizontal plane, you will be able to see the top of that box, right? But on a globe or a curved plane, you and the box are going to be tilted away from each other, so you won't be able to see the top of that box. Well,
Curved
you
plane.
you
Bandsaw. Slap yourself.
Yeah, I know. That's basically the thought, Gio.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. That'd be awesome
Yeah.
to do. Now, do you think that the globe earthers would come up with a way that refraction explains that? It gets tougher because now it has to be not only refracting but tilting back towards you to even see the top of it.
Yeah.
Because on a globe, none of that light, even on their model, that's hitting the top of the building, that part that's hitting the top of the building that's tilted away from you wouldn't necessarily refract, even if the way they want to try to claim that it's bending, that you would still only be seeing the front face of that box.
I'm gonna share a video with you, Gio. I've just sent it to you in chat. It's from one of our favorite people. Excuse the language that's in the video. It only goes for a minute and a half, but it kind of demonstrates the concept on a small scale. But he demonstrates it right. You'll recognize the voice very, very quickly, mind you.
At 110 kilometers, though, Gio, remember the ball's only 1 degree. Like there's only 1 degree in 110 k's. So you've got to be miles and miles away. What is it? Fucking 69 miles from that box before it's even tilted away at 1 degree. I don't think there's an issue with the ball model personally with this.
Yeah, it would be tough to get that angle. I mean, unless the thing was huge. Unless it was just
it's always 1 degree. Yeah.
And at the end of the day, if nothing else, the theory is sound. Right? It is sound. It's a sound theory. Like you can't dispute geometry. That's exactly how it works. So he's spot on the money. Right? Now, how you do this on a larger scale and be able to demonstrate it, well, that's the $64,000 question, because obviously the answer to everything, on the globe, every possible answer is the number is really so big or so little. Right? This is the answer that always comes back. Right? The scale is just too
or it's so far away you can't see it.
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
Like spherical excess, same thing.
Exactly. So, but the principle, the geometry is very sound. Like you cannot dispute it. You cannot argue it at all. Right? It's spot on the money. It's spot on the money.
You would have to include a caveat though, like at a certain degree of separation, or you know what I mean, like because at 1 degree, yes, I very much dispute the geometry because the other person would be able to go up as far as they want, and the geometry would allow them to still see the top of the box, right? But it might get say that at 5 degrees, that geometry actually starts to come into play where, it actually doesn't matter how high you get, you'll never see the top of that box. So I think someone needs to get into Blender and just work out where that limit is, and then go, right, is it now practical to then actually do an experiment of some kind?
Yeah.
Because like spherical excess, to try and measure those things with the angles with the theodolite, etc., it's such a long fucking distance away.
Yeah.
You start having issues with the bloody the reticle inside, opposed to trying to look at and everything like that.
But at the end of the day, the geometry is all the same. Circles or spheres are still 360 degrees. Like all that sort of stuff is solid. Can't be disputed in any way, shape, or form. And two plumb lines, apparently, two plumb lines are always going to diverge. Right? This is what they say. This is what their geometry dictates. Right? Well, not their geometry, but the way their model dictates how the geometry will be.
Yeah, but geometry's a bitch. It goes in their favor, Bandy. Like I just said, there's to a certain point where the geometry is right in their favor, and then it goes out of their favor, even in the maths, but it goes beyond the point where you can physically then verify it. And they get to make up in the mathematics as to why it wouldn't keep going the way it fucking common sense said it should. You know? Like, at 1 degree, it's essentially flat. You personally couldn't tell if something's 1 degree off to perfectly.
Not at all.
You just couldn't do it.
No,
And
you
that's
can't. I
110
agree.
Ks now, you know? Yeah.
No, I agree with you, mate. I agree with the human eye. Even something up close, if it's 1 degree off plumb, well, you pick that's 1 degree off plumb. You're gonna be pushing it, right? Unless
you'll be
you have
measured.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you have something right next to it that is perfectly plumb, then visually you may be able to notice a difference when you have a visual reference. But something just standing on its own, like a pole that's cemented into the ground on its own with nothing around it, that is off plumb by 1 degree, yeah, I defy anyone to pick that. Yeah, defy anyone to pick that.
I think it's similar when you think about it to the beach experiment. Well, not beach, but it was proposed to be on a beach. But the experiment whereby I think Jeremy was talking about it. You have a whole bunch of like flat boards, essentially a collimator of light, but horizontal flat boards, and you stack them up, say 10 centimeters away from each other apart, and you just walk like you have it so they're horizontal, and you can see through them, right? As a layman, you can look straight through the flat boards. But as you walked away from them, you should theoretically be tilting back oh so slightly to the point where you can no longer see straight through all those boards because they were horizontal, that path of light, and now because you're tilting away, you can't sort of see through. It's a similar sort of concept. But again, it was decided that you've got to walk how many kilometers away from this stack of boards before you're actually tilting back far enough to not see through the gap, but also like be able to discern the gap still, like visually. It's difficult.
So, okay then. So going on that, right?
Did you drop out? Or what?
No, I didn't drop out. Did you drop out? You still there?
Sound like you had something to say, Bandy.
Yeah, no. I was just thinking about that collimator thing that you just said just now. Right. Now here's another idea working on the tilt. Okay. If you were to be able to get a and this would take some setting up, right? Like how far can you shoot a laser like the best laser that you and I can get, right? How far can that be fired where it doesn't diverge too much?
Not far enough to where we can do anything practical with it on the globe, unfortunately.
So when you say not far enough, what would you say is not far enough?
Well, put it this way, when FE Core did their tests, they probably didn't have unlimited funds, obviously, and maybe with millions of dollars you could come up with some better equipment. But they had a fairly good collimator, and the light still diverged to the point where they couldn't be definitive, you know, which is unfortunate. But it's just the nature of light. And again, the scale with which they say things are curving is just beyond almost every practical test. I mean, the one I propose, obviously, forcing the curve is I mean, if we get extra downforce, I think it'll be personally a miracle. We should get it if it's curved, but it is so slight, man. Like, it is going to be hard to tell. So, and it won't be definitive in any way. There's still going to be people that can test that. So, physically testing shit is fucking hard. The twin gyro thing. No, the twin gyro thing that I sort of said a little while ago, and I've said it several times. You know, one with the pendulous vanes, one without, and take it for a trip. I think that might show some kind of enough of a discrepancy for people who are really truly looking for answers to scratch their head and go, fucking what is going on there if that's happening, you know?
Yeah, anything I tested, man, it's fucking almost impossible to isolate it and get it perfect, man. It's and yeah, when you go out to the real world, like even the string line test in the water, I had some pretty buoyant line, but you gotta have a perfect spot. You gotta have plenty of help. Just 1 mile, dude. I fucking caught hell trying to run it across and shit with only one helper. It was the only. I gave up.
Yeah, I bet, mate. Yeah. I saw your few videos where you put out trying to do it too. It looked like you had a few snags in that fucking waterway too.
Yeah, it's the bloody problem, isn't it? Because anything you do happen to think of that is practical, right? Practical. They've kind of got it covered with all their different mathemagic, so to speak.
Yeah, well, short of building a perfectly tangential or horizontal from a particular point, if you want, structure, like 5 kilometers long, down at the beach per se, and where they survey it to be perfectly tangential and horizontal. And you know, every time the tide comes in at that structure, people could go down and marvel at the difference between one end of the thing and the other. You know, and go, wow, we are on a ball, look how much it's dropping away. You can physically measure that, it'd be 2 meters, right? But they won't do that. And even ballers will say, oh no, they wouldn't be able to actually do it truly horizontal just because of error of margin and all this sort of stuff. Yet at the same time, they'll say they can accurately calculate bloody zenith divergence over a quarter of a mile.
Yeah, I know. It's like it is the perfect example of double speak, all that sort of stuff.
Did anybody see my test? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go, Brian. Go. Jump in, mate.
Did anybody see my test where I had a freaking like one of them weed killers, my biggest torch, and that bitch books, dude. I mean, it really cooks. It's even loud in the video. It's loud as shit because I got it full blast, and I hung the wand on a pivot, and to see how much force, you know, just against the air, it would create, and so it's coming out. It's a propane, and I got it full blast just about, and right when I turn it on, so I turn the wand on full blast, and then so I have it hanging there where it's just balanced, right? And then I open the valve of the propane tank, and sure enough, man, you see it start moving on the swivel. You know, it gets thrust. But I didn't light. But that's before I lit it, right? So I wanted to see if lighting it would give it extra whatever, you know. So it calmed down on the swivel. It quit moving, you know, and the gas is still booking out, and it's just pressed the direction it's, you know, pushing against. It's pretty balanced, and so then I took another little torch to light it, and I lit it, and it poof, it freaking made a. I mean, it was loud in the video, but it didn't move even a little bit. The fact that it lit didn't give it any thrust at all. Didn't even move it. I couldn't believe it. All that fucking noise and ruckus and fucking light and fire and heat, and didn't even fucking move it even a trickle. And but when I initially turned it on, you know, just the thrust of the propane coming out did light it. So like when they say these rockets, man, like and I was looking at like some bombs and shit, and if you watch them, you know, the bombs you see in slow motion, they have that influx of fucking atmosphere. Like the big bombs, you see them like sucking in before they blow out. You know what I'm saying? And to me, it's like sucking extra oxygen or whatever the fuck it's doing, and then it explodes outward and shit. Like I guess that's the same principle they use to put out them oil fires. You know, they use explosives and shit because it sucks all the oxygen and fucking boom, fires it off. But it evacuates the surrounding area of oxygen, and And so, I was thinking about the rockets in space and shit. And I was like, man, they can give it whatever oxygen and whatnot, but I don't think they're getting much extra thrust. I think I've kind of demonstrated that. Like, I'm not going to say it's absolute proof, but it shows that it takes more than just so they have to be making the claim that they have a sealed chamber that they're reacting this shit in. Literally reacting it in, and then opening the chamber and letting it out, and it ain't blowing against shit. So if there's just even a little bit of pressure where they're at, then I believe it'll work. So I don't see why they can't have rockets even higher than what I'm seeing. To me they look like they're about 20 miles on a good day, but about 15 miles, a little higher than planes. That's being kind of generous. What I see going by my house, that's what it looks like to me. I could be wrong, but that's what it looks like. And I'm just thinking, that I don't see no problem with that. Like, they got a SR-71, which is a turbo jet engine, to fly at 90,000 feet. Now that's right there by the border of the atmosphere and the black, whatever. I call it the black for whatever you want to call it. They call it space, but they can say it's higher up. But anyway, it's like, if they could get a jet engine to work in that tiny bit of air pressure, then yeah, sure, a rocket without resistance up there would do great. It's when they start talking about rockets in these crazy vacuums where they, like we've seen over and over, where they can't even get ignition, like pure oxygen, almost like solid oxygen, fucking, where they can't even get a spark, and it ain't even nowhere near like the voids that they're talking about these rockets working in. And so, like I was saying, they'd have to actually create the explosion and containment, and then open it up. And I just don't see that working, man. I could kind of see what they're talking about, but to me, once again, there'd have to be a little bit of atmosphere, because it's gonna have to combine with shit like the bombs do, or it's just gonna react like the fucking propane tank, man. Lighting it ain't gonna give it much extra. In my opinion, without extra, I don't know.
I don't think
It's why they have the
is that
nozzles,
if you
Brian.
light it. I was just gonna say, I don't think the idea is that if you light it, it'll give it extra. I think the idea is that the reason they light it, they combust it, is to take that solid state fuel, or whatever you call it, propel, whatever, and then you turn it into the gas. So the combustion isn't to give it an extra kick, it's just to turn it into gas, which will then be released and give the pressure differential.
Yeah, I understand that, but the point is that it won't ignite. Like at a 10 to the negative 3 vacuum, a pure fucking oxidizer wouldn't light. Literally.
I agree with you. The initial ignition would have to be like in a capsule, atmosphere.
Yeah, you had fucking like
after that, you
potassium
can maintain
nitrate.
it.
Potassium nitrate, or fucking or what did he have? Like sodium nitrate. I forgot. Yeah, he did gunpowder. I mean, that's pure oxidizer. That's solid fucking oxidizer, bro. That's the shit we make rockets with. And the potassium nitrate is like stump remover. And that shit right there makes some badass little rockets, man. I've actually got a couple things of it I haven't used. And you get some badass rockets. That's just pure oxygen. He couldn't even get that to fucking not even ignite even a little bit, dude. Then he let a little bit of air in, just a little bit. And he got a teeny bit of smoke, like one little fizzle out of pure oxygen. I mean, out of like solid oxidizer. And so I don't see. So if they're igniting it inside of a chamber, I don't see where that's doing fuck all to help them thrust. I don't know, man. Without extra oxygen added into the reaction, in my opinion.
I'm pretty sure they ignite it. They ignite it while they're like in Earth's atmosphere. Liftoff or what have you. As soon as they blast off, they have that ignition and they just maintain it throughout.
Well, the last time I was debating this shit, they said that there's a chamber where the combustion takes place, and then it's evacuated into the nozzle. Because they had to explain how, my examples where I showed them where fucking solid state oxidizers won't ignite in a shitty vacuum. You know, like not wouldn't work properly. I'm talking about wouldn't even fucking ignite. So yes, if they got it igniting, but so you're still gonna get to that stage where the air pressure is gonna be as low as that shitty vacuum, and then it's gonna have to be in a chamber, or that's how they described it. I don't know, man. I just wanted to throw that out there. It's an interesting subject, man.
Funny you should mention rockets. Is there? Does anyone know of any examples of a missile that has traveled longer than? Does anyone know this?
You're cutting out a little bit, bad talk.
Yeah, you cut out, man. Can you repeat that?
What?
I think I know what you. Yeah, go ahead. Repeat.
Am I in? Example of a bullet or a missile that has. Oh, hold on. I'll reboot. I'll reboot. And I'll come back.
No, you're good now.
I'm good now.
Yeah.
Good now. Okay. Cool. Is there an example that anyone knows of where a bullet or a missile has traveled for longer than 33 seconds?
I don't fucking know.
At 33.
That's a very unique number.
You're a bit of a Freemason there, Bandy. 33 seconds.
Yeah. Possibly,
At 33 degrees as well.
Yeah, 33 degrees. Well, yes, and you know when you see rocket launches and all that sort of stuff, that the rocket seems to go on a parabolic kind of flight, seems to go up, and it appears to come down. Right now, is there an example of this parabolic flight where at the top of that parabola it is longer than 33 seconds?
I don't know. Is there?
I seen a plane following a missile, man.
Sounds like a loaded question to me.
I've been looking high and low for this information. I cannot find any example of either a bullet or a missile or a televised rocket launch where it can show anything longer than 33 seconds.
Are you talking about something that's projected without any velocity?
Well, a missile has velocity. Like
well, I mean, are you talking about without any propellant?
No, a missile has propellant, doesn't it?
Yeah. So you're talking about something that doesn't have anything to go for it. You know, you're talking about something that's literally being shot.
The word you're looking for is thrust.
Yeah.
Pretty much things that don't have wings. So whatever example, it can't have wings. All right. Yeah. So it is a rocket, it is a missile, or is
like
it
a cannonball or anything
Them
like
missiles
that?
Missiles got little wings, don't they, man? I mean, look up Ukraine missiles. I think it was Ukrainian missiles that they might have got from us or somebody else. I think it was Ukraine. They showed a missile fucking. But I don't think I seen it for 33 seconds. But it's going over the water, and it's probably about 15 foot high above the water. It maybe even 10 foot. It's right above the water, and it's booking, dude. And a plane is literally following right behind it. This plane's doing like Mach 1.5. I'm thinking. And it's just hovering over the water, dude, just booking. But no, I didn't show it for that long, you know. But it had little tiny wings, like little teeny little wings on the bitch, man. But it wasn't nowhere near 33 seconds, man. But it looked possible.
Okay. I'll leave that question as an open question to the panel. And
yeah, I'll leave it to the Freemasons as well.
Well, it's really got nothing to do with the Freemasons. It's basic mathematics, really. At the end of the day, so
Yeah, it is, and that's what the Freemasons are all about: basic mathematics and numerology.
Well.
Well.
Square and compass.
Yeah.
Square and compass.
Exactly.
Square on the ground, compass in the ceiling.
Personally, I want to keep him out of it. I just want to purely science. That's all purely science.
Well, go and make some experiments on your own. Record the videos. Let us know.
Thanks for your inform.
Yeah, just go blow a couple of million, Bandy, on some rocket tests. Surely you can gather some data from somewhere else.
Well, you don't have to like spend a couple of million. You know, you could spend a couple on. You could spend a few hundred on a weather balloon, maybe. You know.
I got this potassium nitrate, man, and I can make as much hydrogen as I want. But I got the fucking. I made a bunch of fucking little fuel cell things, you know, in my pickle jar technologies. But I made a bunch of them things, and they're tucked away. But I still got them, and I got even a little helium, and I got the potassium nitrate and all that shit. And I was gonna like mimic a fucking little SpaceX rocket that came back down and landed. I was gonna put it in a little cylinder, some helium where it just slowly inflates after takeoff or upon takeoff, where it slowly inflates, just a tiny little cylinder like a CO2 cylinder, just enough to fill up I got this tube that's inflatable, and I was gonna like load it at the top a little bit and put like a rigid shell around it and paint it and make it look like a solid rocket. And so basically, as it's taken off with the you know the carbon and the sugar and the potassium nitrate, as it takes off, you know, I'd have to make it strong enough to withstand that pressure. But so it's inflating out of that little CO2 cartridge size like tank where it's real light, and so it fills up the inflatable as it's hauling ass up, and where it would come down. And I mean, it'd be tricky to get it to thrust a couple times, like right before it landed and shit. But you could make it where it maintained a flame, you know, just for visual effects and shit. But I was gonna show, like, just do something like that and show it landing vertical, you know, show it landing like a pencil landing on a landing pad, like a SpaceX thing. It wouldn't be that hard, man. I feel like I could do it with a few $100, man, on a small scale, man. I don't see what's so fucking hard about what they're doing, but even still, it seems like every time I go to watch it, man, I get animation or the computer or the screen cutting out, man. But I imagine they probably have it filmed by now. But I don't know, man. It just seems like a lot of weight to just come down in a couple little thrusts. That bitch stopped. But I don't know. Nowadays, who knows, man? Especially with something I feel like I could demonstrate on a small scale. They probably got to be able to do it a gajillion times better, you know, with all their money and their brains.
Are you the Brian from like the old servers and that, you know?
Yeah, man, I've been around.
You remember Human Sheeple and all that, yeah?
Yeah, I've been around a long time.
Yeah. No, well, fucking hey, man. Yeah, well, respect to you, dude, for still being here, man.
Yep. Seen it all, heard it all. But this is the one subject where new shit just seems to pop up, man.
No, I remember you, man. I remember you from way back, yeah.
I've watched this whole arena evolve. It's comical. If you really stop and think about it.
It is, yeah. I don't know why we entertain them, to be honest.
Thanks for dropping that. I had been around Google trying to find that. So thanks. I got my peoples onto it. So you only have to ask the question, all right?
That's all you have to do.
Get answered. Well, yeah. Well, you wanted me to go spend millions of dollars and do it myself.
No, I wanted you to spend hundreds of dollars on a weather balloon. I just wanted you to sort of, find out for
I
yourself.
got a weather balloon, man. Oh my god, dude, that just reminded me, man. I just seen some shit. I wasn't even looking for fucking like a halfway invisible, not completely invisible, but a craft go by this. I was trying to map out the east coast of Florida and like the panhandle and shit. And so I've been looking at miscellaneous high altitude shit. And dude, I wasn't even looking for this, and I seen a craft fly by real fast. I had to rewind it like 5 times and slow it down, and it's plain as day. This craft fucking shoots by, and I need to post this shit, man. I need to film it and post it. I'll slow it down, but it's crazy. It's at about 85,000 feet. This shit, and it's like it's not invisible, but it's transparent, kind of, man. It's weird. It's something they got up there, bro. I need to show it.
Do it.
The dude who made the video didn't even catch it. If I wasn't watching the shit so carefully, sometimes I get caught up and I watch videos like every little fucking frame, dude, 10 times. And so I'll spend a lot of time on one video if I'm scrutinizing something. And so it's no wonder the guy didn't catch it himself, the dude who filmed it. But I caught it, and I'm going to show it. It's pretty cool. I mean, your guess is as good as mine on what the hell it is. It could be a camera anomaly, but this just did. I mean, why would it happen only one time? And also, why would at the time the camera's not moving at the speed necessary to justify this thing flying by. But you know what? I'm gonna film just a little piece of it and post it like what's the longest video you can post in text? Like 3 seconds or something in text chat.
10 megabytes.
I think you can post about 7 megabytes or something before you have to start paying Discord some backhanders.
Brian, it's just swamp gas. Fucking, you know that. Jesus.
It definitely ain't swamp gas, man. It's something. It's either a camera. What do you call them? Camera, not anomalies, but camera aberrations, aberration. I mean, it's still worth looking at. Even if that's what it is, it's worth looking at. So I'm gonna record it real quick and post it.
Excellent. I wonder if it's aliens or government secret tech that's hidden from us that Nate thinks we should just all somehow have access to. Open source.
Good morning all over the world. It's 6:45 a.m. UK time.
Nice. Good morning.
Top of the morning to
Quarter-
you. What time is it in Australia?
3:15 in the afternoon, mate.
Oh, nice.
Where I am,
Is
south
that
of Adelaide.
23rd, is it? Or the 24th?
23rd, mate.
Oh, yeah, of course, because you're ahead of us, aren't you? Yeah. Nice one, man. Cool.
I really don't get how we're ahead or behind at the end of the fucking day. Like, it's just bullshit. It should be the 23rd, 23rd.
We've got the Yanks. They're like 7 hours behind. God knows what they're doing back there. You know what I mean?
Why can't it just be 12 o'clock when the sun's above everyone? Why can't it just be their local 12 o'clock? Why the fuck do we need to sync times and shit?
Yeah, that's what pisses me off. See,
Ridiculous.
governments just keep changing the times when naturally, especially when it comes down to the moon calendar. I mean, why don't you just leave it as it is? That's exactly how it should be, you know? The natural moon calendar. Fine.
Yep.
That'd be great, you know? But no, they have to fuck everything up, don't they? They just have to stick their oar in and tell everyone that this is how it should be. Well, no, screw you. That's as far as I'm concerned, anyway.
Yeah.
Why can't the whole world just operate on UTC? Why can't the whole world just operate on UTC time?
Well,
everyone.
Yeah, in a general sense, yeah. Why can't everyone just operate on natural moon time? You know.
You know, you just UTC. I mean, why does everyone have to get out of bed at 6 o'clock in the morning? Why can't it just be whatever time UTC the sun rises for you? Yeah.
Well, I would prefer that when the sun's above my head, I set my clock at 12 and then go from there. That's what I'd like to do. And that's my time
because you've
locally
been
all the time.
programmed to do that. What? You just been programmed that that's 12 noon.
Yeah, because like, you know.
No, there's no programming. It's the middle of the fucking day. It's literally dividing the day in the middle when the sun's above my head. There's no programming about it. It's physical reality.
No, but bro, it's only 12 noon because they've told you it's 12 noon, not because you only have that concept of 12 noon.
Do you know who told you that?
No,
The government, right?
Time's not real. Time's not real. You know I'm down with that. I'm not saying it's 12 o'clock. I'm saying that's where I would set my time. And that will be my local 12 noon all the time. And I would run my day like that. Why do we actually all have to follow a synced time clock, for example?
Oh, just to make the world, you know, all operating on the same time. That's all. We don't have to calculate time. Oh, what time is it in New York right now? And then you got to go to some bloody Google website to figure it out.
Yeah, it's retarded.
Yep, it's all retarded.
Yeah, and it all comes from the government, right? Which etymologically speaking, coming from an English guy, when I eventually spit it out, means govern. Well, you split the two words, right? You got govern, and then you got meant, and it's basically govern means control, meant means mind. You know, it's mind control. And so you've got this government mind controlling everyone into this whole completely new time concept. Yeah, it's like screw you. That's why I'm a big anarchist. You know, it's like, and it, again,
the government are just there to protect us. They've got vaccines. They've got other things.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Do what you want to do. I'm all for it. I'm all for doing what you want to do, but just don't tell me that I can't do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's all good. Good morning, everyone, wherever you are in the world.
Good afternoon, most definitely. This box idea, White, like seriously, like this box idea, like if you
like it just because it's got the word box. I'm partial
Yes,
myself, mate, but come on.
Yeah, me too. And I'm going to bang on it about it a bit, all right? Because like,
All right, convince me.
like
Hey, y'all.
you're on a lake.
Hey,
you're on
sorry
a
to
lake.
interrupt, man, but I just posted that video, and it's right at the end. It's like 5 seconds, but right at the end, look, that's slow motion, man. Man, it shows up better on my screen, but either way, dude, you can see right at the end, the last second. You look at right at the bottom of the or like right in the middle of the shot, you'll see something going from the right side of the screen to the left side, dude. It's like, what the fuck is that at 85,000 feet? That's crazy. It's like transparent, but I mean, man, if you want to see something unexplainable, take a look at that, man.
Where?
Oh, that's obviously a fisheye lens, isn't it? What? I don't understand what we're looking at because.
At the very end, you'll see something like in the middle of the screen, right where the sun glare is. You'll see it go through from the right side of the screen to the left. You'll see it just go through like a portion of the screen. That's in slow motion, dude. Like I said, I just happened to see it because I was scrutinizing because in parts of that video at like 80,000 feet, you could see, I could almost claim you could see Mexico in some of that shit, but you could definitely see like Louisiana all the way up past Carolina and shit. You could see there's a real good viewing radius, man. There's hardly no clouds in that video.
You on about like the where the central camera is. Yeah.
I mean it's just a random thing. So I mean the thing's spinning around and like they do, and all of a sudden just out of the blue, it ain't like it's a glare. That to be a glare to go that straight in a path, I don't think a glare and with a fisheye lens. I don't think that's an aberration, man. That looks like that's something up there, man. It's impossible to gauge the size of the thing, but something flew the fuck by, bro, or something underneath it flew by and reflected up on it or something. I don't know. That's a straight line. Whatever it is, for the time we see it travel across screen, that's a straight ass path and a fish eye ass lens, but it's right in the middle. So I don't know, man. I hope everybody looks at it.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, and it almost supports like some kind of, people that like round stuff. But I don't know. It's interesting. it's interesting for sure.
Rounders.
Yeah, those rounded people.
All right, Bandy. Finish what you were saying, Bandy. I'm waiting. We got the box. Bandsaw Bandit.
Hello, I heard my name. Sorry, mate.
Yeah. Sorry, you were talking about the box. Back to it.
Yes, exactly. Like this, like seriously, like this is basic geometry. Now, if you're on a beach, right, or sorry, a lake, or even the beach, and you're in a boat and all that sort of stuff, the further that you get away
Chance
from
would
that
be a
person,
fine thing,
right? You are tilting further and further away, right? Every meter you go, you are tilting further and further away. Okay.
Yep.
So because you are tilting further and further away, like you stay at where you are plumb, but that other thing, obviously, you are diverging with every single meter, right? The greater the distance, the greater the divergence, right? So it doesn't take that greater distance really. So you can't see the top of the box at all. So you start to go up in elevation, right? You can't see the top of the box, right? Because it is tilting away. So I think it would only take a little bit of distance myself. I wouldn't take a great deal of distance, only a little bit of distance to actually demonstrate this. But on a horizontal plane, right, you go up a little bit, right, you are going to see the top of the box. But at that same distance, the edge of that box is all you're going to see. You're not going to be able to see the top of the box at all.
Ben, you've got to think. No, you've got to think. 110 fucking kilometers. It's only 1 degree, mate.
No, I'm not talking 110 kilometers. I'm talking 10.
No, but it's okay. Then it's what? 1/100th. No, 1/10 of a degree. What am I talking about? 1/10 of a degree.
Yeah.
Do you honestly think that's going to look any different to perfectly horizontal?
Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna take a lesson on this, and I'm gonna be back to school you guys in what's happening. So I'll be back. I'm gonna get.
Can I just say one thing real quick? I think you'll work out that it will be about 5 degrees before what you're talking about comes to fruition.
Yeah,
Not
no,
one.
I get exactly what you're saying, right? And I don't necessarily disagree with it. You know that, all right? But
Right. Go and learn.
I'm going to go get some further education on this matter, and I shall be back.
See, this is
All
what
right?
this channel's all about. That's it. That's it. Cool.
All right. I'll be back. Be prepared. Be prepared, you guys. To get
I am looking forward to it.
Yes. Geometry. Basic geometry is definitely at play, but yeah. Not at any distance we can fucking see that box physically with our eyes anyway. It starts going into the realm of GPS requirements, you know. Oh, we have to use GPS to do this. And then there's all the other questions.
Yeah, if measurements are taken not at ground level between two places, then it's never the ground level measurement is always going to be the accurate part. But if they're measuring at 1 meter above the ground one side and 1 meter above the ground the other side, then it should be leaning away at 2 meters high, shouldn't it? And if it's leaning away and they get 1 kilometer between there and there, and it's actually just short of that because they're not measuring the ground to the ground.
Yeah, if you're going to stay at the same level as the object and move away, what we're talking about becomes apparent much quicker. Because you can start off seeing it, and then the minute you start moving away, it should be turning away from you. Going up in elevation seems to make it so that you can always then view it again at any distance that we're physically able to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is the two things that always come to play is the physical and the see. You know, what we can physically do, what we touch, and what we can't. So if we can physically measure between here and there, which we say we can't because we've got an error with our meter wheel, so actually doing a click meter wheel, we have an error for there. So our best errors are theodolite or whatever like that at 1 meter high, let's say, for example, and pointing to the object over there. Well, even if it's pointing to a ground object, it merely being at a meter high is already a big difference anyway. You could be half a centimeter off just based on that.
Very true.
Centimeter all adds up, and so yeah, therefore making the circle length appear longer, but it's not. It's only because you're kind of making the diameter of the Earth bigger because you're at 1 meter, and you're possibly your target's at 1 meter.
Yep, very true. So many things have to be factored in. Like essentially what Ben is talking about is the reciprocal zenith diverging angles, but he's just talking about one of these theodolites going vertically up
and trying to see if it can still see the top of that horizontal plane opposing it. Where anyway, it's a tricky one. Apparently, when I say apparently, it's because obviously I'm not. It's because I'm not a surveyor. So apparently, if you look up, and I spoke to a surveyor about it, and they concurred. They weren't. They were busy at the time, and basically, theodolites apparently can measure the accuracy of something left to right. Like, so it'll measure it'll measure movements of like whatever left to right. Yeah, it doesn't claim it could do the same up to bottom. Top to bottom, up and down. You know what I mean? So if something is out, sorry, mate. Sorry, I was just going to say, for a reason, you obviously got refraction in the vertical, but not the horizontal. Yeah. So if the theodolite can give us an accuracy, but within such and such left to right, and we're trying to measure the shape of the Earth, I ain't going to be worried about left to right. It just can't give me the accuracy up to down. So therefore, we have no accuracy there. Also, with this thing you were saying about earlier about the lines bending out and refraction and stuff like that, as long as we choose the points on Earth and we stand on the equator, say for example, and look east or west using a stellarium or something like that, I find those are the most accurate numbers, because as soon as it sort of moves away from you, left to right in the distance, you start to get that curving. But that naturally happens in a Fresnel lens. If you're looking through a Fresnel lens and there's an object in the minute that you move left, it warps left. Yeah. So the separation, you know what I mean? So there's so Fresnel lensing, it seems to be quite apparent in a lot of things that we see, and shit like that. Almost like we're looking at something. Yeah. So that's it, man.
Nice. I wonder how long we're supposed to wait for Bandy.
I'm not sure about your 5 years research on the rugby ball, though. Well, I think from where I'm looking, the rugby ball looks pretty lazy.
You might have forgotten, gone for a shit. He'd be back half hour, and he'd come back and he'd be like, "Oh shit, yeah, I haven't even done it yet."
What did you just say?
Here he is.
Say
No.
what?
Say what? In England, we say. In England, the old timers will say, "You what, mate? You what?" So if someone is like gonna get into a fight or whatever like that, they'll square up to a person and be like, "You what, mate?"
What, mate?
Oh well, now we all know how old people speak in England now. Apparently.
No. I was probably throwing a bit more Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Those sort of movies.
Yeah. I wasn't very impressed with that video, to be honest. I was.
That was a good movie, though.
Well,
yeah.
It was straight after sort of the old what was the oh crikey, I'm crap with films.
Snatch.
No, I'll remember it. The what's the one where they were walking down the street?
The Full Monty.
I like the fact that you brought that up, thinking of British. Yeah, thinking of Brits. Yeah.
You might as well have Billy Elliot.
I'm thinking of a director who brought out the crikey.
Guy Ritchie.
Yeah, he was the guy that made the film that we're talking about, but Quentin Tarantino. He basically brought out the British version of Quentin. It was basically the answer
Reservoir Dogs.
Yes, thank you. It was like the answer to Reservoir Dogs at the time, and being a kid of the 90s myself, it was. I don't know. Most of my friends, they loved it, and most people do like it. the Guy Ritchie film. But personally, I was kind of embarrassed because it's not easy to sort of compare to Quentin Tarantino at the end of the day. But it was a good effort though. You know what I mean?
Quentin's a bit more cryptic. He's a bit more sort of Clockwork Orange a little bit. It's a bit here, it's a bit there. So I think you have to get him, and you have to watch very carefully to everything. He's a bit more of a
He's
Stanley
psychopath, big time. Don't you reckon?
What?
Huh?
Don't you reckon Quentin Tarantino is a psychopath? Anyone? No?
Yeah. It's very Stanley Kubrick type of ish feeling.
I don't know about
Clockwork Orange.
that. I wouldn't say he's anything like Stanley Kubrick. I just think
Yeah,
his
exactly.
videos, they do portray extreme violence. And they are he is big on dialogue. This whole street type of dialogue, gangsters.
I guess
But
maybe I might.
it's the dialogue that hooks you in, though, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's-
It's all about the dialogue in this movie.
You got green pussy. You can find any pussy anywhere else cheaper.
Yeah,
Like,
got
have you guys
big
seen
pussy, small pussy, big pussy,
Have you guys watched Jackie
belly
Brown?
pussy. Sorry.
Have you seen Jackie Brown?
Yes, that's I have. Yeah, I went to the
Yeah.
cinema to see that actually.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, that's your quintessential Tarantino film.
I think I'm showing my age now.
Here we go, Bandy. Come on, what do you got?
Yeah, you old man.
I even saw
yeah, movies like
Ghostbusters
that.
at the cinema.
Okay, you old, bro. Ghostbusters was made before I was born. Man.
Yeah, I was 11 years old when I saw it as well.
Nice.
I got to see Matrix as well at the cinema. Oh yeah. Oh, and I saw Evil Dead. I saw Army of Darkness. Oh my god, that was so cool.
Yeah, the first movie I saw in the cinema was Toy Story. Blew my fucking mind.
Oh my word.
But you walked out that cinema a new man, didn't you?
He was scared as fuck.
Yeah.
Wasn't he?
It was my
first one
first
was,
time seeing a movie like that.
Arachnophobia. I think my first one in the cinema was probably like Arachnophobia or scary movie, I guess. Alien and that. But probably first one, Star Wars, maybe? I don't know.
Oh, what about Pet Cemetery? That one was pretty creepy as a kid.
Yeah, it says no one but the Australian. Did your parents take you to that one as well?
Well, hang on. No one's seen it? Or what?
I've never seen Pet Cemetery.
Pet Cemetery, where you bury the dead pet at a certain gravesite,
Yeah,
and
it's,
then it comes
it's an
back
old
alive,
classic, yeah.
kills everybody. Oh my god!
Mad Max.
You start to fear when the family pet dies.
I see Mad Max. Oh, someone said Mad Max. That's a good Australian movie, that one. There's no shrimps on the barbie there.
But is it Australian? Is it just one Australian actor? It's like Crocodile Dundee is Australian movies, yeah. But what is Australian movie if it's directed by
A movie made in Australia.
Yeah, the first Australian movie I saw was Lord of the Rings. Was that made in Australia? Or was that in New Zealand?
That's New Zealand.
Oh, okay. Then maybe Kangaroo Jack. That was made in Australia, right?
Oh my god, Kangaroo Jack! Fuck me! You poor bastard. That's like Foster's.
Yeah, I
That's the sort of
hated
shit
that
we make just to send to other places to have a laugh.
Shitloads of movies are
that was a
made in
horrible
Australia these days. Most of the Marvel movies, I think, are made here, and
Cheap labour, mate. It's the new China. But wait.
oh, we've got really good film industry here. I think lots of fucking like studios and places to
But
film
Rams,
shit. You know.
Rams, wouldn't you say it's because you guys have the open scenery? So Australia is perfect for those big battle scenes, you know, where you need a big
Yeah,
open
yeah, for
space
sure.
to have a
There's
huge war thing. Yeah.
well around Australia, you can. There's lots of different sort of. How can I put it? Like you can pretend that you're in all sorts of different places around the world, depending on where you want to film throughout Australia. So, yeah, I guess.
You could be like in the middle of the desert, Australia, and pretend you're on Mars, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Or in Greenland somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
Devon Island, I believe it is. Devon Island.
What's Devon Island? What is it?
That is Mars.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's got the yellow truck and everything. Yeah, you can see on Google Maps. Apparently, someone said there was, maybe you said there was a similar island they used for similar things in California. An island in the California Strait, possibly.
Not me.
That wasn't me.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that on Google Pictures. You can see the guy's car. It says Mars all over it, and blah blah blah. And the scenery is ideal, isn't it?
My dad's still alive on Google Maps.
Oh, that's sad. I mean, good, but sad, yeah.
Yeah, bless him.
There was who done a video on it. That's how I knew, and it just came up in my feed. And you'll show you the location on Google Maps, and then you find it yourself eventually, and you're like, yeah, cool, I found it.
And he was mowing the lawn outside the house when it came past, and he was all screw-faced, like, "What the fucking hell is this fucking thing? Couldn't pass me ass." Awesome.
In his with a beer.
Hey?
He's sitting in his fishing chair with a beer, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, yeah. Yeah. He was just missing his string vest, that's all he was missing.
Did anyone ever watch Revenge of the Nerds? It was a childhood movie of mine. Revenge of the Nerds, funny as fuck.
I'll tell you what I used to watch, which was Australian, was oh my god, I've got a bad habit of saying what I'm and not remembering what the bloody hell I'm talking about. It's called it's an Australian teenage movie called, it's not Grange Hill, that's the British one. What's the fucking Australian one? Oh,
you say a movie? You say Grange Hill?
No. It's a TV series.
Heartbreak High.
Heartbreak High. Thank you very much. Yes. I used to watch that as a kid, man. Right, and I'll tell you what, my hat is off to you Australians, because you know how to make a bloody teenage fucking TV series. Like, the Brits have no idea. The comparison was like Grange Hill, and it's complete fucking arse. You know what I mean? Like, no, Heartbreak High was actual fucking
One of the
drama,
fucking most,
you know what I mean?
one of the funniest fucking sort of teenage comedy television series was The In-Betweeners. That was fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Later on, yeah, that's when
the
Brits sort of realised how fucking idiotic we were. But like, you know, but like going back a few more years, yeah, I mean, going back to sort of like the 90s is where I found Heartbreak High. Oh wow, amazing TV series. I mean, I can't remember who the director is or who the writer or anything like that, but my hat is off Seriously,
And quite a
brilliant.
few actors
No,
actually went on to success after that series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I remember a
and
couple of the actors in it that have been in all sorts of things since then.
and I'm gonna sing something now because I can't remember the name of this one either. Have you ever felt like this? When strange things happen, you're going round the twist. That one as well. That one's a fucking awesome one.
Puggle
No?
Summer.
No,
It rings a bell. That
was another Australian TV.
Rocco's Modern Life. That was an Australian show, right?
I'm not sure.
It sounds familiar.
Oh, but seriously, my hat is off with Heartbreak High. Wow. Oh my god. I had such a crush on some of the lasses on there when I was a kid. Bloody hell.
Well, Boba Fett, the fellow who does Boba Fett, he was in Heartbreak High. I think he was from the alternate gang.
My favorite out there was Bolton. You know, he was the rollerblader. You know, the punk rollerblader. I loved him to bits. He was awesome. Oh man, fucking brilliant.
Crocodile Dundee. Crocodile Dundee. That was
That ain't a knife. This is a fucking knife. Yeah, that's Crocodile Dundee, right?
That's not a knife.
That's classic 80s as well. That is, yeah, brilliant. Yeah, and you Australians as well with the films. You got Romper Stomper. That was a good film,
Oh,
although a bit controversial.
we're at Snowtown.
Sorry.
Snowtown.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one. Is that a good one?
It is true story.
Is it?
Yep. It's based on a true story, which is fucking disgusting to think.
I don't like the way that Hollywood in general. I'm not saying that you're Hollywood, but I don't like the way that Hollywood has the tendency to rearrange history. You know what I'm saying? But
and then people believe that the history in the movie is a real history. It's so dumb.
Yeah, it's very
If you want to see a classic Aussie movie that we all consider classic, even here in Australia, it's called The Castle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called The Castle. It's fucking. It's a great movie. It's fucking funny. Yeah, just look it up on Google if you like. It's just called The Castle.
Yeah. I'm always looking for interesting movies that basically.
It's a few years old now, but yeah, it's a good one.
I'm looking on IMDb now.
Back it up with Wolf Creek. That's a good one. That'll get the chills going.
Which one?
Wolf's Creek?
Wolf Creek.
Was shot, That was shot in Australia?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Rodson, do you remember a sketch on TV, like a comedy person doing impersonations, and he'd done an impersonation of a Chopper Reed. It's a Chopper Reed sketch. It's like maybe an Ali G show or something like that. Chopper Reed, ring a bell?
Eric Banner.
Oh yeah, Chopper. Yeah, Chopper.
Yeah.
That's a fucking great movie with Eric Banner.
That's The Prisoner, right? The old.
Yeah, he plays Chopper, the
Yeah, I remember that.
the criminal.
Vigilante he was. Vigilante.
Oh, he was a fucking crazy cunt, man. He was a fucking funny bastard as well, but he was nuts.
Wasn't that like kind of Australia's answer to like Manson or something? Wasn't it? No?
Oh, there's this one scene where he's in jail and this guy that's I think it was a mate of his or something comes up and starts stabbing him, And he just stands there and just stares at the guy like, what are you doing? As he just keeps stabbing him. It's fucking crazy.
You're dead, cunt. Interesting.
Australian movies have a lot to tell us. I'm telling you.
Well, they're all very, very, very under budgeted. Well, probably over budgeted, but under budgeted comparatively.
No, but that's what I like about them, though. I mean, you know, as soon as they get oversaturated, or being in this particular circle as we're talking right now, I tend to sort of fluctuate towards the minority rather than the majority, you know. And I tend to I like movies that are basically playing from the heart rather than strings of money. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Oh, you like Two Hands? Have you watched Two Hands then?
Yeah.
That's going back a while.
All right.
Oh, that's a great one from Heath Ledger.
I'm writing that one down right now.
Yeah, that one's from the heart. That's real local. A lot of people like really related to the scenery in that one. Close to home.
Nice.
You guys say Heath Ledger is the greatest ever Australian actor?
I thought
Like,
it
just
was
pure
what's his
actor,
name?
Not biggest star. You know, that would maybe be Mel Gibson. But like,
Who's the
or maybe
Jew
Russell
that's got
Crowe.
like
Just
5 kids or something? Mel
as a
Gibson. That
pure-
was it. He's
as a
Australian,
pure-
isn't he?
as a pure acting talent, would you guys say it's Heath Ledger? Australian.
Hey, look, he did a fantastic role with like Batman. Like that was a brilliant role. Or the night. I forget what it was called anyway.
Dark Knight.
But yeah, the Dark Knight. That was without a doubt fantastic. And there are other roles that have been good, but I wouldn't go as far to say the best. Had he kept living, no doubt he probably would have gone on to it for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen some of his movies, and I mean, there was that movie Candy. I don't know if you guys have seen that one.
With the big fat guy in it, huh?
Oh, his version of the Joker was hands down the best. Yeah, in The Dark Knight, that was awesome.
Yeah, but I mean, he has a few other classics. I mean,
Oh, he does.
I'm just saying, as like an acting talent, not as like he was the biggest star out of.
Wasn't that John Candy? Was it John Candy? Huh? I have actors dyslexia. You have to forgive me.
John Candy, yeah, the big fat guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Was he not in the film Candy? No, or am I completely wrong?
Candy, it was like a movie. It's him and this girl, and they're drug addicts. You know.
Ah, well, okay. Completely different movie then.
Yeah, very different movies.
Yeah.
Maybe biggest star would be Mel Gibson, but like, or maybe Kylie Minogue. I don't know.
See,
Is
that
she
reminds
considered
me. Yeah, that was a good movie as well. You know, the old yeah, the old 1980s. You got to bring out Tina Turner with Thunderdome. Yeah.
Oh, I guess Nicole Kidman would be the biggest star out of Australia, right?
Oh, not about
Well, no, in Britain
come
it
on,
would
guys.
be
Who's
it
bigger
would
than Nicole Kidman?
Kylie Minogue, really. Yeah.
Is bigger than Nicole Kidman?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I've actually seen Kylie Minogue live at Leicester, Victoria Park in Leicester Square. Yeah.
She's not bigger than Nicole Kidman. Come on.
Well,
I think she was
worth.
a lot bigger for quite a long time before Kidman even come on the scene.
Yeah, but Nicole Kidman was married to Tom Cruise, guys. That's how big she was.
Yeah, but you don't realise how big Neighbours was in the UK. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
What about Nicole Kidman in that epic fucking long movie, the Bangkok one, Bangkok Hilton, where she was she traveled to Bangkok and she met this guy and he tried to travel with her and he put something in her bag and she ended up getting caught in Thailand, and yeah, the whole movie's about the whole drama that she deals with the courts and stuff in Thailand, in Bangkok.
What, she got caught with drugs in a bag then, did she, or something?
Yeah, it was actually funny enough. Yeah, funny enough, it was along those lines. Yeah, and it's like a 4-hour epic. It's
Jesus.
Yeah, she's been in epic movies. You know, there was that movie where she had kids, but they were actually
Yeah,
dead.
but I'd prefer to stare at Kylie Minogue's ass just for fucking 20 minutes than watch any fucking.
Wow, trust me, from about 100 yards away, it's not much to look at, is it?
Fair enough. There you go. So that doesn't say much for Nicole Kidman movies. I'd prefer the fucking ass. But
I can't really say for us, but it was worth going to Victoria Park just to see Kylie Minogue. Yeah, and I got to see in what were they called? Oh, terrible. You remember that tune, Insomnia? Yeah, I saw them as well. But the 90s. You know what I mean? That's what they say. If you can remember them, you weren't there, right? You know what I mean?
I think if you can remember them and you weren't being fondled by someone corrupted as a child, I think you're lucky.
Yeah, and if you grew up in the Fens, which is Lincolnshire here, which is very close to where I live, and you're a female, this is probably not a very, very PC thing to say, but you know. But if you're only a virgin if you can run faster than your dad, apparently. I wouldn't know that. Yeah. But I wouldn't know anything about that.
No. No, you're just on the outskirts.
I just drive in and out for a living. Mate, some of the worst roads in the UK there, mate. Honestly. You think, you've seen that film, Wrong Turn, or whatever it's called? Or like, whatever. You get stuck in a backwater sort of rural place, you know what I mean? Oh, mate. I go in and out of those every day here in the UK, you know what I mean? Yeah. Funny. All right. I'm going to be BRB. I'll be right back.
Like he explained what BRB was, I wasn't sure. BRB, I'm thinking, what? No worries. Lol.
Saying "be right back" is a little bit long-winded, isn't it?
I mean, shit, when you've got time to be on a flat out server, you don't have time to fucking say full words. Jeez, I wonder who Bandsaul's consulting. This is just taking too long. He's probably had to contact Jeremy. Jeremy's had to get hold of his math guy. Math guy is probably on a different time zone. God damn it.
if the sun spends 186 days in the northern hemisphere and 177 days in the southern hemisphere, where would its equator be? Because it wouldn't be the equator that we use today. And people would say, yeah, there's a tilt of 23.4, but surely a difference of a few days isn't 23.4 degrees.
Well, exactly. Yep. That supports flat Earth.
Yeah. The thing is, there's the other thing as well with the flat Earth is that the all the planets and everything like that. Oh, what I'm trying to say, it appears that the sky is like wobbling itself. Does that make sense? The ecliptic. But I guess in the
it's slightly offset as per Polaris. Yep.
Yeah. And that slightly offsetness is causing that difference there. So, but it causing a difference of an extra 3 days in the northern hemisphere, 6 days in the northern hemisphere, and then minus 3 days in the southern hemisphere. Is that right? 7.
I don't think it's that. I think it's just purely because it's a tighter circle versus a bigger circle, and there's an effect to do with that, which I think gives us that. That's what I think anyway.
Other ways is no. I didn't think about that. That's cool. Other ways is like we set the location of our equator based on moving variables. Because even the stars, they move sort of north and west. They have declination as well over a long period of time. But I guess I know it's like our time is based on 24 hours, based on the conjunction of the sun and the celestials or something like that. Yeah, but that little time difference there, where the actual Earth or the grid system is based on 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds, and the sun, whatever that thing is, 24 hours. But to get a difference of, it's like if you to like look at the, draw a circle, put a line in the middle of the circle, and then figure out where the location of on the zero longitude, prime meridian, possibly, where on there you would put the sun's midpoint. Because it would be slightly higher than the equator, wouldn't it? Just in a sort of geocentric idea or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fucking tricky one because if we put a peg in the ground, like just where I am, for example, if I put a peg in the ground and waited for solar noon and marked it off, and then travelled north enough towards the sun to the point where I could actually get zero shadow, right? Because where I am now, there'd be a long shadow heading south, so I'd have to go north towards the sun, and to where I got zero shadow. I think it's fair to say that if you sat at that point and tracked it for long enough, your stick that has zero shadow would eventually move, and you'd have to reposition zero shadow. I don't think the equator's ever stationary.
So there's an application, if you want to download it, it's called Zero Shadow Day. You can get on via Google Play. Zero Shadow Day, and basically it'll tell you where the Zero Shadow Day was highest north and highest south, and it's 23.46 in the north and 22.96 in the south using non-shadow day. And people would say, oh yeah, but you need a bit of tolerance. Yeah, but they're both equally apart, so you can tolerance one to say that the tolerance should be the same for the other thing, give or take, but still 23.46 and 22.96 is half a degree. The sun moves north and south by a quarter of a degree a day. The non-shadow at its limits is more in the north by half a degree. And even so, and it's like if that sun is crisscrossing at a midpoint, where is that midpoint? You know, is it at Equatorial Guinea? Is it in the top of South America? So it would appear that the sun, I don't know, the sun equator is half a degree higher than our equator, in a simple term. But if it gets
Yeah,
three
that's
more days,
possible.
if it gets 3 more days in the northern hemisphere, comparison from half a degree, that's 2 days because it moves 0.25 a day. So we could easily say it's 2 degrees north. In another experiment, that's 222 kilometers north of our equator. But it goes up and down either side of the equator, but just slightly angled by half a degree, or about half a degree, I would say. It's. I think if you compare the measurements that we decipher using the stars, and then there's I don't know. Do you know what? It's down to the radius of the Earth. A lot of this shit. If you haven't got the radius of the Earth, then put it in a box and say, job done. So we needed this radius quickly to get it sorted. We send Magellan out. Magellan doesn't come back, died, funnily enough, and controversy to the person Alcano, who wasn't to be trusted from the start, of which he went back and told them what they wanted to hear and said that this is the circumference of the Earth. But yet we don't have one experiment that proves a great circle from start to finish in any direction. Because the closest thing I could find, right, was this thing called the Voyager. And the Voyager starts off at Sacramento or California, something like that, Santa Barbara maybe. And then it goes down to the equator and then gets back again to its recent position. And they claim that was 40,000 kilometers. But how could it be? Because your start point and finish point was not on the equator. End of. So you could easily fabricate, or which way you want to put it. If we don't have the proof of a great circle, we have to go with the minimum possible measurements that we could possibly prove, which is this Voyager, that could prove something like 2,000 kilometers less, whether it be the equator or the poles or both. But if there's a difference, then there could be a small difference here is a massive difference there. If you put 5 degrees extra in the north on a flat Earth map, it's going to make it even bigger. The impact of that on a ball, it's going to misshape it, but largely because a little bit in the North Pole would be a hell of a lot more in somewhere like the Pacific, because obviously you've measured all the lands, but you haven't measured the Pacific as such.
Yeah, look, I think at the end of the day, the Earth's radius is purely based on our personal atmospheric dome, and that radius is slightly different for everyone, only slightly because everyone's a slightly different height, right? And everyone has slightly different visual capabilities. And depending on your geography, it might be slightly different again, like the southern hemisphere or the outer regions, like the pressure, air pressure and stuff might just be slightly colder more often than not in the north. I'm not too sure, especially if the sun hangs around the north just that little bit more. So there's a few things that make visual things slightly different. But the radius is just based on our personal atmospheric dome, and that just makes for when you go up, you get to see more, and how the guy next to you might be a bit shorter and not be able to see as far, or etc.
I mentioned this word yesterday. I fucking you're gonna laugh at this. Independence Day were you the fella I said that to yesterday?
Yeah.
The Independence Day, yeah?
Yep.
That was you.
Yeah, it was me, yeah. So what have you come up with?
So yeah, and I was saying yesterday it was like in the pen Tuesday, because Den's Day is Tuesday. yeah, but that's about as far as I got. But I just thought, like, when we talk about a clue possibly telling us what, I mean, Independence Day was the independence of time, independence of loads of stuff, where we arbitrarily sort of set it in stone. But in the pen, Tuesday, or in the pen Tuesday, fuck man, it was like in the frying pan or something. Fuck. Anyway, it was trying to decipher Independence Day, and most people say, "Well, it's a fucking word and stuff like that." But I think our past gave us all the clues and all the tools, but we just don't know what we're looking for. You know what I mean?
Look,
So
I
even-
think there are components to that, but I think there's been so much wordplay that you can't just use it very broadly. Selectively, I believe you can. Yeah.
It's like you take the word Eratosthenes, 12 letters, break it down into threes. So you have Eratosthenes, Era, turn around, R, and then Tos is Sot or South, and then the Nes. Nes, turn around is Sen. I think Sen is I think it's East. I don't know, but you can decipher the word Eratosthenes into R South, the East, and you turn it around and it says the East, R South. Maybe comparing to his experiment with his shadow sticks, kind of suggests that number one, he wasn't facing due north because Alexandria was 3 degrees to the west. So he wasn't doing a calculation based on, I mean, it possibly was where his celestial north was at the time, which is 3 degrees adrift from our celestial north today. And yes, people would say Polaris.
That's possible.
But now, if we set our markers and I want to know what's going on, I would have the sun coming from the south, 3 degrees east of south, coming up to my point on Elephant. It was called Elephant Island, Elephantia, Elephant Island. That was the island that Eratosthenes was on when he had his first marker. It's an island in the Nile. And then his second marker, there's even a variation on the distance that we have today compared to the distance that they claimed back then. But anyway, if the sun was coming from the south, and then this is all happening 2,240 years ago, now the sun comes up at 90 east, let's just say, but back then it was 90, 180 at the bottom, 177. So it's come 87 degrees in 2,240 years. Like the tilt of the sun, you know. And if the sun's center point is half a degree higher or something like that, then the equator it offsets it slightly. But as long as it's not too far from the equator, we have a better tolerance. If that center point was 3 degrees above the equator, it would make the tolerance worse. But we can sort of get a timeline and then maybe sort of round it off to a more recurring, nicely rounded number or something. I'll do that now.
Bandy, what have you discovered?
I'm doing more research. I don't want to reveal anything just yet. I need a couple more lessons, I think. But it is very, very interesting, right? But nothing in regards to the box, right? But Einstein and this 9.8 meters per second squared actually possibly represents 0. But I'm very intrigued, to say the least. But I have booked in another lesson where I can wrap my head
That's
around.
as per Brian Mullins, mate. Go back and rewatch his work. He was onto this fucking years ago. It's just a play of fucking maths.
You know what? I thought I'd heard it somewhere like before. Like, and I'm not saying that, that you know, this discussion that I just had just now was like revolutionary, but it kind of did jogged my memory.
Rekindle the thought.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And when they said, is this making any sense to me? I'm going, 100% it's making sense to me. Like, it seems quite logical, actually, and very, very simple. But I need to put a little bit more thought into it. I don't want to take it back to the fellas and completely butcher it.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Like, if I'm going to take up this argument, I don't want to butcher the total idea. I'm quite happy just to stick with water and pressure and push and pull, right? Which is all I need at the end of the day. But if I'm going to start getting into mathematical equations, so to speak, you've got to have your head wrapped around them a little bit more than just going blah 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 blah, and then have.
That's why I love referencing Brian Mullen, because he does those short, concise videos, as you know, and it's all there on the board, all the maths.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah, ball out physics, 100%. So I'm gonna definitely rewatch a few of those, and go back to my source and do this. But back to the box. Well, the box has credit, right? The box has credit. I don't know why you're poo-pooing the box so much. Why? Like, I'm a little bit disappointed in your poo-pooiness of the box.
Well, you know my logic behind it. Come on, I'm not poo-pooing it.
Yeah, I know, but it does make logical sense. Like, the ball cannot represent or demonstrate anything on a small scale or a large scale. That the box does anything else other than tilt away, and the further you get away from it, the less and less visible the top of that box is going to become. Like, you can't it's geometry. Why? It is geometry. But the beautiful thing about on a horizontal plane, right? Doesn't matter how far away that box gets or how high you get, you can always see the top of the box, right? Because everything's horizontal and plumb perpendicular. Okay, then.
Definitely.
So that is logical sense. Whereas the logical sense on a ball, the top of a box, the further it gets away from you, the more it's going to be diverging away from you, so you won't be able to see the top of that box. Also, too, is the logical sense. Like, they can't debunk that at all. At all. They can't even come close to it. They have to admit it every single day.
Especially over 5 degrees.
Right. And all you have to do, right, and all you have to do is do it at the horizon. You don't have to do it 110 kilometers away. Just do it at the horizon. For God's sake.
You can't see a box from the beach to the horizon. Good luck fucking looking at a box, Bandy.
Get a really big telescope, one of these special telescopes. Come on. Buddy, we're going to buy a rail gun. Let's get a telescope at the same time, my friend.
No, fuck a rail gun. I want Hitler's thing.
Hitler's gun.
Yeah,
Hitler's one. Yeah, exactly right. Sorry, I buggered that up. Yeah, we'll get the...
That thing had multiple fucking explosives along the barrel. Just like a railgun has multiple magnetic fucking pulses. Right. So, mate, that thing would have just been phenomenal to be next to when it went off, eh?
See, even Nate, the number one globe expert going around, like the number one, right? The number one defender of the globe, Nate, cannot show at all a box, right, that is moving further away from you as you get higher in elevation, that you can see the top of it. He can't do it. Right? Geometry.
Well, he would be able to show that he would be able to show that geometrically under 5 degrees, pretty much, yeah. But over 5 degrees, he'd have some trouble.
I don't know. I think we need to draw this out on Blender. We need a Blender expert.
Oh yeah, we need Kosho to fucking get in here, or percentage. Or
Yep.
We need someone.
Yeah, I don't think Percent does Blender, but Kosho, yes.
Kosho's listening right now.
Like,
now he's listening.
Yep, he is the second best globe defender. Yeah, I'll give him that, the second best. Whereas Nate's the first best. We have to rank them, put them in order. So
I like the idea of not being elevated, Bandy. So if you just move away, then on a flat surface, like let's just say you start off at a point where the box is, say, half a foot below your eye level, right? Half a foot. So you're standing there. You can see the top of that box when you're right next to it. Now, on a flat plane, you can shoot yourself straight back horizontally across that plane. And fucking, you'll still see the top of that box. Albeit, obviously, you might have some resolution issues. But the angle of the box and your vision will still be, geometrically there. Whereas on a curve, if you stay at the same level like you just did with the ball, then that angle does change and you wouldn't never see the top. It's only when you introduce going vertical on a ball that means that it then needs to extend to like a certain amount of degrees before you just definitely will never see the top of that box again.
How far would you have to get, do you reckon, like with a laser? Right, if you had a target with a laser, right, and at a certain height, just say that target was, for argument's sake, 2 meters off the ground or 2 meters above sea level, okay, and you get that target perfectly plumb, right, and then you move away from that target with a laser, and you get that laser perfectly plumb. So if that laser hits that target dead on the money, all right, it lines up like it's perfectly horizontal. But if it goes
And light
up,
bends.
yeah, but well, that's if light bends.
Well, yeah, that's the contention.
Yeah,
It does
well,
hit the target. It does hit the target over certain distances, and therefore they say light bends.
Well, you're presuming that light bends. Like, I'm not presuming that at all myself.
No, the ballers say it has to, because otherwise you're right. The minute you diverge any distance away, that laser will never hit the target.
Exactly.
But it does. So therefore light bends in the model around the ball of the Earth 6/7R, 7/6R.
Well, that's terrestrial refraction, not marine. I think marine fraction is 4/3. I think.
It's still more than the actual curve. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's just ridiculous. They have to prove that.
Yeah, they've got to prove this curve. They're using light bends around the curve to prove this curve. That's full retarded circular jerk logic.
Thought experiments, guys, and that is the way that we measure degrees is because we're using something curved in the curve. Out measuring the degrees of something, when you say 2 meters off the ground, yeah. If I say 2 meters off the ground is 0.1 of a degree, that makes sense. So in a vertical fashion. But we use protractors, which used to be 100, and then we changed it to 90. Funny enough, only like 1800s. And I wonder if this measuring things in 100 doesn't account for this curve, and it's just more like a square, a set square. You base, and then you've got the 90 degree vertically up. When you make a circle and it's 20 centimeters in diameter, you break it down into centimeters, and then you measure that against with a protractor. They won't add up. The point is that when we think something is so far high, it's this angle from us to there, as opposed to going there and measure. I think the differences that we're getting is because we're using the wrong method. Like if we're using a curved protractor on that surface, and you might say, yeah, this is the angles, this then. Oh, I'm really bad at explaining stuff. There's something to do with 190, maybe. Tumbleweed moment. Sorry. I was just trying to think about like a ruler, yeah. So many degrees high, and you're using some type of. If you compare the protractor to that ruler, those lines on the protractor would end up getting smaller and smaller and larger. Whereas this ruler in front of you is just doing parallel equidistance apart from the equator to the North Pole.
I know round one of your favourite pastimes is looking at stars, the sun, the moon, degrees, measurements, all this sort of making maps. Like this is your thing, mate. Now, and when you're looking at the sky, like you're taking it as a celestial dome, right? And using all these things. Have you ever considered looking at things in a horizontal plane and not a dome? So the stars are above us, but they're horizontal and not in a dome shape. Have you done that?
That was my exact same thing that I came in with right from the beginning. That's what I was doing.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that, mate. Yeah, yeah.
No, I mean, no, months ago when we first,
Oh, I've forgotten, mate. Forgotten.
It can't be a ball. It doesn't seem to move in a dome or a ball. Definitely exactly as you said. And then in one, if it was some type of concavity, just being a ball, yes, everyone's looking at the same thing from underneath. Yeah, totally, mate, totally. But then in other ways, are two things looking at the same thing, the never ending. Is it something like that? Are they looking from east to west, or they're looking from north to south? It could be like that, but it could be a different axis to what we're naturally assuming all the time. But then how do you make that?
Yeah,
a Fresnel lens, fucking apparent. If you had a Fresnel lens, I can't explain it. It's just the Fresnel lens is used in everything. From gas torches. I was at the Royal Air Museum on the weekend, and fucking hell, they had this light and the gas going in, and they burn the gas, but the actual bulb of the gas, if you could say that, the flame of the gas, well, it wouldn't be gas, it would be probably anyway. Incandescent bulb is air. How does this lens magnify? Well, it does the opposite, doesn't it? So anyway, yeah. But the Fresnel lens, do you know what? If you're talking about like the flat plane, the projector that we used to have at school.
The projector, the overhead projector, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Fresnel lens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's what I see, because we're in certain things. The defense doesn't use the first 15 degrees of the horizon, something like that. So it's like they know it's fucking bogus. And that's why we've all fucking gone to, the zenith measurements, the and whatever. But definitely I study the stars, every night. Where it changes bang on every fall. It's one, but it all depends on how fun is and how the moon is, or all depends on where they are. But generally, yeah. But going to stars and observation, I think if we're using these degrees, but they're not actually true, because I've got measurements of the moon going as. It depends where you are on Earth. I think
Definitely.
our equators are. Huh?
Yeah, you're roboting, or you're a bit choppy, Realm. I'm kind of getting what you're saying, but you are cutting in and out a little bit.
It does very much depend on where you are on this plane, realm. Definitely. We need to.
If you can hear. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
So the thought experiment in practical is draw a circle using your protractor, make it obviously a circle, and then mark your 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, up to 90. Mark those demarcation points, whatever you want to call it. Do in the south as well, and then draw lines straight across. You'll see they won't be equal, and then you'll say, oh yeah, that's because of this, that's because of that. There's two different methods at work, and it's a method that we are using against a different method. And like I say, when you draw the circle, use the protractor, draw the straight lines across, join in the demarcation lines, you'll see that it's not equal. It goes from fat and it gets thinner and thinner and thinner. So naturally, if we're using a measuring system based on one thing, it's compressing as we get to north. So actually, we do averages and this, that, and the other. It's a few off. It's a few off. It's always going to be a few off because no one's going to travel consistently. 8,000 kilometers, fucking, whatever. By land or whatever. There's things in the way. There's problems. But like I said, draw a circle, put the protractor on there, 10, 20, do all the marks. Draw straight lines across, you'll see they're not equidistant. And yes, it might be intuitive that that's going to happen, but then how can you use that if you're, back in the day when we were like, well, we don't know what we're on, all we do know is we're pretty much on a flat thing because we can see whatever, and then we go and use something like a protractor to tell us how high things are. It's things like that. I think that's where the problem is. And for some reason, the protractor used to be in 100 before. So I think that our methods in our past was actually out of 100 and not 90. They arbitrarily moved it. And that 100, when you measure something in 100, doesn't make a difference. I think 46 using 90 and 46 using 100 is going to give you slightly
They
off
moved
by...
it to match the eye. That's what they've done. They've moved it enough to match the eye. Otherwise, things are off to what they try and claim.
Yeah, definitely. Now, if flat Earth was magnetically aligned, which let's just say choose the magnetic north or the geomagnetic north or whatever, like Mercator's North Pole projection has 2 or 3 black mountains in the background. Anyway, but if you had to realign flat Earth to its correct center position, the impact on that of excess water or something like that, but it's still moved either way, you know what I mean? So it's something to consider. If we're going to make a flat Earth map, we have to consider that it has to be aligned magnetically. Then therefore it would have a magnetic ring as a type of magnetic equator. Then if you draw the magnetic equator on this flat Earth map with a magnetic thing in the middle, you'll see it intersects the sun twice, the equator. So therefore giving you that sort of, and then you start to think about, is the moon tied to this magnetic equator? Because it seems to be doing the same thing. It's crisscrossing the sun in a sine wave, and basically it's a bit like the MasterCard Visa where the two circles are intertwining. So, and if you look at that and you put those two circles intertwining but more tightly together on a flat Earth map, then you've got yourself an intonation of the sun and the moon, if that makes sense.
As if MasterCard don't know. As if they're not fucking hiding the secret.
I'm going to go now, guys. See you later.
No worries, take it easy. It's a bit like Disney with the fucking castle and the fucking thing and whatnot. Bastards. You know Nestle, the company that put out all the fucking toxic products and steal the water from all the farmers and strip fucking the water table all around the world. You know that company, everyone? They've got a really good health channel where they promote all sorts of really good, honest health stuff. It's like they put all these products out that just make you fucking sick as fuck, but on the same hand, they've got these fucking videos where they tell you all about true health. It's pretty funny, actually.
Maybe there's good chocolate and bad chocolate, and Nestle's something bad in it, like soya or something. It's the evil chocolate that's gonna fucking fuck you up, you know?
Right.
Yeah, man, it's like
I
fucking
think
up with.
it's
Like
another
cheap.
example, mate, of where they've got to tell you the truth while giving you the option to fuck yourself up, you know? But they make money both ways. Chop 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 chop. Toot 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 toot. Cock 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 cock. Yep. I still think we should all chip in some coin and set up a light show somewhere that's got a very unique pattern about it that we randomly spruik upon the ISS and see if the ISS is actually crossing over a path where this light show is going off. I think that would be good. Just to prove it's up there, to prove that it's traveling at the certain speed that it is, to prove that it's doing a live feed. Because I really don't believe it is right now. Fucking out of water. No. Is that a bad idea, is it? Too revealing for you all? Excuse me. So we need to fund the twin gyro experiment. We've got to fund some sort of fucking programmed laser show that's got some sort of pulsed code to it that only we know, so they can't fake some shit. We've got to fucking build a 5 kilometer fucking tangential fucking pier that people can walk along and measure the fucking water dropping away underneath them. There's a few things we've got to fund. I reckon we need about $5 million. Do you think that's possible, Geo? Rally the troops and get 5 million going? No doubt most of that's going into the 5 kilometer pier. But think of the tickets. Like, fucking hell, you charge money. People come down. See the curvature like never before. I don't see no fucking curvature. It measures the same at both ends, you wanker. Welcome to Flat Earth. Be like a big troll pier. I don't think there's anything else to fund. I don't think there's been any other good suggestions. Settle down, Papa. I mean, if there's any change, we could try Bandy's experiment with the really like colossal, ginormous lead ball above a bucket of water and see if we can like create some tides by moving the lead ball around over the bucket. I think there's something that we could also do there. That would certainly lead one to believe that there's something going on with electrostatics and water, for sure. There's really nothing else practical. Wonder if we could commission the laser that they used to hit the moon with as a flat Earth experiment to see if we can shoot that like horizontally to a reflector that we set up that we know that we would hit if it was a flat plane, and then see if we can get a ping on it. Obviously, in the ball world, they're going to think there's no way you're ever going to hit that fucking thing because of there's literally a fucking mountain of earth in front of it. But on a plane, you'd obviously be shooting straight at the target. And given that it's good enough to get to the moon with only a 400-meter fucking divergence, I think it should be good for fucking 100 Ks, where there's the full 1 degree and like hundreds, if not thousands of feet of fucking curvature. Surely we can commission that. Isn't it at a university? Wasn't there several of them? Aren't universities about learning and shit, discovery? Fucking those people should be like, fuck yeah, let's tilt this thing horizontal and see how far we can shoot this sucker. That's a great idea. There's no possible way that it could bend around the curvature, hit the fucking target reflector, and then come back over the curvature to hit your fucking receptor. It's one thing to send a signal across and receive it and say, oh, it curved, light bends. But then it's a whole nother fucking thing to have say it come fucking back over such a distance as well. That's ludicrous. Fuck, is my mic even on? Oh my god, cunts. Right, fucking mic check. Who's listening?
I'm listening. It's good stuff, man. I'm enjoying it.
I'm glad.
Yeah, they're all good ideas, for sure. The Earth moon laser bounce back and forth.
Surely we can commission the laser It's not that special that you can't just tip it side.
I kind of doubt they would let you use it, but I mean, who owns it? NASA?
Is there only one, or are they at several universities?
Well, I think there's different claims of different equipment.
Mm.
There is one, I believe.
bet you know.
I think the one that bounces off the retroreflectors is only NASA. Like, I don't think there's any universities doing that one. There's other things that are claimed to be bounced off the moon done by other people, but the actual retroreflectors one, that's all NASA proprietary stuff, as far as I know.
Mm. $5 million might be a bit much, but I'm pretty sure we could get it all done if we had a kitty of $5 million pretty easily.
Oh, I think we'll need 50 to start.
See, now it'll never happen though, GA. It'll never. 50 is just too much. 5's fucking at least within the realm.
The Russians have retro reflectors on the moon as well. It's not just NASA.
We'll borrow their laser then. Will they ship it out to Australia for a fucking experiment, or what? You reckon? We've got beautiful, clean, clear air down here. We've got a good, clean shot at whatever we want to set up. Hell, we could bounce it off the ice wall fucking from down here. That's a funny fucking thought, isn't it? Bounce a laser from fucking Adelaide off the ice wall and back. That's awesome.
Yeah, also, if we had that device to actually have like drones or balloons of our own that we're putting at different distances and then ping those, to kind of verify, like once we know the actual distance of it, and then use the laser to actually verify that it is actually doing those distances.
Nice, yeah.
I mean, ultimately, in terms of all the ideas we've discussed, if we were to, max out all of them, we're talking billions, many, many billions to do all of them. I mean, to get the teams together, to get the equipment, people can't necessarily just take time off work, so whether you're getting people on board that are working more or less full time, or whether they're taking large breaks from their current employment or whatever it may be. So yeah, you've got, that and the travel costs and the equipment cost, the filming. I mean, we're going to have to also build an independent platform to even release this information, because God knows it's going to be censored beyond recognition on any platform that these people own. So we're not just going to be able to fire it up on YouTube and blast it out on TikTok. So we're going to have
GeoTube.
Yeah. An independent platform that also is unable to be controlled by them as well. So perhaps a blockchain technology or something decentralized that they can't shut down. So yeah, there's a lot of factors. And I mean, yeah, it all depends on obviously how full on you want to go with. But I mean, I'm just saying, if we did all the ones we've talked about up to this point, and I'm sure there's many more that we can do as well.
I like the idea of a 5 kilometer or 3 mile or whatever pier that goes along a beach, not going straight out, but along a beach somewhere, where it starts off at any particular point at that tangential and goes out horizontally, and people can go there and see it. They can go and drive along the road that goes along the beach and clearly see the tide when it's in, or whatever, the water line, that it's close to the pier at one end and fucking 2 meters below it at the other end, even though they've just driven along the beach alongside it. I think that would almost be not a tourist attraction, but certainly something that people would have to, if they heard about it and it fucking either confirmed or contradicted. I don't know what it would do. You know, I think it would be a point of interest for people.
Definitely. Yeah, the demonstration sites are going to be essential that the public can come to. Yeah, this can't just be done on someone's backyard and throw a YouTube video up. I mean, this has got to be independently verifiable. And yeah, the physical ones that could be in person. That's what I'm telling a lot of these guys. I'm like, you guys, there's going to be a day where you can go to these demonstration sites and you can either walk along the path, you can drive along it, whatever it may be, and you can literally visually see the entire physical demonstration site, whether it's spherical excess or all of the different components. So yeah, that's going to be essential to have those.
Yeah, in such a way that just no one can argue with, you know?
Right. Yeah, it's like it's right there.
Mm.
Well, I mean, not that this is really relatable. It's not really, but for some reason, Mount Rushmore popped in my head, which obviously is the heads and busts of these Freemasonic Jesuit fake president people of their fake empire. But nonetheless, just that kind of thing where you go there and you're like, boom, you know, this is it. You're there. Now, ideally,
there's no denying it. But, you know, boom.
I guess you could get to some wild idea that it's some kind of hologram projection or something. So, because I guess at Mount Rushmore, you can't really go up to it and touch it, you know? So what we're talking about doing, you'd be able to actually verify and perhaps even touch to some extent. I mean, you can't have this stuff. If you've got delicate equipment and water levels, obviously you can't have people just knocking it around, but yeah, to have it be tangible.
Oh yeah, I can see this pier, people fishing off of it, and like, you know, at one end they're fishing fucking 2 meters above the curve, man, and the other end they're fucking, you know, perfectly plumb. You know, the other end you're off plumb because you're still tangential to the first point where the curve is curving away underneath you. You know, so there's just a little bit of an anomaly, even though I believe it would be, you stupid idiot, I can't find the curvature, there is no drop. You know, it proves flat earth. The surveyors will try and build it tangentially, and it will just end up being the same the whole way across. And I'll go, what the fuck is going on here? Who's fucking up? Someone's fucking up somewhere. No, it's flat, boys.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, and these sites will have to be set up all over the world, really, in multiple places, every continent, every region as well. Couldn't just have one. So yeah, it'd have to be cross-verified. So yeah, what you're talking about there is cool, like a pier that runs horizontally parallel to the land instead of going outwards, because that way it can be viewed all the way along it, you know, as you're walking along the beach or along the land, and then also having it be like multi-use, you know, like you're saying, for like fishing or, you know, have other kinds of, so it's not, so it's like
make it a loop, bike path or some shit, whatever.
Take the kids to the beach, verify the earth isn't a globe, do it all in one.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey kids, we're gonna go to the beach today. We're gonna go verify the water's level.
Or take a glass of water out to the end of the pier, like let's just say that it is curving, and you take a glass of water to the end of the pier, and you'll actually be able to put the glass of water on the edge and see that it's actually on an angle.
But yeah,
which would be a very unique anomaly.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't be plumb anymore, would it? So plumb would actually be a different point in the glass. So the water would be off center. So it would be a fucking very, very clear anomaly taking a glass of water to the end of that pier.
And comparing it to the plumb, that's...
Well, the glass is the glass. So you've just got the glass and you've put it on the fucking the handrail on the end of the pier. And the water underneath on the globe is obviously 2 meters below the thing and curving away from that original plumb. And so therefore the down vector underneath your glass of water is not straight down anymore. So the water would have to be curving. Well, not curving, but just not level to the glass, if you with me.
Right. That's actually really cool. That's a cool way to, because then people could do that themselves. They could take the glass of water and
Exactly.
place it right on there, and yep, it's level.
But it's not curving.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they wouldn't see any anomaly. But you're right. It's funny. I'd like for the anomaly to be real if it was curving, because it would be a sight to behold, water not being level in a glass, you know, when it feels like you are level, but you're not. But I also think it's all planar and not curving, so it won't happen.
Yeah, one would think if the Earth was a globe, there would be sites like this that somebody would have, you know, incorporated this into some kind of a sightseeing or some sort of a national park. I mean, everything else we have that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fucking oath. Yeah, they'd sell you your glass at the top. You wouldn't be allowed to take a glass in through the gate, so there'd be a $5 glass that you'd have to buy. And then they'd sell you fancy blue water just to make that fucking really stand out even more. And then you'd walk down to the end and you'd take your photo, you know, with a smiley face, little selfie of the fucking glass of water with the water not being level. And you'd fucking, you know, it'd be something that people went and did all over the place.
Yeah, like the roller coasters where they take pictures of you, you know, so you take the roller coaster ride. It snaps a photo of you. And then afterwards,
cameras allowed you.
In the gift shop, you could buy it for, you could get it printed on a mug or on a t-shirt or a hat.
Oh, dude, this $5 million is just an investment, Gio. We're gonna come out on top. Oh shit.
Yeah, 5 million.
I like
is the first drops in the bucket. It was needed to really carry out everything. But yeah, that'll get started. Get something started. Well, I'm not. Personally, I don't have interest in making anything into a money-making venture. Although it is funny to think of it that way. Like, you know, you've got your take your little picture and slap it on a t-shirt.
At least recoup your money. At least recoup it, you know? And then make it so that you start doing charitable things with any profit. You know, you can always do that.
Well, once NASA's dissolved, we'll just ask them to reroute the funds to something to support something truthful.
Yeah, I just prefer people not have to pay income tax or just a flat rate of 1% or some shit. You know, I'm happy with 1%. I'll gladly not diddle my fucking books each year to pay 1% tax. But if I've got to pay any more than that, I'm going to fucking rot every loophole I can find and some. Don't you doubt it. Do you agree, Gio, that if you just had to pay 1% off everything, you would not even hesitate to just do it? Because it's fucking, at the end of the day, if everyone was paying that 1%, that's very doable.
What, did you hear Ricardo Bosse's tax plan?
No, Ricardo Bossi, no, I didn't, mate. What's going on with him?
Okay. So get this. So ballpark figures, Australia spends about $750 billion per year in all forms of government, and Australia collects about $550 billion a year in income tax or taxes, right? And it's all covered by the little guy, the wage earner who pays his income tax. And America would be the same.
Yeah.
So he said, what I'm going to do is I want to introduce an expenditure tax. So for every dollar that's spent, not cash, because you can't do it on cash, but every electronic dollar that changes hands, he said, I'll put a 2% tax on it. That's it. So that's everybody pays 2%. Bank, Google, Amazon, the taxpayer, everybody pays 2%. And in doing just that alone, it will raise $1.3 trillion a year in tax in Australia. So there'll be no more government deficits. Government will have more money than they know what to do with. and every person only pays 2% tax on everything they spend. So if you earn $1,000, that $1,000 goes in your pocket. You'll end up paying $20 in tax. How good is that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's called a consumption tax. It was proposed. It was a proposed model before the income tax, and that's definitely what they should have gone with, without a doubt. Because it means that even if you're a millionaire and you want to go and buy a yacht, you're obviously going to pay, even though it's only 2% still, you're obviously going to pay a lot more because the yacht's worth a lot. So it sort of bites everyone the same way, and it's very fair.
Exactly. See, at the moment, you got Google and Amazon and eBay and all these. They pay no tax. They make billions of dollars, and the banks, they pay no tax. But the little guy, the plumber, the electrician, the salesman, he coughs up 30, 40, 50% of his wages.
Yeah.
It's
a quality system.
And the same thing at work. The same thing at work in America. Anywhere, just everybody has to share the tax burden. But instead, the big boys duck out and pay nothing, and the little man pays everything.
Yeah, the smart little men don't pay much, but your average Joe definitely. There are loopholes.
Yes, yeah, I know there are, mate. But you know, like philosophically, it's such a better system because you pay your income tax, but then you go and fill your car up with petrol, and then you got fuel excise and petrol tax on that. You buy a bottle of booze, that's 60% tax. GST, that's 10% on your groceries. So you might end up with 70% out of your wages, but then you pay another 20 or 30% in incidental taxes each week just by being alive.
Yeah, they actually reckon, this is going back 2 or 3 years ago, that Woolworths, the group that owned Woolworths, and the competing group, I think it's Wesfarmers and Woolworths Group or something like that. The two competing major groups, fucking, they get between all the different fucking companies they own and businesses, they get something like 67 cents out of every dollar that we spend. So that's after income tax. So you've been taxed your income, and then you go out and fucking spend your money, and 67 cents out of every dollar goes to these two companies, and neither of them, the money stays in Australia. So that's fucking pretty full on to think, eh?
No, well, Woolworths, major shareholder of Woolworths is BlackRock, and
yeah, of course.
So it all comes back into the same bucket at the end of the day.
Crazy, isn't it? That doesn't leave much for the rest of the businesses in the country, does it? Like 67 cents out of every dollar goes to those two. That leaves fucking 3 cents for the rest of the businesses. Everyone else. That's fucking crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy.
And I wonder if they're involved in healthcare, or whether that's another separate fucking 20 cents gone out of it as well. Healthcare is a big fucking thing.
Yeah, healthcare, insurance. Like Woolworths got their own insurance. But yeah, they just got their finger in everything.
They do. Yeah, fucking hell, eh? We need a great reset, but not the type they're fucking bringing on, eh? A different type of great reset.
Very different.
Maybe we should work on some biologicals of our own. maybe we should flip the tables here and actually start conjuring up some fucking nasties to sort these fucking elites out. Oh, shit. You might want to turn it off, Gio. Turn it off, mate. Cut the stream.
It's all right, Watch. You'll probably disappear tonight anyway.
Well, I'm worried about disappearing for a few other reasons, to be honest, but thankfully it hasn't happened. Loose lips haven't sunk the ship just yet, which is good.
Gio, how's your crypto going, man? You broke yet?
Uh-oh.
It's good. This is a nice little reset.
Yeah,
It's a great opportunity for me to get some more at a cheap price.
It's a handy retrace, man. We'll just fill up your bag while you can.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of like a reload, because now there's so much more room for everything to grow, because there is sort of a limit in terms of, at the end of the day, how much of the fiat money is being utilized for a lot of these coins and tokens. And so there's sort of a max in a sense, just because of the balance of the world and the way that the fiat dollar and everything. And then, of course, all the inflation and everything going on with that in and of itself, and the gas prices and food prices, all of that going on. So I think that
that's why I think the US is actually crashing right now. This is it. I think they're going to crash under Biden over the next year or two. I think they're just going to crash it down, because inflation is just going crazy now. Fuel prices are insane in the States. But they've got to drop their sanctions against Russia and drop this whole fucking aggression against Russia and the sanctions and all that, because all those sanctions are just creating all this suffering and pain for people in the West, people in the States. And so, but I don't think they will. And I think they've just got to crash the economy. I mean, they need to do it. The US dollar has to go.
That's what they want to do. Yeah. We've all got to be beholden to China, mate.
Yeah, and if you look at the crypto against the US dollar, I mean, yeah, so what? I mean, the US dollar's not worth shit. So it should be down, but just wait to see where it is, 3 or 4 or 5 years from now. Like, it'll be ridiculous.
I think you should all read up on the Great Reset. Become very familiar with it. Know the plan. Because I don't think there's much that's going to stop the plan. But I think knowing the plan is probably the best way to navigate it. And I think my opinion, the best value going forward for anybody that's going to be really stable, is going to be carbon. If you can get any sort of carbon storage, that will be the gold. Like, in all honesty, the way they're going with the reset, it's all about carbon. Think about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. That's going to be part of what they leverage us with, climate crap.
Yeah, and you'll be charged for it and penalised for using too much and all this. So if you've got a store of it, you are going to be better off. You'll be considered wealthy if you've got carbon. Or should I say the ability to store it? More to the point, like a plot of land where you're growing trees.
Fucking stupid,
like
I reckon. That's fucking stupid, man. Why?
What do you mean? Why? Carbon credits.
Why would carbon be valuable? Who gives a shit about carbon?
That's just a mechanism they're going to use.
Carbon credits. Yeah, like pollution needs to be offset.
That's right. It's bullshit, but it's what they're going to use to screw.
Everyone's going to have a daily limit now of how much carbon they can use, CO2. And once you've hit your limit, you're going to be limited on stuff. And that's, that's an end goal. That's not going to be next year. That's an end goal of these people. Anyone in a smart city is going to be very much controlled by their carbon
That's fucking
footprint.
stupid, but if they were to do that, like, fuck that. Fuck them.
That's all they're driving is the electric cars, because that's supposed to, reduce the carbon.
Does that mean that fucking celebrities won't be able to use a private jet to fucking...
Yeah, of course not.
It'll be electric.
It's just you and me.
Maybe
that's
electric,
gotta
a
be
little
suffering,
buggy.
not them.
Meet George Jetson. If you're old enough
Yeah,
to fucking remember that. Anyway.
They don't have to suffer. It's only us.
They'll have the grade 5 Wagyu every night, mate. All the other plebs will be on the cricket burgers. It actually tastes like steak, I'm pretty sure.
Cricket burgers.
Yeah. Yep.
Man, you're a bit of a cook, aren't you? What? You should be practicing now, man.
I can cook steak, mate. I can cook bacon. I can cook eggs.
Yeah. I tell you what, I'd go vegan before I ate insects.
Yeah, I think I'd go the worms. I'd go underground, mate, and have worms before I did either of that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, electric cars. A few years ago, I heard, literally 2 or 3 years ago, I heard, Volvo's going all electric from 2025, and Ford are going all electric from 2030. All these car manufacturers, we're doing away with internal combustion engines. And I thought, get stuff. How the hell are they going to get the whole world to start buying electric cars? And they're doing it. Put the fuel price to $5 a litre, and then everyone will want an electric car.
And bring in the hydrogen tech.
Yeah, but
which will
just imagine how much lithium and shit you need for all those batteries. If everybody to have a fucking... That's crazy.
There's hydrogen tech. The hydrogen tech means you don't need a battery. It's energy on demand through a converter.
But none of these modern cars are hydrogen powered.
No, but they will be electric.
They're pretty rare.
They'll be electric, right? No, they're electric, but the energy source comes from hydrogen, right? And you'll be able to go into the servo and swap your hydrogen cartridge over, which is solid hydrogen. It's not gas, so there's no risk of explosion or anything like that. And it'd be quicker than filling your fucking tank up of liquid petroleum. So the convenience of the future is going to be there, but they will force the fucking change through higher fuel prices.
What is this voodoo you speak of? Hydrogen cartridges. What is this?
Yeah, because I've never heard of that sort of technology.
Toyota.
I know about Tesla, but Teslas, you got to plug them in.
Yeah, it's electric. So Tesla's electric, and you charge up the batteries, right? The hydrogen technology replaces the need for a battery because the energy is stored in the hydrogen and it's converted into hydrogen on demand, and then it goes through a cell, which adds oxygen at the other end and releases electricity. So there's no combustion engine.
Who makes a car that works like that?
Toyota have patents on the technology. So if you Google Toyota hydrogen technology or whatever, you'll watch several videos about what they've got going on at the moment, man, and it's amazing.
I've heard about that tech, but as far as I know, up until this point, it's only ever been conceptual and like.
No, they're teaching it in TAFE here, in TAFE colleges, automotive TAFE colleges, because it's going to be the next thing. It's what's coming. Batteries will not be a huge fucking concern for automobiles. They'll still make them
maybe I'll just start collecting some cool petrol-powered cars that are available now that won't be available in the future. It'll be really collectible and valuable.
Well, they will be, definitely. I can see value, but I wouldn't want to buy something that I can't drive around, no matter what the price was. So if there's no fuel that you're allowed to get anymore, or there's no roads you're legally allowed to drive a petrol car on, sure, it'll be a museum piece and a showpiece, and it has some value, but I personally wouldn't have any value in it. I wouldn't want it, because I couldn't go out and burn around.
See, I think we'll have petrol for ages. We'll have petrol for another 50 or 100 years or more, at least.
For sure. Yep. I don't doubt that.
Yeah, okay. So you're talking long-term future, okay.
Well, no, I just mean in your situation, it'll be on a very reduced scale.
Get yourself a 1977 Mercedes 300D. You're going to run it on vegetable oil.
Nice. You still need to grow the vegetables, though.
It'll never break down.
Yeah.
and you probably get it for $1,500.
Love it.
Well, I think back to some of the cars that used to be abundant when I was younger, you know, about 20 years ago, that are worth fucking unbelievable amounts of money today. And if I had just gone around and bought a few of them at the time and put them away in a shed somewhere, I'd be doing fucking quite well today. So I was trying to think about that same logic. Well, how does that apply to today's cars? You know, what cars are out there that are abundant today that are going to be really collectible and valuable in just a few years' time?
You got to know which ones to get though, Rand. I had a GT Capri, a V6 Capri, that I sold for $3,500. I'd probably get 40,000 for it now if I still had it.
Yeah.
You know,
even an old 240Z or an old 240 and 280Zs, you know, they're worth heaps now.
Mate of mine had an LJ GDR XU1 Tirana, and this thing was concourse.
Oh, wow.
Second prize at the All Australian, All Holden show, and he sold it for $5,000 probably.
Oh my God!
And I've got another buddy here in Adelaide. That works for Holden's. He's still got in his shed an HQ lime green with a black vinyl roof, 253 4-speed Monaro with the original factory single system exhaust on it, with the kidney 5-slot kidney mag. It is bog stock original. But the dashboard's cracked and whatever. That Tomo, one day he
What's his address?
I don't know.
I missed his address.
I can tell you
Where does he live?
Sorry, where does he live?
That's all I'm telling you.
Even some of those old VKs and VLs from the 80s. I mean, they're worth big money now.
I bought brand new, right, 1989. I bought a VL Brock Sport. It was one of the Holden dealer here, Peter Page. It was his drive car, and I bought it in 1989 for $43,000, which was a lot of money for a Commodore back then. And, I don't know what it'd be worth now. Who knows? Probably 100. But and it was sensational. It had the Group 3 engine in it. It was gorgeous, but I got married, swapped it for a while. So.
Yeah.
You imagine going for a run in it now? Cost you fucking $50 just to go down the deli for milk, mate.
So that's why I wonder, what cars are abundant today that we will look back on in 10 years' time from now and go, oh, fuck, if only I'd put a couple of those away somewhere, Because surely that's the case. Like, even with some of these early 2000 WRXs, the ones up until about 2006, 2007, all of those ones, I think, will become really collectible in about 5, 10, 15 years' time. They'll be worth a lot. I mean, the two-door X's from the late 90s are at least 100 or 200 grand nowadays, if you can find one.
Yeah, but if people can't drive them, what's the purpose?
R32 GTRs now. Like you could pick them
Oh,
up for
yeah.
30, 40 grand. I got another buddy that my son plays soccer with. He's got a Series 7, the last of the RX-7. He's got one of those that he paid 28 grand for. I don't know. He'd probably get 100 for it now.
Well, I saw an RX-4 shell with no engine, no interior, nothing, and it was rust all over the place, and it sold on auction for 20 grand, just the shell.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. They are beautiful cars, though.
Yeah, a friend of mine actually had a nice R31 Skyline, really nice one, in really nice condition, and he fucking trashed it, and sold it off for a few grand. Oh, he's spewing.
Well, my two sons just sold, they've grown up a little bit. One of them just sold his 2006 WRX, and he bought an Audi S3. And my other son had a a Evo 7, and he's got rid of that. And this is it. Like, he sold it maybe 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, for 11 grand. He'd probably get mid to high 20s for it now. I know.
Yeah.
But back then,
Yeah, how much did your son get
worth.
for the 06 Rex? How much did he get for that? Do you remember?
Well, it was I do. It was auto, right? It was an auto one, but he got it was the bug eye one, and he got 6.5, I think.
Okay, yeah, because I'm looking at getting one of those from about 06 if I can.
Yeah.
The last one before they went to the sort of little hatchbacky thingy that they changed to in about 08, I think they changed to that.
Stupid shape, yeah.
Yeah, I've actually got one of those N15 little Pulsar Triple S hatchbacks from the late 90s. I'm holding on to that. And I'm going to do that up over and just hold that because, that'll go up.
Well, my son's got his S3 is 2009, I think it's an 8P, and he's spent some money on it, and it's pretty fast. And I just said to him, mate, hang on to it, because like the S3, the current model, the 8V, the S3, there's a fair few of those around, but the 8Ps, and he's got a two-door, like it's not the station wagon version, it's got the little hatch, and there's not a lot of those around. I reckon that's going to, well, he probably owes him 16, and he'd get 25, 26 for it now, so.
Yeah.
You just got to know which ones to keep and which ones to get rid of. That's the trick.
Yeah. I like the idea of just going around and buying cars, doing them up and flipping them on and stuff like that. I think I'd enjoy doing that if I could make a career out of it.
Yeah.
Because you can hunt them out. They're out there. Lots of cars out there that people just don't know the value of that are, it happens all the time.
Yep.
Deceased estates, mate. Deceased estates. Fucking hit them up.
Yeah.
I reckon. There's a lot of them around, but I reckon the 79 series cruisers are going to be worth some money now that they've stopped making those V8. I reckon give those a few years, and they hold their value stupid anyway. But I reckon they'll go up in time.
Unless they make if they make the electric version of these things when they come out, like so subsidized by fucking the global elites that people literally are like, fucking, what am I going to get? Because the price is comparable, with the electric version being fucking 4 times the power. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. And plus subsidized electricity if you're going to get an electric car, all of this shit. I'm just wondering if all of that incentivization is going to actually bring the demand for some of this stuff down a bit. Because it's only really enthusiasts, isn't it?
I was just going to say, mate, but it ain't going to sound like a V8 diesel with a 3.5-inch exhaust on it, is it?
No, of course not. But it's going to put your stomach fucking back every time and a big smile on your fucking face, without a doubt.
Yeah, it doesn't feel the same. I notice that with a lot of modern cars that you don't get the same mechanical feedback when you sit in the steering, you hold on the steering wheel, drive down the road. With my little Pulsar driving it around is it's a lot of fun to drive around, but you get so much more feedback through, you know, the mechanical driving of the car. It's a different experience, and I think people will pay for that in the future. They'll want to experience that, and I think that's part of, you know, collecting cars.
Do you think, let's just, for argument's sake, I'll be devil's advocate here. If right now, if the current situation was that people with combustion engine cars, like enthusiasts and that bought them to drive them, could only use them on race days or track days once or twice a month, do you think the prices would be where they are now? Do you think they'd be higher, lower, or where do you think they'd be?
That would definitely cause a problem, obviously. If you couldn't just drive it around every day, and if gas wasn't affordable enough for you to be able to drive them around every day, then yeah, that would cause problems, big problems. But I really don't see that happening.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I think diesel, we'll see it happen with diesel first. Personally, I think they'll get rid of diesel pretty thoroughly before we see petrol go away.
If they're going to go electric with all this shit, they're going to have to start swallowing the pill that they're going to have to fucking build nuclear power plants, and nuclear power is going to have to be a part of that future.
Hydrogen, mate. Use renewable energy to create hydrogen, and that can be just trucked around. You don't need battery storage. They've got the breakthrough they need for this shit to become reality. Now it's just a matter of forcing people over to it with incentives and, you know, high fuel prices and etc. You know, pushing people into smart cities because they're starving and they need to feed their family and they can't afford a house. So the government offers a solution. Oh, we've got this house for you over in this area. Why don't you relocate? Blah, blah, blah. Everything else that goes fucking with it. All our caravan parks here, man, right now, every single one of them are chock-a-block full of people that don't have a home to live in. It's never happened before here, ever. Like, and there's people on the streets, whole families and shit, because there's nowhere for them to live. It's fucking ridiculous. The price of everything has got to a point where everyone's hurting, except those that won't hurt for a lot longer. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It is, man. Imagine paying $300 for a grassy spot to pitch a tent and have a power lead thrown at you. There you go. There's some power. Fucking $300 for the week. And you got your family to sort out. It's crazy.
No, I think all those people that are in the caravan park, man, where were they living before? Like,
well, there was people living in rental properties, right? But what's happened is owners of rental properties have like got the people out because there's so much demand. You can just charge more rent, but you can't do it to the original tenant. You've got to get rid of them and get a new tenant, and so they just keep churning it, and the rents have almost doubled, man. You know, and so. Many people couldn't afford to pay that, so they're just forced out, including like lots of oldies and shit, which is just so wrong. There should be laws around that shit.
We were talking to a real estate agent, and they said that part of the problem that's being created here in Adelaide is that because of all the crap that was happening in Victoria, and well, not even just there, but with Dan Andrews and Ferragiclian and Palaszczuk, there were people who were coming back to Adelaide because it was back in the lockdown days. It was relatively free lifestyle here, so they were selling up over there and coming back here and driving the price up because they had pockets full of cash. And people who had rental properties, they were selling them. Like, so now what was a rental property is now somebody's house. So the person who was renting it now can't find somewhere to live.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Like a perfect storm. It's bloody genius, whoever thought it up. Driving everyone to the wall.
Yeah, we add the price of meat and the price of food, the price of fuel, man. There's it's pinching a lot of people on many levels. And like there's hundreds of builders going broke because they can't afford to pay the prices of timber. Meanwhile, they've got clients that they've got locked in contracts with, so they've shot themselves in the foot thinking this black swan day would never come. And here it is. And there's hundreds of them going through the hoop. And when you think about all the subcontractors that go along with those hundreds of fucking builders, that's a fucking scary thought for all the families out there that no longer have an income.
Yep.
Yeah, it's terrible. And how do you recover from that? Like that's hard to recover from, especially if you end up losing the family home, etc., etc.
Oh, and like the trickle-on effect. I'm about to bring a container of stuff in from China. Now, where I used to pay $1,500 for a 20-footer, for sea freight from Shanghai to Adelaide, it's now $7,600. That's today's price. And they said to me, we can't even lock that in because by the time your goods are ready in 10 to 12 weeks, we don't know what the price is going to be. So they said that's a rough indication. So literally the freight component has gone up 500% pretty much, and they're saying it might even go up further.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So,
and there's someone telling me that the fuel will be $3 before Christmas.
Yeah. Like inflation's just this is just the beginning of it. Like I don't think people understand that the flow-on effect that's going to come down the pipeline 6, 12, 18 months from now.
No, a lot of people look in the supermarkets and see them sort of half well stocked. There's some days when there's fucking no eggs and no dairy and no this and no that. And you think, what the fuck's going on? But if the next day there's half the stuff back, most people don't really think too much about it. But it's only 2 days away from being all completely empty if the other end shits itself. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It really
Do you
is.
see all those cows that just died allegedly from heat stroke in America?
I have, and there's lots of good reasons behind why they may have done that naturally. But I mean, most people do question that because there should have been. There should have been a good like the heat wave has killed many herds before, right? If it gets too hot, because cows can't cool themselves down very efficiently. And if they're fed the wrong diet, especially at that time, they're like the rumen can be extra hot inside, and they can just like overheat for those reasons as well. But that usually, like within a herd like that, there's usually a percentage that are weak, a percentage that are quite strong, and a percentage that are like average. And like in a heat stroke event, you'd usually see like maybe all the weak ones and most of the average, but you see the strong ones survive or at least live longer.
Yeah.
Like a bit of a bell curve situation. This is just outright fucking all dead, exactly the same symptoms. Looks like they all died at exactly the same time and everything. It's crazy.
That's why they all fell over at the 10:30 on Monday morning. Just boom, see ya.
Yeah. Yeah, like almost a microwave event, like let's fuck these cows over.
It makes you wonder, like a farmer, someone who's got 2,000, I've seen two different numbers, 2,000 and 10,000. You got even 2,000 head in your feedlot. You reckon someone with that sort of livestock holding would have a bit of an idea how to look after them? You would think, wouldn't you?
Definitely. Having said that,
not just Farmer Joe with 3 cows down the back paddock. Mate, that's a lot of money invested in 2 to 10,000 head of cattle.
Yeah, I know, but let's just say, for example, like because the supply chains are so disrupted, right? They ended up having to switch feeds, and they went with a feed that just happens to increase their rumen by 2 degrees, which is a known thing amongst different feed sources. And if they have too much grain, etc., like within a certain amount of hours before the heat comes in, like say, if certain things just happen to line up, and then the heat was just a bit hotter than they expected, I can see how these things happen. But like I said, there should have been a bell curve. It shouldn't have been as consistent right across the board as it fucking was. That's crazy.
Yeah. And had it just happened on its own, you think, oh, geez, that's shitty luck. But when you then factor in, you know, all the food processing plants that have mysteriously burnt to the ground this year, and
Yeah.
everything else that's going on, it kind of raises your suspicion a bit, doesn't it?
I think. Oh, fucking oath, mate. Yeah. I think. If my memory serves me, there has been 2 incidents where planes have crashed into processing facilities, and like the whole thing's caught fire and burnt down. Like fuck.
Nothing to see here, mate. Move along.
No. Of all the places to land, not the paddocks all around these processing plants. No, straight into the plant.
No, we're going to crash straight into it because that's what you do.
Yep. All Japanese pilots.
Anyway, man, I'm going to go and eat some soup that my wife made for me for dinner. So have a good night, boys. We'll see you soon.
Enjoy, mate.
Take care, man.
Oh, now I'm wondering what sort of fucking soup. Needless to say, my favourite soup's just beef soup. Steak soup. If there is such a thing. We can set this up around the other side. Who here, bit of an odd question, I suppose. Who here has had a vasectomy? Anyone old enough to?
Yeah, that's something I would. That's something I would take a hard pass on.
Yeah, right. I've just gone through it, mate. I've just gone through it.
Oh, you did it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no judgment upon you, but I've had my reasons for not wanting to do it.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. I was very hesitant, mate, but I had to come to we'll put it this way: all the other ways to protect against fucking having a baby are not feasible, not working. So I had to fucking take that step. And I've had my kids. I don't need any more kids. But
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, it makes sense on that level. Yeah, it is challenging because the options for women are sort of less than ideal. Yeah, the pills are not good for a woman's health. The IUD thing is not, well, there's several issues with that, but yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, condoms just keep breaking, mate. Fucking hell, it's just like, man, it's nerve wracking. Can't live like that. Need to be able to just enjoy yourself. So fucking I bit the bullet. And like to put my wife through bloody a tubal ligation, procedure. That's too much compared to a vasectomy. But anyway, let me know if you fucking think I'm a changed man, won't you? Because I do wonder. I do wonder.
These guys are asking about the tide in a bucket. What